Our story kicks off in pitch-black darkness with a mysterious voice whispering to ask if this is the end. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light completely cuts through the void. A hand slowly reaches up toward a brilliant blue sky filled with falling cherry blossoms. A gentle breeze rolls by, giving the vibe that maybe things aren't totally doomed after all. A young guy with messy dark hair blinks his eyes open. He looks completely disoriented and tries to figure out where on earth he just woke up. The confusion only gets worse when a loud, booming voice echoes through a microphone. Someone is screaming in absolute hype about a big reveal. The noise is coming from an older guy holding a staff on a massive stage. He proudly announces that at the Academy's 127th Awakening ceremony, a student named Wang Qiang has officially secured his profession. The crowd watches the altar blaze with orange flames as the presenter hypes up the kid for getting a supportive enchanter class with a 3-star innate attribute. Standing in the middle of this crowd, our main character looks around in sheer disbelief. Hearing the bystanders gossip about the school makes him realize exactly what event he's currently standing in. The familiarity of the scenery hits him like a freight train. The sights, the sounds, and that specific nervous tension in the air are all completely recognizable. It finally clicks. He somehow traveled back in time to when he was 18 years old, right on the exact day of his high school awakening ceremony. He spots his chubby classmate Wang Qiang celebrating on stage and perfectly remembers that in his past life, this guy also became an enchanter. He starts running through his memories, predicting exactly who will succeed and who will fail. If history is repeating itself, a student named Li Songyang is about to awaken a 2-star warrior class. Right on cue, the announcer calls Li Songyang up to the platform. The magic circle flares to life, confirming his awakening into a 2-star combat warrior. The ceremony marches on exactly as he remembers. Some students fail entirely while others awaken as mages, creating a totally predictable parade of classmates taking their turns. Standing quietly in the crowd, he gives a slight smile. This is the ultimate confirmation that his memories are absolutely real. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the reality of the situation fully sets in. He has been given a second chance at life, and he brought all his future knowledge back with him. His eyes narrow with sharp focus. This time around, he refuses to let things end the same miserable way. A quick flashback shows a powerful warrior standing next to a red-haired woman. He realizes this rebirth is his ultimate golden opportunity to rewrite history and fix every single past regret. Suddenly, a massive commotion breaks out in the courtyard. Everyone's eyes go wide as a rare phenomenon triggers on the main stage. A massive purple portal of energy erupts around a student. The crowd instantly recognizes this as the legendary sign of a hidden combat profession. Standing proudly in the center of that dark energy is a smug, silver-haired guy. The announcer loses his mind, yelling that Zhang Tong just awakened as an 8-star magic hammer warrior. The crowd goes absolutely wild over the Academy's first hidden profession of the year. People gossip that it makes sense since his parents are both legendary fighters. Our protagonist Su Ming watches the arrogant genius with a calm but calculating gaze as the presenter showers the prodigy with endless praise. Just as he gets lost in thought, a delicate hand reaches out from behind and gently taps his shoulder. He spins around to see a stunning girl with bright pink hair standing right there. This is Jiao, and she asks him why he looks so incredibly shocked to see her. Su Ming quickly tries to play it cool, stammering that he just wanted to congratulate her in advance as a wave of nostalgic memories washes over him. He gives her a warm, genuine smile and tells her it is simply wonderful to see her again. He promises she will understand his early congratulations very soon. Right at that moment, the announcer calls Jiao's name. Surprised, she realizes her big moment has arrived, and she has to head up to the testing stone. She walks up the wooden steps toward the glowing blue portal of the heavenly stele, while the examiner tells her to place her hand directly on the monument. Jiao steps forward and gently presses her palm against the swirling magical interface. The second her hand connects, a sudden gust of wind whips up all around her, making her blink in total surprise. A massive column of light shoots straight up into the sky. The announcer screams in excitement as yet another major anomaly manifests right before their eyes. The sheer volume of blue energy swirling around her is breathtaking. It is undeniable that another hidden profession is being born right now. The test results lock in, revealing that Ji Yao has awakened as a 7-star necromancer. The crowd gasps at the rare and powerful dark class. The onlookers are losing their minds over how stacked their academy is this year. 2 hidden combat classes in a row is practically unheard of. Su Ming just smiles to himself as the chaotic chatter continues. Everything is falling perfectly into place according to his memories. He prepares himself as his own name is finally called. The surrounding students whisper and doubt that a poor orphan could possibly keep this streak of miracles alive. A dark screen sets the stage to remind us that they live in a harsh world completely ruled and dominated by the awakened. We get a panoramic view of the planet as the lore explains how decades ago everything changed when the Day of Awakening first occurred. Ever since that day, every single person who reaches 18 gets one chance to change their destiny by participating in this sacred ceremony. Awakening a powerful class is the ultimate ticket to altering your social status and climbing the ranks of high society. Successful combatants gain incredible wealth and authority to bend the rules, but they also shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting terrifying dungeon beasts. Fierce monsters and massive dragons lurk in the shadows, just waiting to challenge humanity at every turn. We return to Su Ming walking up to the altar, reflecting on his difficult past as an impoverished orphan. He recalls how despite his humble beginnings, he was immensely blessed by the heavens in his first life. A sudden, violent vortex of crimson energy erupts around the platform, sending shockwaves through the courtyard. He remembers that in his previous life, he awakened a legendary 9-star class. In the vision of his past, he stood clad in a red aura, wielding a massive dark blade with absolute authority. And now standing here in his second life, he is ready to claim that exact power once again. The crimson storm rages wildly around him, completely shocking the audience. With a proud gesture, he reaches his hand out toward the swirling storm. He is about to make sure the entire world remembers his name. The school principal and Ji Yao watch in utter disbelief as the magical scale goes completely off the charts. Everyone wonders if they are witnessing the birth of an unprecedented 9-star genius. Su Ming lets the familiar runes flow through his fingers, fully expecting his signature legendary class to manifest. But as the light intensifies, a glowing ancient ring suddenly appears on his hand and catches him completely off guard. He realizes with a jolt that it is the legendary Divine Ring of Defiance. The artifact unleashes a blinding explosive burst of red energy that completely dwarfs his previous awakening. He stares in absolute disbelief as a gold system screen pops up right in front of his face. It turns out the mythical artifact actually traveled back in time with him and triggered a special class change. A golden crest of a flaming sword materializes before his eyes. He hasn't just awakened a legendary class, he just unlocked a mythical one. A beam of blinding purple-red light splits the sky in half, sending massive shockwaves through the entire academy. The raw power of this anomaly leaves everyone completely speechless. Su Ming stands calmly in the middle of a massive swirling vortex of red clouds. Everyone watches in absolute awe, wondering what kind of legendary class is being born inside that storm. The principal watches from the balcony, sweating from the sheer pressure. He nervously notes that if this is a combat class, it will be historic, but if it is a support class, it would be a tragic waste of potential. Down in the crowd, Zhang Tong and the other students look up in disbelief. They point out that a phenomenon this massive could never belong to a simple life profession. Zhang Tong stares intensely at the stage, his arrogant composure completely shattered. He can't figure out why Su Ming is just standing there without moving a single muscle. The crimson aura flares around Su Ming as he remains completely unfazed by the chaos. He is quietly analyzing the massive changes happening deep within his soul. He realizes that his newly awakened class is the mythical sword god, completely replacing the god of slaughter class he possessed in his previous life. Waves of pink energy drift gently around him as the transition completes. He holds out his hand and a sleek, golden holographic system screen materializes. This strange, advanced interface is unlike anything he has ever seen before. With a curious expression, he reaches out and taps the glowing blue sensor to initiate the setup. The system immediately begins a biometric fingerprint scan to verify his identity. A prompt confirms that his target profile has been successfully identified as Su Ming. A brilliant golden crest shaped like a winged flaming sword flares to life in the center of the display, pulsing with ancient power. The interface updates, officially registering his awakened profession as the mythical grade sword god. It also displays his special golden talent titled Sublimation of All Things. Su Ming looks up at the golden words floating in front of him, trying to comprehend the sheer scale of his new talent. Even for a regressor, a mythical talent is completely off the charts. He realizes this class is on a completely different level compared to the 9-star profession he had in his past life. This is the kind of power that could rewrite the balance of the entire world. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the potential of his new build. He is fully convinced this class will easily surpass his previous god of slaughter. But his excitement is cut hilariously short when the skill interface opens up to show a big fat 0% progress. A system notification bluntly informs him that absolutely no abilities have been awakened yet. Su Ming stands completely frozen, staring at the screen in disbelief. This has to be some kind of sick joke. He furiously taps the screen, silently screaming at the system to give him at least one usable starting skill. What good is a mythical class if you can't even cast a basic spell? Meanwhile, the crowd in the courtyard starts getting impatient. wondering why he is just standing there dragging his feet. The announcer calls out to ask if he has finally finished his profession change. Su-ming reluctantly turns around, sweating as he realizes he has to walk back down with absolutely zero active skills. At this rate, he isn't any different from a regular unawakened person. Suddenly, a new prompt pops up, stating that the system is receiving feedback and will continue to guide him. A holographic scan of his ring appears to demand immediate identification. He looks down at his hand in surprise, realizing the ring he brought back from the future is finally reacting to the system. The ring releases a bright, warm golden light as the scan completes. The interface proudly announces that the Divine Ring of Defiance has been successfully identified. A massive, blinding pillar of golden light erupts from his hand, completely engulfing the entire courtyard. It seems the artifact is finally ready to show its true colors. The crowd shields their eyes from the overwhelming golden flare, completely shocked by the sudden change. Everyone gasps as they feel an incredibly powerful wave of energy pulsing through the air. The principal holds onto his staff for dear life, struggling to keep his balance against the sheer force of the wind. A giant glowing number 10 materializes in the sky, leaving the principal with his jaw hanging wide open. He stammers in complete shock as he realizes he is looking at a maxed-out 10-star talent. The announcer screams at the top of his lungs, declaring that a 10-star hidden profession has officially been born. He tells the crowd that Su-ming has awakened as a sword controller. The students in the audience absolutely lose their minds, shouting that they are looking at the talent level of a top-tier prodigy. Zhang Tong's jaw drops in disbelief, his smug attitude vanishing in an instant. The surrounding students whisper in awe, noting that while an 8-star was already terrifying, a 10-star is completely legendary. The principal takes the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement as he addresses the crowd. He proclaims that this is truly a historic year of budding talents for the academy. He goes on to explain that while multiple hidden professions have appeared, Su-ming is the only one blessed with a 10-star attribute. He does note, however, that the sword controller class is usually considered pretty weak within the swordsman category. As Su-ming walks down the steps, the principal loudly announces that the academy will reward him with a special set of cultivation items to support his future. But the crowd's praise quickly turns into bitter mockery as they discuss the limitations of the sword controller class. They laugh, calling it a cruel joke to get a 10-star talent on such a useless profession. Su-ming walks past the whispering crowd with a cold, intense gaze. He knows they think his class is absolute trash, but he is more than happy to let them believe that. Suddenly, Ji Yao runs down the steps with a bright, genuine smile, calling out to offer her congratulations. She tells him to ignore all the jealous talk from the onlookers, reminding him that a 10-star talent is still an incredible achievement. Su-ming smiles back and congratulates her on her necromancer class. He thanks her warmly, assuring her that he doesn't take any of the crowd's bitter comments to heart. He walks past her with quiet confidence, thinking to himself that their low expectations are actually exactly what he wants. Ji Yao blinks in confusion, not quite understanding his calm attitude. The announcer quickly calls up the next student as Su-ming makes his way out of the testing area. The crowd cheers enthusiastically as a stunning girl with long reddish-pink hair walks up the steps. The boys in the crowd immediately start swooning over her appearance. The presenter calls out her name, Ren Xiaoman, wishing her luck as she approaches the testing stone. Zhang Tong gives her a warm, encouraging smile, telling her that she can do it. She gives him a quiet nod, fully confident in her abilities. Ji Yao excitedly points her out, mentioning how popular she is as the school's star belle. Su-ming doesn't even bother to look back as he continues walking away. Ji Yao calls after him in confusion, asking why he is leaving before the ceremony is even over. Su-ming coldly replies that he has absolutely no interest in watching. A dark memory flashes through his mind, showing Ren Xiaoman clinging to him before brutally betraying him in his past life. He remembers how she used his talent and left him to rot. As he walks away, he silently vows that this time around, she will never get the chance to exploit him again. Walking down the bustling city streets, Su-ming looks around at the futuristic skyscrapers and flying vehicles. He notes that while the city looks exactly the same as before, his life is about to drastically change. He realizes that everything in his daily life seems completely unchanged, with the sole exception of his newly awakened, mythical profession. He opens his status screen to inspect his newly acquired passive skill, Total Concealment. He knows this is going to be incredibly crucial for hiding his true power from the public. The skill description confirms that Total Concealment is one of the 4 legendary skills he managed to bring back from his past life. He looks down at the glowing ring on his finger, watching as it pulses with golden energy and begins syncing with his status. He watches in anticipation as a golden loading screen pops up, initiating the final integration of the Divine Ring of Defiance. The golden interface glows brightly as it successfully loads the divine artifact directly into his character profile. A system alert informs him that he has successfully inherited a portion of the skills from his previous god-slaying profession, which are now merging directly with his new sword god class. Su-ming looks at the screen in pure shock, realizing he has just inherited the overpowered skills of a literal god of slaughter. His full stat sheet materializes, showing perfectly balanced base attributes of 10 across the board. Below his level, his unique mythical grade sword god class is officially registered along with his 4 powerful starting skills. He closes the screen and walks down the street, reminding himself of the old saying that possessing great treasure without the power to protect it is a literal crime. He narrows his eyes, resolving to keep his unique sword god profession a complete secret. Since his 10-star talent is already public, hiding his actual class is his absolute best line of defense. He heads toward a massive high-end shopping district to prepare for the challenges ahead. He remembers that, according to his past life, the Novice Dungeon Challenge always begins the day after the ceremony. A vision of a swirling, fiery red dungeon portal flashes in his mind, reminding him of the dangers that await the unprepared. He knows that for someone with his experience, the Novice Dungeon itself is a total walk in the park. His real goal is to clear it as fast as possible to claim the best speedrun rewards. He looks up at the massive modern weapon emporium, noting that his absolute first priority is to get his hands on a reliable sword. A vision of his future self, clad in dark armor and holding a legendary blade, flashes before his eyes. He is ready to reclaim his spot at the top. He steps through the grand entrance of the weapon palace, ready to see what kind of gear is currently available for purchase. Meanwhile, in a luxury lounge, Zhang Tong is relaxing with his beautiful red-haired companion. She playfully teases him, complaining that Su-ming's 10-star awakening completely stole all of his spotlight. She hands him her phone to show him Su-ming's public profile, pointing out that despite being a mere sword controller, Su-ming's raw attributes are still incredibly valuable. Zhang Tong looks at the screen with a smug, malicious grin. He realizes that if he plays his cards right, he can easily bait Su-ming into joining him. The woman smiles slyly, agreeing that a naive kid like Su-ming will easily fall into their trap and become a perfect tool for them to exploit. We pan up to a breathtaking shot of a massive, ultra-futuristic skyscraper towering over the city harbor. Inside the tower, a polite, automated welcome announcement greets the customers as they step onto the high-end weapon shopping floor. Su-ming looks around the sprawling, high-tech showroom filled with glowing holographic displays of rare armor and weaponry. He notes that the store is already packed with recently awakened students who are all scrambling to buy gear for tomorrow's dungeon trial. He walks past a group of excited teenagers who are drooling over a legendary sword on display, wishing they could afford such a high-end model. The students sigh in disappointment, noting that poor novices like them could never afford such gear. They joke about having to work like dogs just to buy basic equipment in the future. Su-ming overhears a pair of wealthy customers discussing a stunning blue sword on display, priced at a staggering 1 million advent coins. They praise the weapon's ability to completely freeze a monster's blood on impact, calling it a masterpiece, diamond-grade sword. Su-ming internally scoffs, remembering that this entire batch of weapons was actually a highly advanced fraud. Just as he is about to walk away, a sophisticated woman with purple hair and glasses calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks. She steps forward with a polite smile, introducing herself to the confused young man. She holds out a premium business card, formally introducing herself on behalf of the powerful Jiang'an conglomerate. She confidently announces that her conglomerate is fully prepared to cover all of the shopping expenses for the entire day. Su-ming holds the card, asking what kind of favor a massive corporation could possibly want from a poor student like him. She simply turns to her assistant and asks him to bring out a photograph. The assistant pulls up a picture on a smartphone, showing a lovely young girl with purple hair posing in a field of flowers. The woman explains that the girl is her younger sister, Jiang Yunying, who also successfully awakened this morning. She admits they have been keeping a very close eye on Su-ming ever since his 10-star talent was reported. She gets straight to the point, explaining that since only newly awakened players can enter the novice dungeon, she wants Su-ming to carry and protect her sister during tomorrow's trial. Su-ming stares at her with a completely blank, unbothered expression, not saying a single word. Without hesitating, he flatly refuses the offer and states he has absolutely no interest in playing bodyguard. The woman looks stunned, while her bodyguards glare at him in anger, calling him an ungrateful brat for turning down such a massive offer. The woman quickly tries to sweeten the deal, promising that he can pick literally any weapon in the entire store if he agrees. Su-ming stops in his tracks and asks if she is truly serious about that. He turns back and points directly at the glowing blue sword on display, calmly stating that he wants that exact one. The woman's smile instantly freezes as she realizes he is pointing at the 1 million coin Frosty Sky Cold Sword. She internally fumes, realizing this kid is deliberately trying to extort her. She glares at him, asking if he honestly believes a mere novice is worth a 1 million coin investment. Su Ming simply shrugs and walks away, noting that she was the one who offered him anything he wanted. He coldly adds that money can't buy shortcuts for everything. He gives her a smug, backward glance, advising her to spend her time preparing her sister for tomorrow instead of trying to buy her way out of danger. The woman watches him go with a mix of anger and genuine amusement, noting that classmate Su Ming is far more interesting than she expected. As Su Ming walks through the crowd, the onlookers whisper about how he actually dared to play the powerful Jiang'an conglomerate. Suddenly, his pocket starts buzzing. He pulls out his smartphone and looks at a series of incoming text messages on his screen. He looks at the spam messages from Ren Xiaoman, asking if he still likes her and demanding to meet him on the school roof tonight. He sighs, noting that she is using the exact same cheap tricks as in his past life. His eyes grow incredibly cold as he remembers how gullible he was in his previous life. He is determined to make sure she pays for her past crimes. He approaches a quiet counter in the corner of the shop, politely calling out to the store clerk. He asks if the raw stones on display are the ones that can randomly produce high-quality swords. The clerk politely confirms, warning him that while they have a tiny chance to drop silver-grade weapons, they usually just yield useless trash. Su Ming points directly at a specific dusty stone, confidently declaring that it is exactly the one he wants to buy. The clerk looks at him with concern, advising him to think it over carefully before throwing his hard-earned money away on a massive gamble. Su Ming ignores the warning, knowing that buying a cheap raw stone is infinitely better than paying a fortune for a weapon that will soon be completely obsolete. He activates a glowing blue scanning reticle over the raw stone, revealing all of its hidden internal data in an instant. A flaming red eye symbol flashes as his legendary skill, Eye of Insight, successfully activates. He notes that he has his past god-slaying class to thank for this awesome cheat code. Su Ming picks up the raw stone with a victorious grin. He notes that getting a guaranteed silver-grade weapon for a measly 50 coins is absolute robbery. Suddenly, a loud mocking voice interrupts him. He turns to see a group of bullies laughing at him for buying what they call a piece of worthless garbage. The leader of the group, Yang Ding, approaches him with a smug grin. Su Ming recognizes him as the notorious school bully from his past life. Yang Ding mockingly offers a bet of 5,000 coins that Su Ming's stone will yield nothing but trash. The lackeys burst into hysterical laughter, mocking Su Ming for being a complete idiot who is about to lose all of his savings. Su Ming simply smiles back at them, noting that raw stones indeed have a massive failure rate. He calmly agrees to the bet, silently thanking them for the free donation. Yang Ding's grin widens as he declares the bet officially settled, eagerly telling Su Ming to crack the stone open right now. Su Ming taps the interface and a golden confirmation screen pops up, prompting him to finalize the opening process. With a relaxed smile, he presses the button to confirm the opening of the raw stone. The crowd gathers around to watch the show, eagerly waiting to see the poor student get completely humiliated and lose the bet. Su Ming's eye flashes with a sharp blue light as his Eye of Insight skill remains fully active to track the weapon's materialization. The raw stone suddenly splits apart, unleashing a violent, blinding eruption of dark red energy that completely shocks the entire room. Crimson lightning crackles all around the counter as the powerful aura of a high-grade weapon begins to solidify right in his hand. Yang Ding and his lackeys watch in absolute horror, their faces turning pale as they realize something is very, very wrong. A beautifully crafted hilt, wrapped in dark leather and glowing with red energy, slowly emerges from the shattered stone. The surrounding students stand frozen in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes as the majestic weapon fully reveals itself. A golden system notification pops up, confirming that he has successfully acquired the Black Iron Crimson Edge Sword, a rare silver-grade weapon with a highly valuable life-stealing affix. Su Ming effortlessly draws the sleek, glowing blade, admiring its weight and perfect balance. He notes that this is an incredibly solid weapon for his starting build. He holds the glowing sword close, a confident smirk playing on his lips. With a legendary class and a silver-grade weapon in hand, he is fully prepared to absolutely dominate tomorrow's trial. The surrounding crowd stands in absolute silence, completely stunned by the result of the draw. Yang Ding is shaking from head to toe, sweating as he realizes his easy bet just turned into a massive financial loss. Su Ming turns the silver blade in his hand to admire the pristine craftsmanship. He notes that the weight and balance are far better than any standard starting weapon. A yellow notification pops up to display the weapon's official name, the Xuan Steel Sword, which carries a highly valuable 10% lifesteal effect. Su Ming smiles, noting that this handy passive will definitely save him from having to rely on healers. Yang Ding looks on with a mixture of rage and terror as he realizes he is lost. Su Ming casually points the tip of his new blade at him, reminding him that a bet is a bet. With a calm and unbothered posture, Su Ming asks the bully to hand over the 5,000 advent coins they just agreed upon. A transaction screen instantly flashes to confirm that the 5,000 coins have been successfully transferred to Su Ming's account. Yang Ding clenches his fists and yells out a bitter threat that he will remember this embarrassment. Su Ming completely ignores the threats and walks away, leaving the crowd whispering about how incredibly lucky he is. Bystanders note that it has been years since anyone managed to draw a high-tier silver weapon from a random stone. He approaches the counter and asks the clerk for a matching scabbard that costs exactly 5,000 coins. The clerk eagerly nods, delighted to guide such a wealthy and lucky customer. A golden interface materializes, showing a beautifully detailed wooden scabbard ready for selection. The system confirms his purchase of the silver-grade scabbard, which carries a massive 50% reduction in weapon durability consumption. Su Ming notes that this is the perfect accessory to keep his new blade in top shape. He slides his new sword into the scabbard, feeling fully prepared for tomorrow's dungeon. He realizes he is temporarily out of funds, but this setup is more than enough to get him started. The system asks if he wants to activate the hidden weapon materialization function to customize the weapon's appearance. He gives a knowing smirk, choosing to postpone the option for now. His eyes grow dark and calculating as he makes his way out of the store. He has a very specific plan in mind for exactly how to utilize his new gear. Looking at the young students playing sports in the distance, Su Ming reflects on his current state. He notes that although he awakened a mythical grade class, he technically doesn't possess a single active skill. Despite his lack of starting skills, he knows that the Sword God profession tree holds a hidden, incredibly powerful original talent. He opens his talent menu and a massive glowing golden magic circle flares to life on his interface. His unique talent, sublimation of all things, allows him to permanently upgrade the quality of any gear, skill, or item once. He activates the skill, letting a fierce red aura envelop his entire body. The Xuan steel sword begins to glow with an intense crimson energy as the sublimation process triggers. The system confirms that the weapon has successfully gained a powerful bloodthirst effect. The updated stat sheet reveals his newly upgraded Xuan steel bloodthirst sword. The weapon now grants him a temporary 5-point boost to all attributes for 30 seconds after killing a monster. With a pleased smile, he finalizes the weapon materialization process, letting the red energy settle around his arm. Later that evening, the moon shines brightly over the school clock tower as the time for his promised meeting approaches. Su Ming stands in silhouette on the school rooftop, his glowing sword reflecting the city lights as he waits in the shadows. Ren Xiaomen is already waiting by the railing, turning around with a sweet, playful smile as she hears his footsteps. She crosses her arms, teasing him for being late and acting like they are on a normal high school date. But her playful expression instantly shatters as a sudden sharp whistling sound cuts through the night air. Su Ming's silver blade flies past her head, slicing off several strands of her pink hair before lodging deep into the wall behind her. Ren Xiaoman screams in pure terror as the shockwave of the slash cuts a massive line straight into the rooftop. She collapses to the ground, trembling as she looks up at the massive crater carved into the concrete structure. Su Ming looks down at her with cold, merciless eyes, flatly stating that he is here to collect his revenge. Ren Xiaoman panics, yelling that she has done nothing wrong and that she even accepted his romantic confession. She holds up her phone to show their friendly chat logs, desperately arguing that he was the one who asked her out in the first place. She trembles, crying out that he is trying to murder her for no reason after she already agreed to be his girlfriend. Su Ming looks at her with a chilling, mockingly gentle smile. He quietly notes that all of her pathetic excuses belong to a past life that no longer exists. He thinks back to his previous life, where she was the beautiful, popular star of the school while he was just a neglected, lonely orphan. He remembers a day after the awakening ceremony when he was resting at his desk feeling completely overwhelmed by everything. Ren Xiaoman had approached him with a sweet, gentle expression, pretending to be deeply concerned about his well-being. In his past life, he had been so desperate for warmth that he immediately fell for her fake kindness and concern. Her calculated messages had eventually led to a formal confession which he had eagerly accepted. He remembers how they used to sit together in beautiful meadows, making plans for their future as a happy couple. He had treasured every single embrace and intimate moment, genuinely believing they were building a real life together. But in reality, she was working behind his back with Zhang Teng the entire time, using him as a pawn to advance their own goals. Su Ming's expression turns into one of pure fury as the memories of her ultimate betrayal flood his mind. He screams at her, stating he knows absolutely everything about her secret deals with Zhang Teng and how she only wanted to exploit his talent. Ren Xiaoman cringes on the floor, looking completely horrified as she realizes her dirty secrets have been exposed. Su Ming paces slowly, pointing out that her graceful, innocent persona is nothing but a carefully constructed lie. He stares down at her with absolute disgust, calling her a vain, despicable, and shameless person who deserves absolutely no mercy. Ren Xiaoman grits her teeth in sheer rage, her sweet persona completely vanishing as she glares back at him. She screams at him to shut up, demanding to know how he could possibly find out about her private affairs. She stands up, shouting that a poor loser like him wouldn't even have the right to speak to her if it weren't for his talent. She threatens that Zhang Tong will make sure he pays dearly for this insult. Su Ming simply chuckles, telling her to bring on whatever she has. He mockingly warns her to worry about how this scandal will completely ruin her pure and innocent reputation. Ren Xiaoman's face contorts with absolute hatred as she realizes she is completely backed into a corner. With a desperate scream, she draws her blade and prepares to strike him down to keep her secret safe. She lunges forward with a vicious strike, but Su Ming remains completely calm. He notes that this predictable ambush is exactly like her attacks in his past life. She is suddenly halted mid-air as a powerful crimson light erupts from his sword, catching her completely by surprise. The system confirms that his weapon's blood drinker effect has been successfully activated. Su Ming smiles, explaining that the moment he drew his sword, she was already locked on as his target. A series of sharp red energy slashes whip through the air, slicing across her face and sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Sword impact. She clutches her bleeding face in absolute agony, screaming that her beautiful face has been permanently ruined. She rolls on the ground in a complete panic, sobbing hysterically over her ruined appearance. Su Ming stands victoriously over her, coldly stating that she brought this suffering entirely upon herself. She frantically screams that she will get Zhang Tong to hunt him down and kill him. He simply looks down at her with a look of pure pity and amusement, completely unfazed by her desperate empty threats. He tells her to go ahead and deliver his message to Zhang Tong, inviting the bully to try and settle the score whenever he wants. He turns his back on her and walks away into the night, leaving her weeping on the ruined rooftop. He notes that this confrontation marks the official end of her influence over his life. With that final strike, he has officially severed the last of his past regrets and fully opened the path to his new future. A system notification suddenly appears, prompting him to accept a special reward package as he prepares for tomorrow's dungeon. The next morning arrives and the clock strikes exactly 6 in the morning. It is officially the start of the highly anticipated second day. Su Ming wakes up and inspects the glowing red attribute pill rewarded to him by the school principal. He realizes the old man probably felt pity for his supposedly weak sword controller class and wanted to give him a little boost. Without hesitating, he pops the pill right into his mouth, complaining that it makes for an absolutely terrible breakfast. The golden system interface immediately flashes with a congratulations message, confirming he has successfully reached level 2. The promotion grants him a nice boost of 10 physique points and 100 experience points. His updated status panel displays his new attributes, showing his physique and agility stats have both doubled to 20 points. His unique passive talent Origin Sword Body officially activates, allowing him to learn any sword skill while completely ignoring class restrictions. He smiles, noting that a mythical class really starts showing its value early on. He heads out toward the academy, fully prepared to show everyone what he is truly made of in today's novice dungeon trial. A massive crowd of newly awakened students gathers at the entrance of the Xuanjing First Academy's designated novice training grounds. Su Ming walks through the busy plaza, keeping a low profile as he approaches the main portal area. Suddenly, several eager classmates run up to him, desperately asking if they can team up with him for the dungeon. They try to convince him, arguing that his 10-star potential combined with their support classes would make clearing the novice stage a total breeze. Su Ming simply walks past them with a cold expression, internally mocking how quickly they changed their tune after laughing at him yesterday. He politely declines, telling them he already has a team set up. Right then, Ji Yao runs up to him in a panic, asking why he already has a team when she got here early, specifically to partner with him. Su Ming raises his hand to calm her down, advising her not to worry about him. He explains that his objective for this run is far different from some ordinary contribution points or low-tier academy rewards. He quietly whispers to her that he plans on soloing the entire stage, warning her that she would only get hurt if she tried to follow him. Ji Yao stands frozen, completely stunned by his reckless plan. Just as she is about to protest, a handsome blue-haired boy named Yanze interrupts them. He introduces himself as a 9-star Demon Hunter Ranger and politely offers Su Ming a spot on his elite team. Su Ming recognizes him instantly, remembering that Yanze was also a highly prominent 9-star Awakener in his previous life. However, Su Ming flatly rejects the offer. Ji Yao quickly steps in to cover for him, telling the crowd that Su Ming is already partnering with her and that they should stop pestering him. Yan Ze politely apologizes for the intrusion and walks away, instructing the surrounding crowd to disperse and prepare for the trial. Su Ming looks at Ji Yao, silently thanking her for being so reliable. He checks the outdoor clock tower, noting that the dungeon gates are scheduled to open in just a few minutes. A booming announcement echoes across the plaza, officially declaring the start of the 107th Novice Dungeon Challenge. The portal behind them begins to swirl with immense magical energy. The principal broadcasts a live message to the students from his home, embarrassingly admitting he overslept and couldn't make it to the scene. He begins explaining the basic safety rules and scoring guidelines for the rookies. He explains that each challenger's score will be calculated based on their individual contributions inside, advising them to cooperate in teams to ensure their survival. As the principal delivers his final motivational speech, Ji Yao turns around only to realize that Su Ming has already vanished from her side. The principal shouts that the gates are officially open while Ji Yao frantically looks around the crowded plaza trying to spot where her friend went. Suddenly, a bright blue streak of light darts straight into the swirling portal, catching everyone by surprise. The students point at the gateway in disbelief, shouting that someone has already rushed in the very second it opened. The crowd goes wild as they realize the person who just rushed in solo is none other than the 10-star prodigy, Su Ming. Inside the dimensional warp, Su Ming smiles as a wave of nostalgia hits him. He remembers how terrified he was during his first run in his past life, but this time, he is ready to unleash absolute havoc. A system prompt welcomes him, explaining that while killing the basic boss is the standard way to clear the stage, there is a far more rewarding and difficult hidden method. Su Ming's eyes narrow with absolute focus. His target is nothing less than slaying the ultimate hidden boss of the zone. Deep inside the dark, misty jungle, a small green lizard sits quietly on a branch, completely unaware of the massive threat that just entered its territory. The system officially registers his entry into the F-rank Raging Tide Forest. Su Ming notes that the novice dungeon layout is randomly generated every single year. He looks around at the glowing blue foliage, confirming that this terrain is completely different from the map he cleared in his past life. He pulls up a holographic display showing the random spawn distribution of the players entering the zone. He realizes that because the spawn locations are completely random, every challenger will have to adapt and plan their own routes on the fly. A massive flaming tree monster roars in the distance, setting the surrounding forest ablaze. Su Ming carefully analyzes the behavior of the flame monsters on his screen, noting that getting caught by their burning vines is an instant death sentence for unprepared rookies. He resolves to avoid them entirely to save time. He enters the coordinates of his target location, explaining that his rush to enter first was to secure the special summoning items for the hidden boss before other players could clutter the map. He dashes forward into the dense jungle, knowing that once the crowd arrives, gathering the necessary materials will become 10 times harder. Meanwhile, the clock strikes exactly 7:30 as another portal swirls, and Zhang Yunying steps out onto her designated spawn point. She looks around the dark, quiet clearing, noting that there don't seem to be any other challengers spawned near her. She walks deeper into the misty woods, hoping the silence means she's in a relatively safe zone. Her companion suddenly stops, warning her that he hears a strange, heady rustling sound coming from the dense bushes nearby. He points frantically into the fog as a desperate scream for help echoes through the trees. A terrified student clutching a massive warhammer comes sprinting out of the bushes, screaming at the top of his lungs. The rookies look on in pure horror as they realize a pack of giant, red-eyed, bloodthirsty rats is hot on his heels. The massive rodents roar as they chase the screaming students, forcing the group to immediately scatter and run for their lives. A live system announcement flashes across the academy screens, reporting that 3 challengers have already been eliminated by the rats just 1 minute into the trial. The students outside watch the broadcast in shock, whispering that even a 6-star awakener was instantly taken out. Ji Yao calls out to the remaining crowd, urging them to quickly form larger groups since the dungeon is clearly far more dangerous than expected. Deep inside the forest, Jiang Yunying is running as fast as her legs can carry her, desperately clutching her staff. She stops to catch her breath, realizing to her horror that she's been completely separated from her group. She looks around the dark, unfamiliar clearing in a panic, realizing she has completely lost her bearings. Suddenly, a deep, ominous growl echoes from the branches right above her head. She slowly looks up to see a massive dark silhouette of an ape monster crouching in the misty canopy. The giant ape monster bares its fangs, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light as it locks its gaze onto her. With a furious roar, the beast leaps down from the branch, launching a devastating downward strike directly at her. The sheer force of the monster's descent creates a violent shockwave of wind, pinning her to the ground. Jiang Yunying squeezes her eyes shut and screams for help, completely powerless to defend herself against the brute force. But before the blow can land, a brilliant crimson blade streaks through the air, perfectly deflecting the giant ape's heavy fist. Metal impact. Su Ming leaps into action with incredible grace, slicing clean through the monster's defenses while the young girl watches in absolute awe. The crimson energy from his sword slashes cuts clean through the darkness, leaving brilliant red trails of light in its wake. In a flash, Su Ming lunges forward to shield the terrified girl, his blade moving way too fast for the naked eye to track. He stands in full combat form, wielding his massive red and white blade with absolute authority. Meanwhile, in a different sector of the forest, another rookie is completely cornered by a ferocious growl, desperately cursing his terrible luck. A level 5 bloodthirsty brown bear emerges from the thick brush, baring its massive fangs as it targets the helpless student. The beast unleashes a violent, heavy swipe, sending the screaming rookie flying back into the dirt as he calls for help. In other parts of the forest, panic is spreading rapidly as various teams find themselves completely overwhelmed by level 2 swamp hunters. Another group of students is chased down by swift level 3 tracking hounds, their desperate screams echoing through the foggy woods. Yanzei hurriedly contacts his team over the radio, warning them that the southern transport coordinates are completely swarming with elite monsters and requesting immediate support. The situation grows even more critical as a level 5 dragonized lizard launches an attack in the southern sector, forcing the local defense teams to retreat. In the northern clearing, a group of exhausted students struggles to hold the line against an endless wave of monsters, their defensive formations slowly buckling under the pressure. A purple-haired girl looks around in absolute despair, trembling as she realizes her entire 5-man team is on the verge of total collapse. She collapses to her knees, looking at the fallen weapons and bodies of her teammates, completely devastated that they were all wiped out so quickly. She weeps bitterly, realizing they would have survived if her teammates hadn't told her to hide while they drew the monster's attention. She shivers from the cold wind, wondering if a group of newly awakened high school students is truly capable of surviving such an incredibly brutal dungeon. She closes her eyes, weeping as she braces herself for the end, completely powerless to escape the approaching beast. But just as the monster closes in, she looks up to see a dark silhouette leaping gracefully through the canopy. Su Ming descends like a meteor, his crimson blade unleashing a massive shockwave of energy that instantly pushes the beast back. The girl stands frozen in utter amazement as she watches the mysterious swordsman face down the towering threat. In a single clean motion, Su Ming delivers a massive explosive strike that completely obliterates the giant ape monster. The girl gasps in disbelief, amazed that someone could kill such a powerful elite in an instant. As he casually sheathes his glowing weapon, she stammers out her gratitude, trying to ask if he is the famous 10-star rookie everyone was talking about. Without saying a word, Su Ming coolly turns his back on her, preparing to head deeper into the dark forest. He looks back over his shoulder, calmly telling her that he was simply passing by and that she needs to find safety since he won't be around to save her a second time. She looks on in confusion as he suddenly disappears into the mist, resolving to run back to the starting area to summon reinforcements for him. She runs as fast as she can, shouting for Su Ming to hang in there while she brings back a proper rescue team. Once she is gone, Su Ming uses his eye of insight to analyze the beast's detailed stats, noting that the mutated Ape King possesses massive strength and constitution attributes. He prepares his stance, watching the giant beast closely as it prepares to unleash its powerful slap skill. The massive ape launches a heavy strike, but Su Ming moves with incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the beast's attack while launching a counteroffensive. He smiles confidently as he matches the beast's movements, ready to test his skills against an elite opponent. He prepares to unleash one of the classic high-tier sword techniques he inherited from his past life to finish the battle. With the battle intensifying, Su Ming prepares to activate his third major technique. His system screen reveals the iconic golden brute symbol of his divine shadow step. He channels his energy to activate the divine shadow step, which boosts his movement speed by 50%, while granting absolute immunity to all physical, magical, and spiritual attacks. This incredible footwork technique is his ultimate survival tool. In a blinding flash of cyan light, Su Ming gains immense speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages as the beast swings wildly. Whoosh! He effortlessly bypasses the monster's defenses, suddenly materializing right behind its massive shoulders. Before the beast can even register what happened, Su Ming delivers a devastating lightning-fast slash that cuts deep through its core. He coolly sheathes his sword as the massive ape collapses to the ground behind him, noting that the fight was far too boring to even be called a contest. With one final decisive swing of his crimson blade, the beast is completely cleaved in two, putting a permanent end to the threat. A large golden notification flashes across his vision, confirming he has successfully defeated the dangerous mutated Ape King. He reaches out to tap the glowing chest that materializes over the monster's remains to claim his hard-earned loot. He receives a bronze-grade linear/skill scroll, noting that a projectile attack is a highly welcome addition to his current arsenal. A glowing golden banner floats in front of him, congratulating him on securing the first blood of the dungeon. He decides that even though the scroll is a low-grade item, it is still a fantastic drop for a novice area. He studies the golden scroll, planning exactly how to maximize its potential, using his unique abilities before moving on to the next sector. Suddenly, a massive golden announcement screen flares to life in front of him, congratulating him on completing the dungeon's first kill. He looks at the floating alert, realizing that the system is broadcasting his victory to the entire server. The announcement shocks the entire student body, informing them that a player has successfully secured the first blood reward, granting everyone a free healing potion. In a different sector, an injured student looks at the small blue bottle of potion that just appeared in her inventory, crying tears of relief that her life was saved by this mysterious hero. Su-Ming facepalms, realizing he completely forgot about the public server announcement system. He sighs, realizing that this loud notification will easily expose his true strength to the academy if he isn't careful. He resolves to keep his total concealment active for the rest of the run to keep his identity hidden. He pauses as a sudden hostile rustling noise catches his attention from the bushes behind him. 3 level 3 hungry wolves emerge from the fog, growling fiercely as they circle him. Su-Ming smiles, recognizing them as the classic low-tier monsters used for quick leveling. He draws his blade, eager to test the combat potential of his newly upgraded silver-grade attack skill. He recalls how he just used his unique sublimation of all things talent to modify his gear. He remembers how the low-grade bronze skill scroll he retrieved from the Ape King was engulfed in bright golden energy. The system interface confirms that the sublimation process was a complete success, transforming the basic skill into a far more powerful silver-grade attack. Without wasting any time, Su-Ming immediately triggers his sublimation talent, targeting his newly acquired bronze skill scroll. The system flashes with a bright light as the low-grade bronze skill is successfully upgraded into a silver-grade Iaido slash, which allows him to focus his mind and strike in a single devastating draw. His train of thought is interrupted by a low, menacing growl from the thick bushes nearby, revealing a fierce-looking wolf monster with glowing green eyes. Su-Ming spins around, drawing his sword in a wide, sweeping arc to effortlessly slice through the lunging beasts. Su-Ming reflects on how the dungeon's public system broadcast will naturally expose his raw combat stats to the entire academy. He realizes he needs to be far more careful from now on. He plans to use his total concealment skill to mask his identity, though he is surprised that no other rookie has managed to kill a single monster in the first half hour. His thoughts are interrupted as he spots something moving quietly through the dark foliage ahead. He steps closer, narrowing his eyes as he catches sight of a beast lingering in the shadows. It's a level 3 hungry wolf, one of the classic starter monsters commonly used by newly awakened rookies for quick leveling. Su-Ming smiles, noting that this is the perfect target to test the destructive power of his newly acquired silver-grade Iaido slash. With a lightning-fast motion, he draws his sword, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped blue wave that cuts clean through the beast. The system immediately floods his interface with experience notifications, granting him a massive 180 points for each wolf defeated. He pivots on his heel, delivering a swift follow-up slash that easily cuts down the remaining wolves in the pack. With a crisp metallic click, Su-Ming sheaths his sword as a brilliant blue level-up indicator flashes over his head. The interface congratulates him on rapidly reaching level 9, awarding him the exclusive dungeon title, Legend of the Hungry Wolf. He looks over the battlefield, highly pleased with the long-range efficiency of his new Iaido slash. Grinding starter mobs has never been easier. He prepares his stance once again, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly inside the scabbard. He channels his focus, letting the sword accumulate raw kinetic energy while locking onto his next targets. His eyes narrow with sharp precision as he unleashes a devastating downward swing. With a massive burst of pressure, he swings his sword, releasing a torrent of energy that cuts through the dense forest. A gigantic vertical shockwave of blue light erupts, completely vaporizing everything in its path. A pack of nearby wolf monsters is instantly swept into the air and cleaved in half by the overwhelming force. A violent explosion of dust and debris clears, revealing a massive crater in the center of the clearing. Su-Ming raises his guard as a deep, menacing shadow emerges from the smoke, baring its fangs. A giant red-eyed bipedal wolf beast roars in fury, completely enraged by the slaughter of its pack. The towering monster unleashes a deafening howl that echoes across the entire forest sector. A level 10 Wolf King leader steps into the light, its massive claws ready to tear him to pieces. Su Ming simply smirks, completely unfazed by the arrival of the elite zone boss as he readies his blade. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, the clock strikes exactly 8:30 in the morning. A pair of students share an enthusiastic fist bump as they successfully register their party in the system. Eager to catch up, a large group of rookies coordinates their routes and marches into the dungeon to support their classmates. Inside the combat zone, a massive skirmish breaks out. The Vanguard forces scream to initiate a coordinated counterattack as the main forces arrive. A warrior student swings his blade, trying desperately to keep a pack of feral beasts at bay. With a loud battle cry, they manage to slash through one of the encroaching monsters, desperate to secure their first victory. The sword strike connects, successfully cutting down the beast and sending a wave of relief through the vanguard. The students cheer as glowing experience indicators float into their status bars. A system notification confirms they have successfully killed a mutated field mouse, granting them their very first contribution points. The group celebrates wildly, thrilled to have finally defeated their first special monster of the trial. A blue-haired student cries tears of joy as he finally hits level 2, proudly yelling that they won't lose to the mysterious player who sent everyone free potions earlier. But their celebration is instantly cut short as another massive server-wide notification flashes across their screens. They stare in absolute disbelief as the system displays yet another historic achievement. The alert announces that a level 9 fisherman player has successfully secured the first blood on a leader-class monster, earning the exclusive title Leader of Leaders. The students completely lose their minds, screaming in confusion about how a supposedly weak life profession like a fisherman could possibly reach level 9 and solo a boss so quickly. The system flashes back to 10 minutes ago, showing the events leading up to the historic broadcast. We see Su Ming's sword clashing violently against the massive claws of the giant Wolf King. The Wolf King's health bar drops dangerously low as it struggles to keep up with his overwhelming speed. With a powerful horizontal slash, Su Ming easily bypasses the beast's defenses and cuts deep into its chest. He lands gracefully on the beast's snout, completely pinning the massive creature to the ground. He leaps high into the air, coldly telling the elite monster that a simple zone leader is absolutely nothing special in front of his blade. The Wolf King looks up in terror as the young swordsman prepares to deliver the final strike. Su Ming smirks from above, raising his glowing blade with absolute confidence. He delivers a devastating downward plunge, completely obliterating the elite boss in a massive crater of dust and energy. Back in the present, Yang Ding stands covered in blood, panting heavily after barely surviving a fight with a standard pack of starter wolves. He and his companions catch their breath, noting that they would have easily been wiped out if the attack boost scroll from the server title hadn't arrived in the nick of time. His buddy agrees, clutching his axe while thanking the heavens for the lucky buff that saved their lives. Yang Ding grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, yelling that the dungeon's balance is completely broken if a life profession is already level 9. He furiously slams his weapon down, complaining that his cheap machete is practically useless. He bitterly notes that if he hadn't been scammed out of his money at the shop, he would be wielding a silver-grade weapon right now. He sits on a nearby rock, plotting his revenge against the kid who humiliated him. He screams at his exhausted lackeys to shut up, claiming he was the one who tanked all the damage while they just leached his experience. He fumes over the fact that despite all their effort, he only managed to reach level 2. He clenches his fist in rage, desperately hoping to run into Su Ming inside the forest. He mutters that venting his anger on Su Ming is exactly what he needs to feel better. His buddy nervously tells him to calm down, pointing out that farming wolves will be much easier now that they are level 2. They pack up their gear and head deeper into the woods, eager to find more starter mobs to grind. Deep in the brush, Su Ming smiles as a brilliant blue level 10 indicator flashes over his status bar. The system congratulates him on reaching level 10, officially triggering his primary class change quest. A golden alert notes that his trial objective has been randomly selected based on his current strength and circumstances. He recalls how in his past life, he only triggered this quest after leaving the novice area, forcing him to face a highly difficult E-rank dungeon that he couldn't complete until level 15. That delay had significantly reduced the quality of his class change rewards, but this time, things are going to be very different. The system reveals his primary class change task is to hunt down and kill the powerful elite guardian of the Red Rock Cave. Su Ming smiles with pure satisfaction as he confirms the target cave is located right inside the novice forest. Having the quest spawn here makes his path infinitely easier. He opens his status screen, deciding to dump all of his newly acquired stat points directly into agility to maximize his attack speed. The system immediately flashes with a major milestone notification, confirming his agility attribute has officially broken past 100 points. As a reward, he unlocks a passive low-grade platinum skill, Sword Martial Master, which allows him to equip any sword regardless of level requirements. The title screen flashes to begin the 7th chapter of our story, where a single sword is ready to challenge the gods. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious conference room of the Shuangjing City First Academy, a meeting of high-ranking officials is currently underway. The Academy staff is busy analyzing the real-time leaderboard data sent back from the rookie dungeon trials. Principal Wang looks over the screens, confused as to why Su Ming's name is completely missing from the top rankings despite his 10-star potential. The secretary explains that while Su Ming successfully secured the server's first blood title under the generic fisherman class, he hasn't logged any other significant kills. Principal Wang sweats, wondering how a 10-star rookie with premium gear can't even crack the top 500. Before they can investigate further, the door slams open, and a powerful, displeased figure enters the command center. It's Ranling, the vice mayor of Shuangjing City. He smugly confronts Principal Wang, stating his secretary has already shown him the school's pathetic rookie performance. He mockingly notes that the supposed genius recommended by the school is nowhere to be found on the leaderboard. Principal Wang tries to defend Su Ming, explaining that the sword controller class starts off much weaker than traditional combat roles. The vice mayor scoffs at the excuse, accusing the principal of lying about the kid's potential just to secure more Heavenly Tower Council tokens. He points out that based on the actual data, only the 9-star ranger Yanze shows any real promise of competing with neighboring cities. The screens display the official profiles and rankings of the school's top actual performers, Yanze and Zhang Tang. The vice mayor praises Zhang Tang, noting that his 8-star hidden Magic Hammer Warrior class is currently ranked 4th and holds immense potential. With a look of disappointment, he announces that he is slashing the Academy's Heavenly Tower Council allowance down to just 2 qualification tokens. Principal Wang looks at the golden tokens in distress, reminding him that every school is supposed to receive at least 3 tokens to maintain fair competition. The vice mayor dismisses the complaint, coldly reminding him that the Academy has finished dead last for the past 2 years. He warns that if they fail again, they will lose their eligibility to join the council entirely. As the politician storms out, Principal Wang stares at the remaining tokens in complete defeat, realizing they have actually lost ground this year. He grips the golden tokens tightly, praying that Su Ming can somehow pull off a miracle and turn the tide. He looks out the window, quietly muttering that his entire career and the school's future now rest solely on Su Ming's shoulders. Deep inside the dungeon, Su Ming leaps down into a massive rocky canyon, completely unaware of the political drama surrounding his name. He lands silently in front of a giant rock archway, keeping his guard up as he inspects the surrounding area. A system notification confirms he has successfully arrived outside the legendary Red Rock Cave. He checks his holographic map, glad that he managed to reach the coordinates without alerting any of the troublesome mobs wandering the outer forest. He notes that he never visited this cave in his past life. He steps into the dark, damp cavern, keeping his hand close to his hilt as he prepares for whatever lies inside. His eyes grow serious as he walks deeper into the blue-lit cave, listening closely to the dripping water. Suddenly, a small creature with glowing red eyes leaps out from behind a rock. It's a level 6 gold-digging goblin. The creature bares its sharp fangs, snarling as it raises its makeshift spear to attack the intruder. With a loud screech, the goblin lunges forward, aiming its weapon straight at Su Ming's chest. With a single effortless slash, Su Ming cleaves the creature in 2 before it can even get close. But his quick victory is interrupted as a loud alarm echo starts bouncing off the cavern walls. A red system warning flashes across his screen, informing him that his attack has triggered the Goblin Cave Awareness System, activating Goblin Mode. Su Ming stares at the warning in annoyance, realizing the entire cave has just been alerted to his presence. He stands his ground as the sound of hundreds of small running feet begins to echo from the deep tunnels. Dozens of glowing red eyes slowly emerge from the darkness of the cave ceiling and walls. Su Ming's sweat drops slightly, realizing this first-class change trial is going to be far more chaotic than he initially planned. A massive horde of snarling goblins begins crawling out from every crack in the stone, completely blocking his path of escape. The system warns him that every goblin inside the Red Rock Cave is now in a state of hyper-aggression and will launch a relentless attack against him. A towering, bloodthirsty goblin leader bares its massive fangs, leading the charge with a deafening roar. Dozens of creatures surge forward at once, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Su Ming begins running through the narrow cavern, hoping his sword's durability can hold out against such a massive horde. Suddenly, he senses a heavy presence lunging at him from the ceiling, and quickly tilts his head to dodge. A massive club swings inches from his face, shattering the stone floor where he was standing just a millisecond ago. A giant elite goblin crashes down, wielding a rusty dagger and blockading his path. A heavy iron spear pierces the rock wall behind him, nearly pinning his shoulder as the cave dwellers coordinate their strikes. Deep inside the pitch-black cavern, a sudden flash of cold steel cuts through the darkness as an ambush is launched from the shadows. Su Ming spins his sword in a defensive block, effortlessly deflecting a volley of incoming arrows. He notes that these cave dwellers are surprisingly tactical. He leaps backward to reposition himself, realizing the archers are deliberately timing their shots to catch him while he is airborne and unable to dodge. A swarm of small blue-skinned creatures brandishing sharp daggers leaps down from the rocky walls, snarling as they surround him. One of the creatures manages to graze his side, causing a small drop in his mana points as his active defensive skills strain. Su Ming grits his teeth, realizing his current low mana pool won't allow him to keep using high-cost mobility skills like Divine Shadow Step for very long. A giant, heavily armed elite creature steps forward, rallying the smaller minions to launch a coordinated attack. He finds himself completely cornered by a large pack of standard mobs backed by a powerful elite, a highly dangerous situation for a low-level soloist. He realizes that with his limited early-game skill pool, relying on brute force alone is going to get him killed. He lands firmly on his feet, deciding that he will have to rely on his speed and agility to dodge their attacks instead of wasting mana on defensive skills. He slides gracefully through the narrow passage, weaving past a flurry of spears and axes with millimetric precision. A sharp arrow whistles inches from his ear, but he keeps his focus, completely in the zone. He stands at the end of the passage, a small scratch on his shoulder as he mockingly invites the monsters to give him absolutely everything they have. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to turn the tables on his pursuers. The 8th chapter of our story begins where Su Ming finds himself completely surrounded by a massive horde of gold-digging goblins deep inside the cavern. With a calm and confident expression, he addresses the snarling creatures, mockingly telling them that he has a special gift prepared for them. He unleashes a powerful sweeping sword-drawing slash that cuts through the front ranks of the charging goblins in a single devastating motion. Multiple creatures are sliced down instantly by the sheer force of his blade, their weapons flying out of their hands as they collapse. The remaining goblins screech in panic, their aggressive formation completely shattered by his overwhelming opening move. Su Ming landing firmly on his feet, noting that securing the commanding high ground allows him to maximize the cutting power and range of his drawing slash. He delivers a final sweeping strike that easily mows down the remaining monsters scattered around the cavern. He lands silently on the cavern floor, sheathing his sword with a crisp, metallic click. He looks down at the last surviving monster, noting that it didn't take long for the entire horde to be completely wiped out. Standing over the remains of the level 8 goblin captain, Su Ming prepares to collect his rewards for completing the hidden trial. Meanwhile, outside the dark cavern, a bald student is hiding in the tall grass, peering into the entrance with a look of pure surprise. He frantically points toward the cave entrance, trying to get the attention of his nearby companions. He whispers to his teammate, claiming that he heard the unmistakable sounds of a fierce battle echoing from deep inside the cave while he was scouting. His partner looks at him with skepticism, noting that the system warning explicitly warns that this area is populated by high-level monsters that rookies shouldn't challenge. Yang Ding steps up behind them, listening intently to the scout's report with a suspicious and calculating look. He tells them to be quiet, noting that he also heard some strange echoing sounds coming from the cavern. Suddenly, the sound of slow, heavy footsteps begins to echo from the dark mouth of the cave. They raise their guard, realizing that whoever was fighting inside is finally making their way back out. Yang Ding narrows his eyes, eager to see what kind of high-level expert has the courage to farm monsters in this restricted zone. But his jaw drops in complete shock as he recognizes the familiar face stepping out of the darkness. It's Su Ming, the kid who humiliated him at the shop and won the 5,000 coins bet, walking out of the cave completely unscathed. Su Ming checks his level 11 status bar, highly pleased with how smoothly his first-class change quest played out despite a few close calls. Suddenly, he senses a hostile presence lurking in the bushes directly to his left. Yang Ding leaps out from the grass with a furious roar, launching a sudden downward strike with his machete. But Su Ming easily sidesteps the blow with millimetric precision, leaving the bully completely stunned that his sneak attack missed so easily. Yang Ding quickly recovers, screaming at his lackeys to surround Su Ming and block all his paths of escape. Su Ming stands calmly in the center of the trap, noting that he had absolutely no intention of running away in the first place. The thugs surround him with weapons drawn. Yang Ding gloats, telling him to blame his terrible luck for running into them inside the dungeon where nobody can save him. Su Ming looks at them with a look of pure confusion, trying to remember who these guys even are. He scratches his head, genuinely asking them to remind him of their names, leaving Yang Ding completely dumbfounded. Yang Ding's veins bulge in anger as he realizes Su Ming completely forgot about their bet. He furiously orders his men to charge and kill him on the spot. The thugs yell and charge forward at once, brandishing their weapons to take him down. Su Ming sighs, noting that there is truly no need to resort to violence just because he has a bad memory. He decides this is the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired skill. He holds out his hand, and his silver-grade sword begins to float and spin on its own, glowing with an intense blue aura. With a simple gesture, he unleashes his new golden-grade sword control skill, sending the weapon flying toward the attackers like a guided missile. The floating blade streaks through the air with incredible speed, instantly knocking down the entire group of attackers before they can even get close. The lackeys collapse to the ground in pain, completely overwhelmed by the telekinetic attack. Yang Ding looks on in absolute horror as the sword hovers inches from his chest, stuttering in disbelief at the sight of actual sword control. The spinning blade leaves a beautiful trail of red and blue light, showcasing the absolute mastery of his new skill. The glowing weapon circles back to his hand, having easily neutralized the entire ambush in seconds. He explains that he retrieved this sword control skill from a silver-grade scroll dropped by the elite goblin, which he then sublimated into a premium gold-grade skill. He opens his inventory to check his ultimate reward, a special hidden location blueprint retrieved from the final chest inside the Red Rock Cave. The blueprint scroll glows with golden light as he prepares to decrypt the hidden coordinates. But as the map decodes, his expression turns into a mix of surprise and mild annoyance. He reads the decoded coordinates, realizing with a sweat drop that the hidden treasure is located right back inside the Red Rock Cave's second layer. The subtitle reveals the zone name is Goblins, Commerce, and Life. Su Ming sighs, finding the quirky name of the hidden sector highly amusing. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, a team of female students celebrates after successfully clearing a tough pack of monsters together. A green-haired girl named Fenfenzi is praised by her teammates, who thank her 7-star talent for easily carrying them through the sector. They happily plan to divide the rare loot they just acquired, asking Jiang Yunying if she is feeling too tired after the long battle. Jiang Yunying gives them a weak, pale smile, quiet as she assures them she is completely fine. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind sweeps through the clearing, causing the group to shiver. One of the girls blinks, suddenly realizing that Jiang Yunying has completely vanished from her spot. She looks around the empty clearing in a panic, desperately calling out to find where their teammate went. Fenfenzi looks at the empty spot in disbelief, noting that the area was supposed to be completely cleared of monsters. She spots nothing but a few broken branches on the ground where her friend was standing just a second ago. Suddenly, a deep, ominous growl echoes from the dark bushes nearby. Fenfenzi's eyes widen in pure terror as she realizes something far more dangerous is lurking in the shadows. A terrifying, blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark canopy, signaling that their trial is far from over. We get a brief flashback to Fenfenzi screaming in horror as her friend is suddenly snatched by the hidden beasts. The title page introduces the 9th chapter of our story, where the mysteries of the Goblin Den are finally unveiled. We see a pack of goblins carrying a large wriggling sack deeper into the damp cave, preparing to present their capture. A detailed guide on goblin biology appears, explaining that they typically inhabit dark and damp places to hide from natural predators and launch sudden ambushes. The lore warns that even in the harshest environments, goblins will use any means necessary to capture female creatures of other species to maintain their population. A dark silhouette illustrates their reproductive cycles, which are far shorter than those of humans. The guide further notes that female goblins have a gestation period of only 1 to 3 months, allowing them to rapidly multiply and expand their hordes. Furthermore, young goblins reach adulthood in just 1 to 2 years, creating a rapid, vicious cycle of reproduction. Su Ming studies the horrifying lore page on his screen, shuddering at how disturbing the settings of this dungeon are. He closes the screen and continues walking down the rocky passage, wondering why on earth this game world has such bizarre lore. The system flashes to confirm he has successfully reached the designated treasure coordinates. He looks around, confused as to why there are only tall trees and no visible cavern entrances in the immediate area. He wonders if his coordinates are somehow wrong. He looks up toward the canopy, trying to figure out where the entrance could be hidden. Suddenly, he spots a massive fissure in the earth, realizing the location is actually an underground den. He notes a small, glowing, rat-like monster near the edge of the pit, realizing its heat output is being used to mask the cave's entrance. He leaps down into the fissure, noting that the combination of natural heat and fire smoke is a clever way to keep the cave hidden from casual scouts. He lands softly on his feet, realizing the hidden treasure map requires him to look past the smoke to find the secret path. He realizes that the entire underground den is actually a complex maze of tunnels, making it very easy to get lost. He makes his way through the dark passages, determined to locate the treasure as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he hears a high-pitched scream echoing from a nearby chamber, realizing a group of female students has walked straight into a smoke trap. He sneaks closer, disgusted by the sight of several goblins cornering the helpless girls. He narrows his eyes, his disgust growing as he remembers the disturbing lore of the goblin den. One of the girls screams in absolute terror as a goblin grabs her arm, desperately pleading for someone to save her. Su-ming watches the scene from the ledge above, preparing his stance to intervene before it's too late. The girl continues to cry out, begging the monsters to stay away from her. Su-ming observes the scene, realizing her screams are the perfect distraction to draw the surrounding guards' attention away from the treasure. He considers leaving her to her fate, coldly noting that she has only herself to blame for entering a dungeon without the necessary strength. But his expression softens slightly as she screams that her sister is the vice director of the Jiang'an conglomerate. He realizes she is the exact same girl from the photo. A massive elite goblin raises its weapon, ready to strike her down as she panics. With a desperate scream, she braces herself for the impact. But in a flash of blue light, Su-ming leaps from the ledge, his sword drawn to intercept the blow. With his sword control skill active, Su-ming guides his blade through the air, completely dominating the battlefield. Goblins scream as he slices through their defenses. He extends his hand, focusing his energy to prepare his signature draw technique. The hilt of his weapon flashes with a violent red light, preparing to release an explosive wave of kinetic power. With a massive explosion of light, he triggers his draw slash, vaporizing the surrounding stone and blocking the entrance of the cave. The brilliant flash of light completely blinds the pursuing monsters, giving Su-ming a perfect window of opportunity to escape with Jiang Yunying. He makes his run, keeping a tight hold on her hand. He knows that as long as he doesn't slay any of the standard goblins, he won't trigger the cave-wide defense system. Jiang Yunying struggles to keep up, gasping that her stamina is completely depleted and she can't run another step. Su-ming stops to check behind them, relieved to see that the goblins have abandoned the chase. His strategy worked perfectly. The alarm wasn't triggered. She collapses to the ground, panting heavily as she quietly thanks him for saving her life once again. She introduces herself as Jiang Yunying, which makes Su-ming recognize her as the girl from the corporation photo he saw earlier. He keeps his tone cold, telling her there is no need to thank him since he was merely passing through the area. She eagerly promises that she will give him a massive reward once they exit the dungeon, mentioning her sister's high-ranking status in the corporation. Su-ming dismisses her offer, advising her to focus on surviving first. She begs him not to leave her alone, but Su-ming coldly tells her she will only slow him down. He makes it clear that he has already saved her once and has no intention of being a permanent bodyguard. She watches him in confusion as he opens his golden holographic map screen to scan the surroundings. He presses his hand against the scanner interface, confirming that the hidden treasure coordinates should be located directly beneath them. They look down a narrow crevice in the rocks, verifying that no monsters have followed them into the hidden chamber. Su-ming confidently announces that he has located the hidden chest. He approaches a rusted metallic chest, identifying it as a silver-quality random lottery chest. He decides to use his sublimation talent to upgrade the chest's quality before opening it. He channels his golden energy into the container, while Jiang Yunying watches the glowing transformation in absolute awe. She stares wide-eyed as the brilliant golden light reflects off her face, completely mesmerized by his unique ability. The system confirms a successful sublimation, upgrading the chest to a gold, lower-grade lottery chest. A slot machine graphic spins wildly with 3 sevens, indicating a high probability roll for high-tier skills or equipment. The reels lock into place as the chest slowly creaks open, filling the chamber with a warm golden glow. Inside the chest are 2 incredible rewards, a piece of heavy golden armor and a premium skill scroll. Su-ming eagerly inspects the rewards inside the golden chest, hoping to find some top-tier gear. He watches in anticipation as the items materialize on his screen. While the Shadowstream armor set looks incredibly solid, he is completely baffled to receive a platinum-grade Soul Healer skill scroll. He grumbles, realizing that a premium healer scroll is absolutely useless for his sword god build. He glances over his shoulder at the young lady sitting behind him, a sudden realization washing over his face. Jiang Yunying looks up shyly, sheepishly admitting that her awakened profession is actually a 7-star soul healer. Su Ming stands frozen with a hilarious deadpan expression, unable to believe the coincidence. The system had literally handed him her perfect skill scroll. A golden notification pops up, confirming that Zhang Yunying has successfully joined his team, officially naming him the party leader. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, a violent battle has broken out, leaving multiple defeated students scattered on the ground. Another rookie falls to the ground, heavily injured and unable to keep up with the overwhelming difficulty. A sinister figure smirks from the shadows, mocking the weakness of the academy's students as he prepares to claim his next victim. Ji Yao stands her ground, glaring at the attacker as she commands her skeleton minions to form a defensive wall. Though covered in bruises and panting heavily, her eyes burn with pure determination as she raises her staff to face the threat. A terrifying skeleton warrior leaps into action, wielding a massive shield to absorb the incoming shockwaves. A transition panel showcases Su Ming clad in his powerful red aura, representing the main storyline moving forward. The scene cuts back to the rocky canyon at 12:30 in the afternoon, where a series of sharp ice pillars have frozen the entire path. A pair of boots dashes across the frozen rocks, fleeing from a dangerous pursuit. Hiding behind a massive boulder, Ji Yao holds her breath, trying to mask her presence from the hunter. She wipes the sweat from her forehead, her heart pounding as she realizes she is completely out of mana. A heavy, ominous shadow slowly creeps up the rock wall behind her, indicating her hiding spot has been compromised. The sound of light, stealthy footsteps approaches her position, making her squeeze her eyes shut. A pair of cold, sinister eyes glints in the darkness as the hunter prepares his final strike. With a sudden leap, a red-haired warrior wielding a giant curved blade comes crashing down from the ledge. Ji Yao looks up in shock, her eyes widening as she realizes she has been completely cornered. The attacker unleashes a devastating downward slash, mocking her as if playing a childish game of catch. Ji Yao barely manages to block the heavy blow with her staff, the force of the impact vibrating through her arms. The hunter lands gracefully, completely unbothered by her defensive efforts. He smirks, praising her for holding out so long but stating that she has simply wasted his precious time. He notes that the Xuanjing Academy students aren't completely useless after all. Ji Yao points at him in anger, calling him out for wearing the uniform of the rival Wujing Academy from Wuyang City. The red-haired intruder stands proudly with his massive blade, showing absolutely no remorse for invading their training ground. He activates his system interface with an evil grin, revealing that his level 10 class change quest requires him to hunt other players. He explains that since he couldn't go on a killing spree in his own city's dungeon, he used a private plane to sneak into their novice area instead. He laughs, declaring that he will slaughter everyone he sees and that they should blame their school's weakness for their fate. With a vicious grin, he leaps from the ledge, aiming a lethal strike directly at her. Ji Yao prepares her remaining mana, ready to defend her life to the very last second. The hunter easily slices through her skeleton guards, mocking her basic summons as mere toys. His eyes flare with a manic light as he prepares to unleash his signature blood blade flying stab technique. A violent wave of crimson energy erupts from his blade, launching a rapid volley of strikes at her position. Ji Yao takes a direct hit, grimacing in pain as the force of the attack pushes her back. But before he can land the finishing blow, a glowing green arrow streaks through the air, perfectly deflecting his blade. A group of archers yells to Ji Yao, promising to cover her retreat as they launch a counteroffensive. The blue-haired ranger, Yan Ze, steps forward with his bow drawn, looking extremely serious. Yan Ze notches another arrow, preparing to face off against the dangerous intruder to protect his classmate. A golden interface flashes on the screen, prompting the user to submit their treasure fragments to complete the quest. He submits the required fragments, and a system notification confirms that his class change quest is officially complete. He hands the platinum scroll to Zhang Yunying, who uses it and watches in wonder as a blue light envelops her. She successfully unlocks a legendary passive skill, Soul Buff, which consumes soul power to grant an incredible stat boost. Su Ming stares at the skill description in pure shock, realizing the passive grants a whopping 200% experience boost. He is amazed by her incredible luck. He watches her celebrate, internally noting that her luck is indeed incredibly high. A devious chibi grin spreads across his face as he realizes how fast they are going to level up with her boost active. Back in the cave, Su Ming looks at Zhang Yunying, casually announcing that he has changed his mind and will carry her through the dungeon. She jumps with joy, thrilled to have such a reliable partner. Su Ming walks forward with a deadpan expression, internally sighing about carrying a rich girl but admitting her powerful healing skills are too good to pass up. He blinks in surprise as his system menu chimes with an unexpected notification. He opens his inbox to find a direct warning message sent from his classmate, Ji Yao. Meanwhile, deep in the rocky terrain, Yanzei launches a quick volley of arrows, but the red-haired intruder deflects them with ease. A massive explosion of red energy ripples through the valley as the attacker counters with an aggressive sweeping blade strike. The rogue warrior smirks confidently, fully expecting his heavy attack to easily crush his opponents. But a sudden, powerful beam of green light pierces straight through the center of his crimson shockwave, neutralizing the blast. The green arrow completely shatters the red-haired warrior's strike, sending a massive shockwave of dust and wind through the canyon. The attacker grits his teeth in surprise, unable to believe that a standard rookie archer managed to pierce straight through his signature skill. Yanzei stands panting, holding his bow as he watches the dust settle. He realizes that despite breaking the strike, his opponent is still standing strong. The red-haired invader yells in rage, furious that his easy prey is putting up such a stubborn defense. He stands amidst the cracked stone, his eyes glowing with malice as he prepares to renew his assault. Yanzei looks back at his fallen teammates, realizing the horrifying gap in their strength. He notes that the rival academy possesses an incredibly powerful and ruthless genius. He whispers to Ji Yao, explaining that based on his research, their opponent is the notorious 10-star talent Li Chengguang. Li Chengguang stands proudly, his massive broadsword shoulder-mounted as he looks down at them like insects. He is the legendary hidden class Blade Maniac. He scoffs, complaining that they have wasted too much of his time and that his kill count is still only at 35 out of 50. Yanzei pulls back his bowstring, sweating as he realizes his mana is completely depleted and he can no longer summon his spirits for defensive cover. He frantically asks Ji Yao if they can hold out any longer or if there is any backup coming to save them. Ji Yao looks down in despair, typing out a quick warning message to Su Ming to stay away from the 9 o'clock sector before turning back to face the end. Li Chengguang narrows his eyes with a cold, sadistic grin, declaring that he will slaughter the annoying archer first. In a flash, he lunges forward, his heavy blade leaving a trail of red light as he charges at Yanzei. Yanzei tries to retreat, but his movement speed is far too slow compared to the elite warrior. Ji Yao steps forward, bravely commanding her remaining skeleton shield to block the lethal blow. A massive, violent explosion of dust and steel erupts as she desperately tries to hold the line. Li Chengguang scoffs at her efforts, calling her a weakling for overestimating her defensive capabilities. His blade flashes with crimson energy as he effortlessly shatters her skeletal defenses. Ji Yao takes a heavy blow to the chest, coughing as she is sent crashing back into the rocky wall. Yanzei screams her name in pure panic as he watches her fall, completely helpless to stop the attack. But before Li Chengguang can strike again, a shadow leaps down from the cliff above, landing with immense force. Su Ming stands firmly in front of the injured girl, his crimson aura flaring to life. He looks down at his interface, reading her warning message where she urged him to stay away to protect his own safety. Su Ming's expression turns into one of pure, quiet fury. He is deeply touched that even when facing death, her first instinct was to protect others. He remembers how in his past life, Ji Yao had always faced danger head-on to save him when he was weak. He resolves that in this life, he will be the one to stand in front of her and shield her from any harm. He steps forward, clenching his fist as he glares at the red-haired intruder. Ji Yao blinks her eyes open, gasping in shock as she asks him why on earth he ignored her warning and came to this dangerous area. Su Ming simply smirks, telling her to relax and leave the rest to him. Li Chengguang launches a heavy strike, but Su Ming blocks it effortlessly using his floating sword control technique. The red-haired warrior is violently pushed back, his eyes widening in complete shock as he recognizes the rare telekinetic skill. The two blades clash in mid-air, sparks flying as Su Ming's floating sword perfectly counters every strike. Li Chengguang grinds his teeth in frustration, unable to believe that a rookie is matching his raw power. Su Ming moves in a blur of incredible speed, his agility stat of over 100 making him almost invisible. He appears right in front of the red-haired warrior, his eyes glowing with an intense, vengeful light. He delivers a devastating heavy strike that sends Li Chengguang crashing back into the canyon walls with immense force. Su Ming points his glowing blade at him, coldly stating that he will pay dearly for hurting his friend. Yanzei and Ji Yao watch the battle in complete awe, amazed by the sheer overwhelming power of the 10-star rookie. Suddenly, a warm green light wraps around Yanzei's body, instantly healing his wounds and restoring his stamina. He looks around in confusion, wondering who is casting such high-level healing magic in the middle of a battle zone. Jiang Yunying steps forward, her staff glowing brightly as she introduces herself as a soul healer and Su Ming's official teammate. She immediately begins treating their injuries, though she shyly admits she is still a bit unfamiliar with her new platinum-grade healing skills. Ji Yao watches her with a slight frown, confused as to how Su Ming ended up with a companion when he explicitly said he preferred to run solo. Yanze looks back at the explosive clash in the distance, expressing his concern about Su Ming fighting the Blade Maniac alone. Jiang Yunying simply smiles, reassuring them that they have absolutely nothing to worry about when it comes to Su Ming's strength. Ji Yao looks on quietly, agreeing that Su Ming's combat power is indeed on a completely different level. In the distance, Su Ming and Li Chengguang clash with heavy hits. The red-haired warrior is completely overwhelmed by the constant pressure. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, unable to comprehend how a mere sword controller can possess such an absurd and flawless movement technique. Su Ming stands in a calm stance, ready to face the powerful Blade Maniac. He keeps his gaze firmly locked on his opponent, waiting for the first move. The surrounding forest remains quiet, as if the entire dungeon is holding its breath before the clash of these two giants. Li Chengguang grins, resting his heavy broadsword on his shoulder as he admits, Su Ming's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. The red-haired warrior mockingly challenges him, eager to see whether a Wujing Academy 10-star genius or a Xuanjing bottom-tier sword controller is truly superior. Su Ming listens to his boast, internally noting that this guy was indeed a highly legendary figure in his previous life. He realizes that while they never had the chance to cross paths in his past timeline, their fateful meeting has arrived much sooner in this life. He gets into a ready stance, confident that his sublimated sword will easily cut through the Blade Maniac's heavy defenses. The two warriors collide in a massive shockwave of steel, their blades clashing with enough force to shake the ground beneath them. Metal impact. Li Chengguang quickly pivots, unleashing his blood blade flying stab to hurl a volley of lethal daggers at his opponent. Su Ming deflects the projectiles with his sword, mocking him for trying such a basic trick. But the red-haired warrior smirks, declaring that he has fallen directly into his trap as red energy rings suddenly restrict Su Ming's movements. The crimson binds tighten around his limbs, completely freezing him in place. Li Chengguang gloats, explaining that the residual energy from his flying daggers is specifically designed to immobilize the target. He lunges forward with a heavy downward slash, intending to finish the battle while Su Ming is unable to move. With a furious roar, he aims his blade straight at Su Ming's neck, but in a split second, Su Ming uses his sword control to summon his floating sword to intercept. The sheer force of his telekinetic block shatters the crimson binds, instantly restoring his movement. Su Ming catches his returning weapon, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he prepares to counterattack. He points his blade at the now empty-handed warrior, challenging him to try blocking his strikes without a weapon. He unleashes a powerful explosive wave of blue energy that completely engulfs the spot where Li Chengguang is standing. The red-haired warrior barely manages to leap back, covered in cuts and gritting his teeth in frustration. In a desperate move, he draws a secondary blade from his inventory, shouting that Su Ming is also currently empty-handed. He charges forward with full speed, but Su Ming immediately triggers his divine shadow step to accelerate. Su Ming moves in a brilliant blur of green speed indicators, easily outmaneuvering the charging warrior. Li Chengguang's eyes widen as he completely loses track of his target, unable to comprehend the sudden increase in speed. He frantically looks around, realization hitting him too late as a cold chill runs down his spine. Su Ming materializes directly behind him, offering a quiet apology before delivering a heavy strike to his back. With a swift motion, he catches his returning sword, declaring that his main weapon is officially back in his hand. Yanze and Ji Yao come running down the path, shouting that their healing is complete and that they are ready to back him up. But they stop dead in their tracks, their jaws dropping as they take in the aftermath of the battle. The clearing is completely silent, leaving them to wonder if the entire fight has already concluded in their absence. Li Chengguang is shown kneeling in a pool of blood, his heavy broadsword cracked and his armor completely shattered. Su Ming calmly walks away from the defeated boss, sheathing his glowing blade back into its scabbard. His companions stare at him with hilarious, starry-eyed expressions, completely amazed by his overwhelming strength. They shower him with praise, marveling at how he managed to solo a 10-star genius while they were still recovering in the back. Jiang Yunying also looks highly impressed, but her expression suddenly turns into one of pure horror as she notices a movement behind him. She screams at him to watch out, pointing frantically at the bloodied warrior rising back to his feet. Su Ming spins around, his eyes narrowing as he senses a massive, desperate surge of energy behind him. With a crazed, bloodshot gaze, Li Chengguang lunges forward for one final suicidal strike, unleashing his ultimate blade technique. But Su Ming simply smirks, noting that the opponent's desperate charge has left him completely open to a counterstrike. A red aura flares around him as he prepares to unleash the full, unfiltered power of his mythical sword god class. Yanzei looks on in sheer terror, realizing the massive scale of the impending collision. Jiang Yunying clutches her staff, too petrified to move as the energy levels in the clearing go off the charts. Ji Yao gasps, praying that Su Ming can withstand the desperate final assault. A massive, swirling vortex of crimson and blue energy erupts in the center of the clearing, completely obliterating the surrounding forest. Li Chengguang's bloodshot eyes glare through the smoke, driven entirely mad by his desperation to win. His companions scream Su Ming's name, their voices completely drowned out by the deafening roar of the clashing blades. A series of sharp red cuts slices through the air as the ultimate blade formation takes shape. The clearing is completely engulfed in a violent flashing storm of swords, covered in system warning indicators. Li Chengguang roars, welcoming Su Ming to his ultimate blade formation. Ji Yao screams, trying to run into the storm to save her friend, while Yanzei desperately tries to hold her back. Yanzei struggles to restrain her, yelling that rushing into the active blade formation will only get her killed in vain. But Ji Yao refuses to listen, desperate to save her classmate. She breaks free from his grip, tears in her eyes as she declares she is willing to face death if it means saving Su Ming. She charges directly toward the swirling red storm, ignoring Yanzei's desperate calls to stop. But as she gets closer, she stops in her tracks, catching sight of a calm, familiar figure standing completely unfazed in the center of the raging crimson vortex. The 13th chapter of our story begins, returning us to the tense showdown in the Rocky Valley. Li Chengguang slowly struggles back to his feet, bloodied and gasping, but laughing hysterically. He mocks Su Ming, unable to comprehend how he survived so many heavy slashes. He glares at Su Ming with a crazed expression, asking if the attacks were actually meant to be serious. Su Ming simply looks down at him with a calm, pitying expression, quietly telling him that he has finally made a crucial observation. He notes that his opponent likely never expected a lowly 10-star sword controller to possess such a high-tier protective technique. His status bar flashes, confirming that his full 5-piece Shadow Sword set is active, unlocking his signature Surge of Darkness skill. The system details reveal that the Platinum Grade set skill grants a powerful Shadow Clone passive, which absorbs incoming fatal damage while dealing a heavy follow-up slash. Li Chengguang's jaw drops in absolute shock. He stammers that it should be impossible to obtain complete armor sets inside a novice-level dungeon, realizing Su Ming has already completed a major milestone. Su Ming calmly confirms his suspicion, admitting he completed his junior profession change quest long before entering this sector. The red-haired warrior shakes with pure rage, completely humiliated that a bottom-tier school rookie managed to advance faster than him. With a desperate scream, he launches a final reckless attack, but his blade passes straight through a fading shadow clone as a bright blue amulet in his hand shatters. Li Chengguang looks stunned as the broken ornament releases a blinding flash of magic. A massive column of light erupts, instantly teleporting the defeated warrior out of the dungeon. Yanzei walks over, letting out a breath of relief as he identifies the light as a premium life-saving ornament. He explains to Ji Yao that the ornament is a highly expensive emergency escape token used by rich players to avoid death in critical moments. He notes that such an item easily costs hundreds of thousands of advent coins, making it impossible to farm inside a standard dungeon. Su Ming sheathes his sword with a quiet "Humph," noting that the neighboring city went to extreme lengths to protect their so-called prodigy. The dungeon clock updates to exactly 2 in the afternoon as Su Ming kneels to inspect a glowing blue interface on the ground. Back in the academy's command center, the secretary suddenly gasps, catching the principal right in the middle of eating his instant noodles. She frantically reports that a large group of players was mysteriously wiped out in the western sector of the dungeon within a short 30-minute window. Principal Wang asks if they simply ran into some high-level cave monsters. She shakes her head, revealing the analysis shows the casualties were caused by hostile player data registered from a different city region. Principal Wang's expression grows serious. He realizes the rival academy is deliberately using underhanded tactics to sabotage their rookies. He instructs his staff to secure the logs, noting that Xuanjing Academy's poor ranking makes them an easy target for bullying. He asks for an immediate update on the rest of the students' progress. The secretary pulls up the active monitors, confirming that several elite groups have already mobilized to challenge the main boss stages. She displays the active raid coordinates on the screen, showing the progress of the top-performing squads. She highlights the lead team, which is being spearheaded by the Zhang family's 8-star Magic Hammer warrior, Zhang Teng. Principal Wang nods in approval, recalling that Zhang Teng was only level 6 a few hours ago and should be nearing level 10 by now under their coordinate grinding. The secretary displays the real-time leaderboard, confirming Zhang Tong is currently tied for first place at level 9 with Yan Zhe, while several female students follow closely behind. Curious, the principal asks her to pull up Su Ming's current level, expecting him to be near the top as well. The secretary hesitates, looking sweat dropped at her monitor. Principal Wang leans in close, his eyes popping out in absolute shock as he reads the data. The monitor bluntly displays that after securing the initial first blood, Su Ming's registered level has remained stuck at level 2. But deep inside the forest, the reality is far different. Su Ming delivers a massive gravity-defying plunge that splits a giant beast wide open. A gold notification confirms he has successfully killed the elite spike-tooth beast, instantly boosting his actual level to 14. Su Ming stands proudly in his newly unlocked platinum armor set, looking incredibly sharp. The system congratulates him on reaching level 14 and unlocking the hidden set appearance. He smiles, pleased to have gained so many levels in just a few hours. He turns to his team, noting that his rapid progress is entirely due to Zhang Yunying's premium experience, sharing passive. Jiang Yunying looks down shyly, thanking him in return for gifting her such an incredibly rare and powerful skill scroll. He praises their current team composition, noting that Yunying's experience buffs and healing paired with Yan Zhe's precise long-range DPS make them an unstoppable unit. Su Ming tells them to be proud of their own combat strength, but Jiao playfully accuses him of being sarcastic. She reminds him that without his timely intervention, she and Yan Zhe would have easily been killed by Li Chengwang. A brief flashback displays the intense, fast-paced battle where Su Ming easily dismantled the Blade Maniac's ultimate formation. Jiao smiles, gushing over how incredibly cool and handsome Su Ming looked during the fight. She is fully confident that their team can easily clear the standard dungeon boss. Su Ming walks toward the inner forest, agreeing that the standard boss would be a walk in the park. He quietly adds, however, that his target lies elsewhere. He holds up a glowing blue crystal, revealing his true goal is to summon and defeat the hidden, far more powerful boss of the zone. The system displays the drop item he secured from the elite beast, identified as the Water Ripple Key. The interface reveals that to unlock the hidden boss chamber, they must first solve 3 cryptic riddles and collect the corresponding 3 key items. The first riddle directs them to a location where the silver moon hangs over the water, prompting them to trigger the silver moon in the sky event. Su Ming looks up at a massive artificial crescent-shaped stone archway towering over the canopy. He explains that since the dungeon has no natural weather, this unique landmark is their primary target. He points down at the still calm waters of the lake directly beneath the giant stone moon. The water perfectly reflects the crescent shape, indicating they have successfully located the hidden boss summoning grounds. A map scanning screen locks onto the coordinates, analyzing the second riddle regarding iris petals and sunken armor. Su Ming notes that scouting the terrain in advance was crucial for solving this puzzle. He holds the glowing crystal key, preparing to merge its energy with the water's reflection. The third riddle instructs them to hold a star-patterned key, letting its reflection ripple across the lake bedrock to break the turbid waves. He raises a beautiful staff tipped with a glowing blue iris flower, channeling the combined elemental keys. With a satisfied smile, Su Ming confirms the activation worked. His companions watch in absolute wonder, amazed by his vast knowledge of the hidden mechanics. The lake water suddenly begins to churn violently, forming a massive glowing blue whirlpool in the center of the lake. A giant ancient stone pillar begins to rise from the center of the swirling water, pulsing with a bright pinkish-purple light. The massive obelisk towers over the forest, unleashing a violent shockwave of energy that signals the arrival of the ultimate hidden trial. The 14th chapter of our story begins. His teammates look at him in awe, asking how he managed to solve all of those complicated riddles. A massive red-armored knight mounted on a metallic horse rises from the depths of the glowing lake. The ancient beast has finally awakened from its cold slumber. Su Ming stands ready, watching the towering hidden boss as it fully emerges from the churning water. The title card introduces the start of this epic raid battle against the Guardian of the Lake. The massive boss is identified as the level 19 Guardian of the Lake, Lost Knight, carrying heavy stats and ultimate armor attributes. Yan Zhe officially joins the party, his face filled with grim determination as he readies his bow. Both Yan Zhe and Ji Yao formally join the party, their status bars updating under Su Ming's name. The golden interface confirms that Su Ming has officially taken the captain role of the squad. The team stands together, prepared to follow his lead into the heart of the forest. Su Ming looks at his team with a serious expression, commanding everyone to brace themselves for a tough fight. He draws his sword, ready to lead the charge against the hidden guardian. Hiding in the tall grass, they watch the boss gallop past in a blur, The girls nervously whisper, wondering if hiding in the brush is truly a safe strategy against such a fast opponent. Jiang Yunying clutches her staff, nervously asking if they should reconsider their approach. Su Ming gives her a sweat drop, silently advising her to remain calm. A heavy rumbling shakes the ground as the massive knight patrols the lake area. Yan Zhe looks on in despair, noting that the horse is moving far too fast for them to target. He displays the boss's massive stat block, showing a staggering 300 strength points and 500 mount speed. He notes that their combined speed stats don't even reach half of the boss's base attributes. Su Ming looks at the ridiculous numbers, realizing this raid is going to require flawless tactical execution. Nearby, other rookie groups are running away in a complete panic, screaming about how such a high-level boss suddenly spawned in their sector. One unfortunate student gets caught by the giant knight's heavy lance, screaming as he is instantly knocked out of the match. Su Ming watches from the ledge, noting that 3 entire groups of players have already been completely wiped out by the boss. Ji Yao reminds him that since they summoned it, they need to act quickly. The team coordinates, preparing to execute Su Ming's precise battle plan. Ji Yao panting as she informs him that she used up all of their mana potions to set up a massive delayed trap. Su Ming gives the command, instructing Jiang Yunying to initiate her phase of the operation. He analyzes his screen, remembering that because players only get one shot at the novice dungeon, almost nobody in his past life dared to summon this hidden boss. He notes that the Lost Knight's mount possesses a staggering speed stat of 500, making a head-on clash suicidal. He smiles confidently, realizing that to defeat this boss, their first priority must be to knock him off his high-speed horse. He readies his blade, preparing to launch a coordinated assault to dismantle the boss's mobility. Yan Zhe opens fire, launching a flurry of rapid arrows to draw the knight's attention. The glowing green projectiles strike the knight's heavy breastplate, clanking harmlessly against his high-tier defense. The metallic horse rears up, its heavy armor pulsing with a green defensive glow. The knight's helmet glints coldly through the fog, completely unfazed by their physical attacks. A system alert warns that the Guardian of the Lake has officially locked onto Yan Zhe as its main target. Yan Zhe shouts that he has successfully pulled the boss's aggro, while Jiang Yunying prepares her smoke bombs to confuse the beast. As step 1, Yan Zhe continues to draw the boss back using precise, long-range shots. For step 2, Jiang Yunying throws her smoke bombs, filling the pathway with dense fog to block the knight's vision. Su Ming smiles, noting that using smoke to hide their position is a clever trick they learned directly from the Goblin Cave. The entire path is quickly engulfed in thick, blue-lit fog, completely obscuring their movements. The Lost Knight charges blindly through the smoke, trying to locate his targets. His horse's heavy hooves clatter loudly against the wet stones as he gallops through the mist. He looks around in confusion, his high speed turning into a disadvantage in the narrow, foggy corridor. He continues to ride forward, completely unaware that he is heading straight into their trap. Ji Yao steps forward, raising her staff to summon a massive horde of skeletons from the ground. A brilliant purple magical seal flares under the horse's hooves, releasing her delayed trap magic. She holds her scythe, internally thanking Su Ming for teaching her how to combine basic summoning skills into a powerful delayed binding trap. The skeleton horde lunges forward, grabbing onto the metallic horse's legs to drag it down. The Lost Knight looks down in surprise as his mount's mobility is completely locked. Jiang Yunying immediately follows up with her soul siphon, decaying magic to further reduce the boss's speed. The combination of skeletons and shadow roots wraps tightly around the horse's legs, completely halting its movement. Su Ming watches from the cliff above, pleased to see that the combination of traps and slow magic has perfectly locked the boss in place. He admits that without their flawless cooperation, defeating this level 19 boss alone would have been nearly impossible. With a fierce battle cry, he leaps down from the ledge, his glowing blade ready to strike. He descends like a meteor, aiming a heavy downward strike directly at the knight's helmet. With the boss now grounded, Su Ming launches a rapid high-speed strike to test the knight's physical defenses. His sword leaves a brilliant trail of blue light as he cuts through the air, initiating the next phase of the battle. He delivers a devastating heavy downward blow that sends the giant knight crashing heavily off his saddle and into the dirt. Metal impact. The team cheers in excitement as they witness the massive hidden boss successfully knocked off his horse. Ji Yao, however, remains highly alert. She raises her scythe, warning them not to lower their guard because this is only the first phase of the boss fight. Her expression grows serious as she watches the massive, heavily armored warrior slowly rising back to his feet. She expresses her concern, pointing out that both she and Yan Zhe are nearly out of mana, meaning they won't be able to help him deal damage to the boss. Su Ming simply smiles, telling her that their support so far is more than enough. He gives her a reassuring look, confidently telling her to sit back and leave the rest of the battle entirely to him. Su Ming walks forward, dragging his glowing blade along the stone floor as he prepares to solo the grounded boss. In a flash of speed, he charges directly at the towering knight, ready to initiate a high-speed duel. The two warriors clash in a massive explosion of steel and energy that shakes the entire clearing. The title screen flashes to mark the intense climax of their battle against the Guardian of the Lake. The clearing is filled with a dazzling shower of sparks as Su Ming's fast-paced slashes collide against the knight's heavy broadsword. Su Ming zips past his giant opponent, using his extreme agility to launch strikes from every angle. The speed of the duel increases, the two combatants exchanging rapid blows in a blur of motion. Yanze watches from the sidelines, completely amazed by how Su Ming is effortlessly going toe-to-toe with a level 19 hidden boss. He grits his teeth, feeling useless just watching and wanting to join. He raises his bow, but Ji Yao quickly steps in to stop him, reminding him that Su Ming explicitly told them to leave the boss to him. She looks at him with complete confidence, telling him that they simply need to trust Su Ming's strength and focus on their own mission. Su Ming activates his divine shadow step once again, dodging a heavy vertical strike from the knight with ease. He counters instantly, his glowing blade leaving a trail of red energy as he strikes the boss's side. His speed multipliers flare up as he slides past the giant warrior, completely dominating him in terms of raw mobility. He delivers a swift horizontal strike, mockingly telling the boss that his movements are far too slow. He notes that without his mount, the giant knight's high-speed advantage has completely vanished. The system displays the grounded boss's updated attributes. Because he was knocked off his horse, his speed has plummeted from 500 points down to a measly 35. Su Ming capitalizes on the opening, delivering a powerful downward slash while declaring that a hidden boss is nothing special once grounded. The knight roars in anger, swinging his heavy blade in a desperate counterstrike to drive Su Ming back. The two weapons clash violently, creating a massive explosion of sparks that forces both of them back. The knight's heavy armor glows with a protective red light as his level 5 heavy armor mastery passive triggers. Su Ming's blade clanks against the dense metal, but a sudden system warning pops up, revealing his weapon's durability has dropped to a critical 7%. He is forced to retreat, looking at his cracked blade in surprise as the system alerts him of the critical damage. He realizes that because his weapon's durability is so low, his raw damage output has been severely discounted. He sweat drops, realizing that the boss's high-level heavy armor attribute is proving to be a massive hassle to break through. The Lost Knight stands firm, his red visor glowing as he prepares to make a move. Instead of attacking Su Ming, the giant warrior turns around and begins heading back toward the lake. Su Ming watches him, instantly realizing the boss's plan. He mocks the giant knight, asking him if he is desperately trying to find his horse. He gets into a loose stance, ready to block the boss from reaching the lakeside where his mount is pinned. Su Ming watches the cornered boss, calmly admitting that the knight was indeed quite smart to rely on his high mount speed as a primary advantage. With a confident grin, he points out that it's a massive pity his metallic horse has already been completely lured away by his teammates. In the background, the skeletons tightly restrain the horse's legs, ignoring its wild metallic whinnies as they keep it pinned to the ground. Ji Yao commands her minions to hold tight, yelling for Jiang Yunying to continue casting her slow magic to completely deplete the beast's remaining agility. Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunying look determined, noting that their mission to restrain the horse is absolutely crucial to securing victory. Su Ming turns his focus back to the dismounted knight, reminding his teammates that if their plan to ground the boss succeeds, they have one job. He gives them a sharp, confident look, telling them their ultimate goal is to keep the horse fully restrained so the knight can never mount up again. The scene cuts back to Su Ming's duel, where he continues to exchange rapid high-speed blows with the grounded knight. The Lost Knight raises his shield, unleashing his howling water blade gather skill to counterattack. Su Ming smiles, surprised that a heavy armor boss actually possesses magical skills. A torrent of sharp water blades erupts from the knight's shield, slicing through the surrounding trees. Su Ming uses his sword control to parry the projectiles mid-air, keeping his distance to avoid getting hit. He slides underneath a heavy swipe, his blade clashing violently against the knight's greaves. But a sudden system warning pops up, revealing that his weapon's durability has plummeted to a critical 3%. Su Ming is forced to back off, looking at the warning message in concern as his attack power takes a massive hit. He realizes he can no longer afford to waste his sword's remaining durability on basic physical clashes. He moves in a flash of speed, using his movement skills to dodge rather than parry. He leaps over a horizontal swing, using his momentum to position himself directly above the knight. He delivers a clean, precise strike to the knight's helmet, using the minimum amount of contact necessary. The heavy blow lands, but his blade shatters into pieces upon impact. A system notification officially confirms that his weapon's durability has been completely depleted. Su Ming remains completely calm, drawing a glowing purple shadow blade from his inventory to finish the fight. The dismounted Lost Knight turns around, desperately attempting to flee back toward his pinned horse. Su Ming stands firmly in his way, his premium shadow set glowing with a brilliant crimson and black light as its set bonus activates. He smiles confidently, admiring the stat boosts and the incredible design of his newly activated gear. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, his blade leaving a trail of crimson energy. He uses his sword control skill to guide his weapon, unleashing a barrage of heavy telekinetic slashes directly against the knight's armor. He leaps high into the air, delivering a powerful downward strike that completely shatters the boss's high-tier heavy armor. Metal impact. Meanwhile, the outdoor clock tower of Xuanjing Academy shows that the afternoon is quickly passing. Principal Wang finally walks back into the high-tech command center, where the staff has been anxiously waiting for his report. He stands by the holographic globe, explaining that he isn't late because of the dungeon progress, but because of some highly concerning, real-time feedback. He reveals that they have detected an unidentified high-level intruder from a neighboring city who has snuck into their novice training grounds. Back in the conference room, Principal Wang is furiously arguing with the neighboring city's representatives. He accuses them of sneaking their genius blade user Li Qingwang into the dungeon to sabotage his rookies, which they loudly deny. Other academy leaders on the screen boast about their own students' progress, claiming they will clear the dungeon boss in less than half an hour. Principal Wang looks down at his remaining Heavenly Tower Council tokens in distress, realizing his academy is on the verge of its worst performance in history. He turns back to the monitor, which shows that Zhang Teng's group is currently the closest to reaching the standard dungeon boss. The principal sighs, sweating as he realizes that the school's entire reputation now relies solely on Zhang Teng's success. Inside the forest, Zhang Teng raises his massive hammer and commands his large party to charge forward, ordering them not to hold anything back. They arrive at the boss arena, where the level 15 King of the Raging Forest lets out a deafening, terrifying roar. The giant lion-like beast immediately unleashes a savage swipe, easily tearing through their frontline defense. The rookies are sent flying in every direction, their formation completely decimated in a matter of seconds. Zhang Teng retreats, covered in bruises and panting heavily. He realizes to his horror that their levels are simply far too low to challenge this monster. The massive lion beast steps forward, its red eyes glowing as it corners the remaining survivors. His teammates look on in absolute despair, weeping that they have come too far to lose the ultimate beginner dungeon clear reward. Zhang Teng collapses to the ground, heavily injured and completely defeated as the boss looms over him. Deep in the forest, Yang Ding is standing in a panic as his system menu flashes with a creepy prompt. A chilling message demands revenge for Ren Xiaoman, catching him completely off guard. Suddenly, a massive shadowy beast with glowing red eyes rises from the smoke behind him. The ominous message echoes again, commanding him to take the final reward and avenge his classmate. Meanwhile, back in the rocky canyon, blue digital particles begin to swirl violently around Su Ming's team. They look around in confusion, wondering what is happening to the surrounding environment. The rocks around them start to levitate as the virtual arena begins to dissolve into blue data blocks. Yanze looks on in astonishment, realizing that this is the classic sign of the dungeon trial officially ending. A massive dimensional portal of blue light opens up right in front of them, preparing to transport them back to the real world. Su Ming coolly sheathes his sword, calmly announcing to his shocked teammates that the trial is officially over. The squad stands together, watching the gateway as the dimensional energy stabilizes. Ji Yao and Yanze exchange a look of sheer awe, muttering that only someone as legendary as Su Ming could have pulled off such an impossible feat. Ji Yao's face lights up with absolute joy as she excitedly cheers about how Su Ming successfully soloed the legendary hidden boss. Outside the dungeon, the broadcast area is in a complete uproar. The announcers scream, wondering if the Wuyang city genius Li Qingguang was the one who cleared it, fully expecting their own academy to take the glory. Principal Wang looks up at the massive leaderboard screen, his eyes widening behind his glasses as the final results are locked in. He is completely frozen in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing as the name of his own Xuanjing Academy flares in bright golden letters at the absolute top of the board. The screens pulse with light, proudly displaying their academy's historic victory to the entire city. Back inside, Su Ming stands bathed in golden light as the massive experience rewards are distributed to the party. Ji Yao looks up at him, happily shouting that he is absolutely amazing. He smiles warmly as his system bar flashes, confirming that they have suddenly jumped up 2 entire levels in an instant. A congratulations screen confirms he has officially reached level 16, advising them to exit before the dimensional portal closes. Su-Ming suggests they distribute the rare loot drops from the hidden boss. His teammates immediately shake their heads, insisting they are more than satisfied with the massive level-up rewards and want him to keep the loot. Su-Ming raises his hand to stop their protests, insisting that they deserve a fair share of the boss drops. Yanzei laughs, admitting that since Su-Ming did all the heavy lifting, taking his premium loot makes him feel incredibly guilty. But Su-Ming ignores his protests, selecting a glowing blue bow icon from his inventory and dragging it over to Yanzei's profile. The system confirms the captain allocation, gifting Yanzei the level 20 Spirit Suppression Bow, which randomly enchants all arrows fired. He then allocates a beautiful glowing necklace to Zhang Yunying, which significantly increases her soul power storage and absorption. He looks at his happy teammates, firmly stating that their collective effort was what made the entire raid possible. Su-Ming smiles warmly, telling them that the dungeon itself has formally recognized their invaluable cooperation in the battle. Their holographic profiles glow brightly as the system registers their collective achievement. Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Jiang Yunying look at each other happily, admitting that without Su-Ming's leadership, they would have never cleared the trial. A massive gold banner congratulates the challengers for successfully clearing the novice dungeon, logging a total elapsed time of 8 hours and 20 minutes. The system prompts that their time is officially up. Su-Ming looks up at the sky, calmly advising his team to prepare themselves as the exit portal begins to pull them in. Brilliant blue vortices wrap around each of them, starting the final settlement phase of the dungeon. The announcement notes that an exit portal has been generated next to every surviving player, and all contribution rewards will be settled once they return to the real world. Su-Ming walks confidently into the portal, while the others watch him go with looks of deep respect. They exchange silent nods, completely thrilled to have finished the trial successfully. He looks back one last time, proudly noting that against all odds, they managed to complete the challenge while keeping everyone alive. By 4:30 in the afternoon, the exit gates close, confirming all players have successfully returned to the school grounds. Outside, the plaza is filled with the sound of weeping. Many students are crying in absolute despair over their lost classmates, realizing how many didn't make it back. Dozens of students sob on the grass, mourning their fallen friends. Yanzei and Ji Yao watch the somber scene in silence, noting that since the Day of Awakening, their world has truly become a brutal place. The reality of their harsh, unforgiving society settles over them as they listen to the weeping crowd. Su-Ming watches the scene with a serious expression, reflecting on how they live in a world completely dominated by the law of the jungle. He notes that only by constantly striving to become stronger can one survive under the brutal rules of this world, where some face immense grief over lost loved ones. He looks at other groups who are celebrating their rare loot, noting the absurd and crazy contrast of their world, where power and money often overshadow tragedy. Suddenly, Principal Wang's voice booms over the loudspeakers, congratulating the survivors for completing their very first trial as awakened graduates. On the broadcast screens, Principal Wang's voice continues, reminding the graduates that today's dungeon is their first step into the true world of the awakened. Su-Ming listens quietly as the principal advises them that being awakened represents responsibility, love, and peace, rather than just raw power or wealth. The principal urges the survivors to honor the memory of their fallen comrades and carry the weight of their victory. Ji Yao looks at Su-Ming, asking him if he feels sad or happy in this world of survival of the fittest. Su-Ming remains silent, staring at the sky as the principal's tone suddenly turns incredibly cheerful. Principal Wang smiles brightly on the screen, revealing that the ultimate purpose of the novice dungeon was to teach them a lesson and that all fallen students will be fully resurrected in 30 minutes. The crowd gasps in sheer shock and joy, weeping tears of relief as they realize their lost friends and loved ones are actually coming back. Ji Yao watches him walk away, softly calling out his name as she notices his somber expression. Su-Ming continues walking toward the exit, lost in his own thoughts as he prepares for the next phase of his journey. He simply smiles to himself, wondering how he could possibly explain to her that his knowledge comes from a previous life. The 18th chapter of our story begins, following our hero as he prepares to transition from a student into a certified awakened. The system screen displays the transition into the reward settlement phase, calculating each individual player's performance. The typical low-tier results of average students are displayed, showing mere single-digit advent coins as their rewards. This is the stark reality for those who failed to excel. Back at the academy, the principal officially announces the citywide leaderboard results, proudly declaring Su-Ming as the undisputed number 1. Su Ming stands calmly in the office, listening as the principal comically apologizes for oversleeping on such an important day. Walking away from the office, Su Ming reflects on his graduation, noting that his high school life is officially over. He realizes there is no longer any need to hide his raw power, since the gap between him and his former classmates will only widen from here on. His train of thought is suddenly cut short as a pair of arms wraps around his shoulders from behind. It's the principal, clinging to him with a comically tearful chibi expression of pure gratitude. Su Ming's sweat drops, asking the old man exactly how long he plans on hugging him. The principal continues to sob, thanking Su Ming profusely for finally helping their bottom-ranked academy reclaim its pride. He comically boasts that the principal of the rival Wuyang City Academy was completely speechless when the final results were posted. He gloats that the rival school can no longer look down on them. Principal Wang proudly declares that Xuanjing Academy is now ranked first among the neighboring 4 cities, making Su Ming the top novice across all academies. Su Ming calmly asks about the final ranking of the rival genius, Li Chengguang. The principal notes that the highly regarded blade maniac only managed to secure 3rd place, reportedly due to some unexpected injuries during his run. The principal gets serious, asking Su Ming how a supposedly weak, early-stage sword controller managed to solo such a powerful hidden boss. He notes that Su Ming has no wealthy family background to afford premium equipment. He wonders if the basic starter gear he gifted Su Ming was somehow enough to trigger such an incredible result. Su Ming simply smiles, playing it cool by attributing his success to pure fortunate luck. He adds that he was also blessed with a group of fantastic teammates, internally noting that he can never tell the principal about his rebirth. Principal Wang nods in approval, praising him as a truly powerful leader who brought out the best in his squad. He mentions that the other top-performing classmates have already come by to collect their rewards. He adds that Ji Yao was singing his praises earlier, though she looks slightly disappointed that Su Ming had declined to meet with her this morning. Su Ming thinks back to Ji Yao's constant praise, internally sweat-dropping at how easily she gets embarrassed by her own compliments. The principal suddenly tosses him the golden token, telling him to catch. Su Ming catches the heavy ornate token of the Sky Tower Assembly. He studies the star-crested seal, feeling the weight of the new opportunities now open to him. Principal Wang laughs proudly, explaining that Su Ming's first-place finish forced the arrogant vice mayor to redirect tokens from rival schools to their academy. He beams with pure satisfaction, fully vindicated by his students' historic performance. The principal explains that thanks to their historic victory, the academy secured 5 golden qualification tokens for the prestigious Sky Tower Assembly. Su Ming looks at the tokens, noting that he is already well aware of the immense importance of the Sky Tower. The system details explain that graduating from the novice dungeon marks a player's official entry into the true world of the awakened. While normal graduates must slowly grind their way through low-tier dungeons with high risk and slow progression, those with the token have a completely different path. The Sky Tower Assembly provides a highly exclusive rapid training channel for elite talent. Though the challenges inside are notoriously varied and difficult, the rewards and stat progression are infinitely faster. Su Ming looks up, reflecting on how his failure to secure this qualification in his past life severely stunted his early progression. He narrows his eyes with determination, resolving to grasp every single opportunity in this life to widen the gap between him and the rest of the world. The principal smiles warmly, handing over the golden token and offering his sincere congratulations. He formally announces that Su Ming has successfully awakened and graduated from Xuanjing Academy. He warns him that unlike the safe simulated novice dungeon, future trials will only offer a single chance where failure means losing one's life. The principal shakes his hand, expressing his sincere hope that Su Ming will achieve greatness and contribute to the safety of their world. Su Ming accepts the token, thanking the principal and promising to keep his advice in mind. With his graduation finalized, the scene transitions to the wealthy high-end district of Xuanjing City. A sleek, luxurious sports car pulls up to a grand neoclassical mansion belonging to a powerful family. A visitor arrives at the front door, calling out for Jiang Yunqing. Inside the lavish penthouse, a warm family reunion is underway. Jiang Yunqing's father comically hugs her in excitement, celebrating her safe return and her incredible third-place finish in the academy. The father praises the high-end mercenaries they hired, but Jiang Yunqing interrupts him, revealing that her sister's survival was actually due to a student named Su Ming. Jiang Yunqing nods, explaining that their hired guards were instantly wiped out by a monster trap, and she almost failed the trial herself. She happily boasts that Su Ming came to her rescue, gifting her premium skill scrolls and carry-level gear. She smiles brightly, praising Su Ming as an incredibly powerful and reliable challenger who carried her all the way to the end. Jiang Yunqing leans back on the sofa, recalling how she originally tried to hire Su Ming for a premium price, only to be coldly rejected. She smiles with amusement, noting how ironic it is that the two of them ended up partnering in the dungeon anyway. The father scratches his head with a comical grin, noting that both of his daughters seem to have a very high opinion of this young man. He suggests they find a proper time to thank him in person. Back at the penthouse, Jiang Yunying's father continues his call, expressing his strong desire to meet the powerful rookie. He instructs his secretary to quickly track down Su Ming's contact details. He happily boasts about his daughter's successful clear, mentioning he is hiring a famous chef to celebrate when the person on the other end interrupts with urgent news. The father's expression shifts instantly, and he commands his staff to immediately cancel all of his meetings. A cold sweat runs down his face as he asks the caller to repeat what they just said. The caller reports that over the past 2 days, someone has been sending high-level assassins to target their guild members. The father stands in absolute shock, demanding to know what family has the audacity to launch a corporate assassination campaign against them. The informant on the line confirms his worst fears, revealing that the powerful Zhang family is the main force behind the hits. 2 days later, Su Ming's phone chimes with a reminder about his scheduled departure for the Sky Tower realm. He checks the messages, promising his teammate that he won't run off solo this time. A confident smile spreads across his face as he confirms he has fully prepared everything necessary over the past 2 days. His eyes narrow with excitement as he prepares to embark on the ultimate trial of the Sky Tower. On the school roof, Principal Wang points to the portal circle, explaining that he simply needs to use his token to summon the transfer gate. Su Ming is enveloped in glowing blue particles as the gate activates, verifying his exclusive entry qualifications. He holds out his golden token, and the portal scanner instantly identifies him as a qualified challenger. A massive column of blue light shoots straight up from the rooftop, visible from miles away. With a relaxed posture, Su Ming steps directly into the swirling dimensional energy. He embraces the new challenge, ready to face the elite trials waiting for him inside the Sky Tower assembly. He is transported through a brilliant blue warp channel, soaring high above the city skyline. The title screen flashes to begin the 19th chapter of our story. Su Ming continues his rapid descent through the dimensional clouds, the energy rushing past him. He looks down through the mist, catching his first glimpse of his destination. A massive ancient pagoda towers into the heavens, glowing with a serene blue light. It is the legendary 100-layer tower. The majestic structure is the central hub for the country's most elite, newly awakened talent. He lands firmly in front of the grand entrance gates, taking in the scale of the Sky Tower territory. He reflects on how in his past life, he only managed to reach this elite zone much later by pure coincidence. He watches as dozens of portals open up around the plaza, dropping off other high-tier novices from all over the country. He smiles, thrilled to have the opportunity to challenge this place again so early. A wave of excitement washes over him as he anticipates the high-level battles ahead. He steps up to the main terminal and presses his hand against the scanner, which instantly verifies his token. The console flashes blue, formally registering Su Ming as an active participant. He steps through the grand doors, looking around the massive entrance lobby. He blinks in surprise as he studies the grand wooden architecture of the hall, noting that it looks significantly larger and different from how it appeared in his previous life. The vast scale of the high-tech interior proves that his current timeline has already begun to diverge from his past memories. As he walks in, a loud, familiar voice suddenly calls out his name from across the busy hall. He turns around with a soft smile, spotting his companions waiting for him near the main seating area. He is greeted by Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Jiang Yunying, who are all thrilled that he finally arrived. Ji Yao comically complains about how long they have been waiting, teasing him for always showing up late and acting like a lone wolf. Su Ming smiles, pointing out that he arrived exactly at the agreed time. The group chats happily, celebrating that after surviving the novice dungeon, they are officially recognized as close comrades in arms. Ji Yao continues to chat, reminding him that it is always safer to look out for each other when exploring new zones. But her sentence is cut short as a shadow suddenly lunges at them from behind. Zhang Tong charges forward with a look of pure rage, swinging his massive hammer in a surprise attack. Su Ming reacts instantly, effortlessly dodging the heavy blow. The nearby students gasp in shock, whispering in panic about someone daring to start a fight inside the assembly hall. Ji Yao stands in front of Su Ming, furiously demanding to know what Zhang Tong is doing. The bully yells in rage, screaming that he is going to make Su Ming pay for disfiguring Ren Xiaoman. He bares his fangs, his eyes bloodshot with hatred as he raises his weapon to strike again. Su Ming calmly steps past his friend, asking Zhang Tong what on earth he is talking about. The bully roars, declaring that he will finish Su Ming right here and now. Su Ming simply smirks, advising him to relax since their personal grudges can't be resolved inside a restricted peace zone. Before Zhang Tong can swing, a series of bright blue lightning barriers erupts from the floor, trapping him in place. A loud siren blares through the room as the automatic security system activates, zapping the angry bully with arcs of electricity. A massive warning screen flashes on the wall, declaring that any form of combat or disruptive behavior is strictly prohibited. Zhang Tong grits his teeth, shivering from the electric shock as he mutters a bitter threat that someone powerful is watching. Su Ming looks at him with complete indifference, telling him he is welcome to try again once they are outside. As they walk, Su Ming quietly advises his teammates to remain alert, warning them that while the hall looks empty, they are actually being closely monitored. He glances back at the high-tech sensors, keeping his guard up as they make their way down the corridor. He takes in the scale of the massive assembly hall, noting that this elite proving ground is definitely not as simple as it seems. The surrounding crowds are lining up to read the newcomer guides. Ji Yao asks if they should queue up as well, but Su Ming quickly shakes his head. He explains that the guides are only meant for average rookies, and that the true secret to activating the selection system lies elsewhere. He leads them to a row of stone benches and sits down. Ji Yao watches in shock as a series of glowing blue holographic screens suddenly materialize in front of him. The system terminal confirms the activation of his selection menu, leaving Ji Yao staring in absolute wonder. The chapter title splash page formally opens the 20th chapter of our story. Su Ming points out that their performance in the 100-layer tower will determine their official ranking in the assembly. He encourages Yanzi and the others to quickly take their seats to begin the challenge. Ji Yao asks if the tower climbing is a competition, and Su Ming confirms that reaching higher floors will secure them premium-grade rewards. A holographic display of rare chests and items floats before them, showcasing the potential loot up for grabs. Su Ming explains that if multiple players reach the same floor, their final grade will be determined by how fast they cleared the challenge. Ji Yao agrees, noting that they should start as soon as possible to secure an early lead. Su Ming sits with his team on the wooden benches, explaining that bypassing the boring introductory ceremonies is the key to staying a step ahead of the rest of the rookies. He notes that the Sky Tower Assembly is testing their ability to observe and seize the initiative. He asks his friends if they want to continue teaming up to climb the tower. Zhang Yunying happily agrees, mentioning how incredibly safe she feels following his lead. But Yan Zhe looks down, looking deeply conflicted about something. He takes a deep breath and looks Su Ming in the eye, politely declining the invitation to team up this time. Zhang Yunying is shocked by his decision, but Yan Zhe explains that during the novice dungeon run, they simply coasted in the back while Su Ming did all the work. He admits they relied far too much on Su Ming's raw power. He smiles warmly, stating that a powerhouse like Su Ming deserves to chase higher challenges without being dragged down by a group of rookies. Yan Zhe explains that he wants to rely on his own strength to face a real trial and become stronger. The rest of the team agrees, deciding that aside from Su Ming, the three of them will form a party to climb together. Zhang Yunying looks up at them shyly, her eyes filled with determination as she prepares to give her answer. With a bright, confident smile, she declares that she is more than willing to join their team. She raises her fist in excitement, fully prepared to support her new comrades in arms. The system registers their choices, officially confirming that Su Ming has chosen to challenge the tower solo. The secondary display registers the registration of the three-person team consisting of Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunying. Up in the benches, Li Qingguang watches Su Ming's registration with a sharp, calculating gaze. He smirks, noting that their previous duel was interrupted and that he is eager to settle the score once and for all. Su Ming waves goodbye to his friends, wishing them the best of luck before stepping into his designated portal. His teammates wave back with confident smiles, promising to do their absolute best on their run. Su Ming is enveloped in a brilliant column of blue particles as the teleportation gate activates. The system formally registers Su Ming as Challenger Number 1, identifying him as the first player to enter the 100-layer tower. He closes his eyes, embracing the familiar sensation of the warp. The system updates to display his first-floor opponent, the Angry One. Su Ming cracks his neck, confidently asserting that this initial trial will be a total piece of cake. But his confident expression quickly freezes as a massive glowing blue portal opens up right in front of him. He blinks in absolute disbelief as he catches sight of his opponent. A giant muscular rooster named the Qingyuan free-range chicken struts out of the portal, baring its claws. Su Ming stands completely dumbfounded, wondering why on earth this challenge is so completely different from his past life's experience. Back on the trial floor, the giant rooster struts confidently, its claws clicking loudly against the tiled floor. Its glossy tail feathers twitch as it lets out an aggressive cluck, ready to initiate a fight. In a sudden blur of motion, Su Ming lunges forward and grabs the giant bird firmly by its neck. He strangles the screeching bird with a deadpan expression, completely underwhelmed by the encounter. He holds the struggling chicken in his hand, genuinely confused as to why the first floor's monster is a common farm animal. He recalls that in his previous life, his first floor opponent was a dangerous level 5 purple-furred fiend tiger. The mental image of the roaring tiger flashes in his mind, highlighting how completely different his current timeline is. He sweats slightly, wondering if the 100-layer tower is intentionally mocking his abilities by giving him such a weak starter. His screen displays the bird's status bar, showing its level is entirely obscured by weird question marks. The giant rooster glares back at him with an angry vein popping on its head, clearly offended by his low estimation. Su Ming sighs, deciding he might as well end the battle quickly to move on to the next floor. But before he can strike, the chicken suddenly moves in a rapid blue blur, catching him completely off guard. He barely manages to tilt his head as the bird's claws slash past his shoulder with incredible speed. The giant rooster follows up with a heavy kick to his chest, sending him flying backward across the room. Su Ming slides back, his boots grinding against the stone floor as he tries to stabilize his balance. He looks up at the bird with a surprised expression, realizing this is no ordinary chicken. The bird stands proudly in the center of the room, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. It puffs out its chest, letting out an aggressive roar that sounds more like a dragon than a rooster. The intense glare from the beast's glowing eyes proves that things are about to get very serious. The giant bird charges forward once again, proving that this fight is going to be far more difficult than expected. Outside, a female student looks at the massive real-time leaderboard in absolute shock. She screams, pointing out that the challenge rankings have already begun updating before the commentary could even finish. The surrounding crowd murmurs in disbelief, wondering how it is possible for someone to be rushing the tower so quickly. The monitor flashes to display the current leader, the 10-star blade maniac, Li Chengwang, who has already successfully cleared the second layer. Inside the tower, Li Chengwang sheathes his blade, his eyes cold and focused as he heads toward the third floor. With his extreme agility stat, Su Ming easily weaves through the flurry of attacks, not letting a single blow touch him. Suddenly, the massive bird lunges forward, aiming its sharp beak at him in a rapid beak strike. Su Ming slides backward across the stone floor, dodging the heavy peck with plenty of room to spare. Su Ming wastes no time and triggers his high-speed movement skill to close the distance. He is going all out right from the start of this first floor challenge. This movement skill is absolutely insane, boosting his speed to the point where his steps look like a literal blur. He leaps high into the air, aiming to deliver a devastating plunge attack directly from above. Look at that vertical reach, this dude is not messing around. He drives his blade downward with incredible momentum, determined to end this match in a single strike. But before his blade can connect, the giant rooster moves with terrifying reaction speed. Su Ming's sword crashes hard into the stone floor, completely missing his target as the rooster easily evades the strike. Metal impact. A sudden violent explosion of golden energy erupts from the center of the arena. This boss is definitely packing a punch. A massive web of red energy slashes fills the room, trapping Su Ming in a chaotic crossfire. This is way tougher than any first floor has any right to be. Su Ming is forced onto the defensive, barely managing to block the rooster's hyper-aggressive wing strikes. He is seriously sweating now, realizing his standard offensive skills aren't going to cut it here. He quickly analyzes the situation, noting that his newly acquired draw sword and sword control skills are completely useless in such close quarters. He narrowly evades another massive beak thrust, his reflexes being pushed to their absolute limits. One wrong move and it is game over. Su Ming realizes he needs a massive breakthrough to end this fight quickly, or else his precious time advantage will completely vanish. While he is busy dodging, the leaderboard updates to show that the rival genius Li Chengwang is already speedrunning through the upper floors. Seeing this, Su Ming decides it is time to bring out the secret weapon he obtained from the novice hidden boss. The smug rooster struts forward, completely unaware that Su Ming is about to drop a whole mountain on its head. Su Ming teleports right behind the giant bird, positioning himself perfectly for the final strike. He channels a massive torrent of blue energy through his blade, launching a devastating vertical slash. The explosive strike connects, completely engulfing the arena in a blinding pillar of light. But somehow, the insanely agile bird leaps straight out of the blast zone, leaving Su Ming to predict its exact landing spot. With a calm and confident expression, Su Ming waits for the beast to descend. He knows that exactly at the moment it lands, it will be most vulnerable. As the rooster's feet touch the ground, a massive crimson magic circle flares to life directly beneath it. He triggers his powerful area of effect skill, Sword Tomb, summoning a giant mystical blade straight out of the bedrock. A giant, glowing system screen details the massive destructive power of his newly upgraded platinum-grade Sword Tomb technique. This should easily be enough to seal the deal. Su-Ming looks back into the smoke, expecting to see a pile of roasted chicken, but his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Unbelievably, the rooster is still airborne, flapping its wings and looking completely unharmed. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Su-Ming stands completely dumbfounded, wondering how on earth a first-floor starter monster can possess such an absurd level of strength and agility. This is nothing like his past life's easy run. He stares intensely at the bird, sweating profusely as a sudden realization flashes through his mind. He narrows his eyes, realizing that the tower isn't testing his raw destructive power, but rather his tactical intelligence. The giant shadow of the glowing bird looms over him, preparing to launch its next devastating assault. Its red eyes gleam with malice, fully confident that it has the upper hand in this duel. Su-Ming charges forward, but instead of swinging his sword, he reaches out with his bare hands. He pins the rooster's head firmly to the floor and draws a perfectly straight line right in front of its eyes. This is the ultimate chicken hypnotism trick. He smirks, watching as the once fearsome beast's eyes instantly glaze over with confusion. He notes that despite being a giant high-level boss, it is still just a chicken at the end of the day. The giant rooster completely freezes up, falling flat on its side with its feet pointing stiffly in the air. A handy little encyclopedia page pops up to explain the real-world science behind tonic immobility in chickens. This stress-induced defense mechanism makes them freeze up when they think they cannot escape danger. The guide further notes that as long as the threat remains or the chicken stays flipped over, it will remain completely stiff and motionless, buying our hero a flawless victory. The system officially confirms that Su-Ming has successfully cleared the first floor. He smiles, walking through the exit portal while reflecting on how much more interesting this new timeline has become. He steps into the next hall, checking the leaderboard to see how the other speedrunners are holding up. The screen shows that Lee Chung-wang is currently holding the undisputed first place, with several other teams quickly catching up. Su-Ming simply chuckles, looking completely unfazed by the competition. If anything, seeing someone else at the top has only reignited his competitive spirit. He grips his hilt tightly, ready to show everyone how fast a mythical sword god can actually climb this tower. He declares that first place is absolutely his. A dark transition screen sets the stage, declaring his absolute determination to reclaim his spot at the top. Meanwhile, the system announcer's voice echoes across the entire lobby, explaining the final registration rules for the newcomers. She proudly announces that the real challenge is about to begin. To enter the tower, all participants must simply find an empty seat in the assembly hall, which acts as an autonomous login point. The cute virtual announcer girl tells the crowd to take their seats immediately. The rookies collectively facepalm, realizing they were completely scammed by the long opening ceremony. The entire crowd goes into a complete panic, shouting about how they wasted precious hours listening to a boring speech while others were already speedrunning. Dozens of students scramble up the stairs, desperately searching for any available chairs to log into the tower. They look on in envy, realizing that the smart players like Lee Chang-wang figured out this secret right from the very start. The monitor refreshes, showing that Lee Chang-wang has already successfully cleared the 6th floor, establishing a massive lead. The remaining students run frantically as the leaderboard updates with a flurry of new team registrations. Suddenly, a blue-haired student gasps in absolute shock, pointing at the screen as a new record-breaking challenger appears at the very top of the list. The screen reveals that the mysterious player logged as challenger number 1 has already entered the top ranks. Everyone stares in awe at the username of the legendary speedrunner, God of Slaughter. Dramatic accent. After breaking through the bizarre first-floor trial, the system finally awards our boy with a success notification. Time to grab some loot. But instead of a standard chest, the screen presents him with a unique custom-made title reward. This is definitely new. As he steps onto the 2nd floor portal, Su-Ming starts questioning the actual utility of this reward. Surely there has got to be a catch. He thinks back to his previous timeline, remembering how he fought a ferocious high-level tiger boss to clear the exact same floor. Back then, his only reward was a cheap wooden chest with a completely garbage healing potion inside. This life is already proving to be way better. The system keyboard prompts him to manually input the exact custom title he wants. He realizes that his timeline is diverging fast. He hesitates for a second, wondering if his rebirth is the sole reason behind all of these crazy changes. But hey, there is no point in overthinking it. Since the heavens handed him this cheat code, he might as well abuse it. With a smirk, Su-Ming decides to type in the name of his former profession. Let's see how the server reacts to this. He finalizes his input, setting his display tag to the legendary title of his past life. The system chime dings to confirm that the input was successful. The legendary title God of Slaughter is officially locked in. Ding. His global display instantly updates, replacing his public username with his signature title. Su Ming looks at his glowing status screen, realizing this title acts as a perfect smokescreen to hide his real name from the server. Right on cue, a massive system warning alerts him that the second-floor Guardian is about to spawn. Su Ming readies his sword, a cold smile spreading across his face. This is exactly what he wanted. No more games, just pure combat. A level 3 flying bat materializes in a flash of lightning, screeching as it locks its sights on the intruder. The beast flares its wings and bares its fangs, preparing to launch a high-speed dive. But Su Ming is simply too fast. In a single clean motion, his sword leaves a trail of blue light as it cuts clean through the bat's core. Outside, the leaderboard refreshes with a loud chime, announcing that the mysterious challenger God of Slaughter has cleared the second floor in just under a minute. The onlookers lose their minds over this speedrun. Su Ming is already on the third floor, facing down a level 5 troll hunter without breaking a sweat. The system stamps a massive red kill L over the monster's face as it dissolves into nothingness. Talk about a one-sided beatdown. The transition screen flashes to confirm yet another flawless floor clear. He marches straight onto the fourth floor, instantly cleaving a level 6 three-eyed beast in half with a heavy crescent slash. Another level, another instant kill. Su Ming is absolutely flying through the ranks at this point. Back in the lobby, the crowd is staring at the screens in complete disbelief. Nobody has ever seen anyone rush the tower this fast. Su Ming checks the rankings, noting that Li Chengguang has already successfully reached the 8th floor. He scoffs, feeling his competitive side taking over. He figures it's time to show this rival what real speed looks like. He unleashes a massive shockwave of blue energy, completely vaporizing everything in his path to clear the floor. Su Ming's eyes narrow with an intense focus. He is determined to make up for all the precious time he wasted fooling around with that chicken on floor 1. He steps directly into the 5th floor portal, ready to push his speed to the absolute limit. Waiting for him is a level 7 saber-toothed Cerberus, roaring fiercely as blue flames crackle around its 3 heads. But before the beast can even breathe fire, Su Ming is already airborne, descending with his sword drawn to deliver a lethal blow. Meanwhile, the system updates to announce that Ji Yao's squad has successfully cleared the 6th floor. Their synchronized tactics are working like a charm as they easily dismantle the zone bosses. Ji Yao lets out a breath of relief, praising her teammates for a job well done. She coordinates their next plan, assigning Yan Zhe to full damage output while Yun Qing handles the healing. She beams with confidence, noting that their synergy is getting better with every single floor they clear. But her train of thought is suddenly cut short as Yan Zhe shouts for them to look at the screen. Ji Yao spins around, her jaw dropping as she stares at the updated leaderboard in complete disbelief. Yun Qing looks equally shocked, clutching her staff as she realizes what's happening. The rankings have undergone a massive shift in a matter of seconds. The monitor confirms that the God of Slaughter has already reached the 7th floor, placing him right on their heels. He is practically speedrunning the entire tower solo. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, Li Chengguang is panting heavily, leaning on his sword as the difficulty begins to spike. His bloody blade glows with energy as the system confirms he has successfully cleared the 9th floor. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, noting that the monsters are finally starting to pose a decent challenge. He boasts that a genius like him won't be stopped by some mid-tier trash. He looks up at the grand golden chest floating in the sky. According to the rules, the first challenger to clear the 10th floor will receive a legendary bonus reward. He smirks, fully convinced that the mysterious God of Slaughter is actually Su Ming. Even if Su Ming is chasing him down, Li Chengguang is confident nobody can match his lead. He is sure that the legendary chest is his, but his thought process halts when he notices something bizarre. Li Chengguang freezes, his eyes widening in pure horror as the screen updates right in front of his face. The system announces that challenger number 1 has already bypassed him entirely. The blue portal flares to life, officially welcoming Su Ming to the 10th floor boss arena. A towering level 15. Furious Minotaur emerges from the dark, crackling with lightning as it raises its massive battle axe. Back in the lobby, the crowd is in a complete uproar. Nobody is even bothering to climb the tower anymore. Everyone is just glued to the screen watching this historic race. Su Ming easily weaves through the Minotaur's heavy swings, his high agility stat making him look completely untouchable. He slides underneath a devastating vertical strike, effortlessly parrying the boss's counterattack. With a swift horizontal slash, he easily slices through the beast's heavy defenses. He mocks the big guy, asking if he can't keep up with the pace. The giant bull monster collapses to its knees, heavily bleeding as Su Ming sheathes his blade with a cold, merciless smirk. He notes the beast only lasted 30 seconds. He walks away as the boss dissolves into blue pixels, noting that its frail defenses made for a perfect speedrun booster. Power-up. Su Ming unleashes a burst of crimson aura as he finishes off the giant boss. The Minotaur's massive stats were absolutely nothing in front of his overwhelming speed. He looks down at his hands as the lifesteal effect from his legendary skill activates. Defeating such a powerful foe has given his climbing speed an incredible boost. A massive stone sword monument emerges from the ground, confirming his total victory on this floor. The system screen flashes with a brilliant golden light to register the milestone. He has officially cleared the 10th floor, securing the undisputed first place among all the active speedrunners in the tower. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the Academy's medical bay, a heart rate monitor continues to beep rhythmically. A nurse is busy checking the vitals of a patient who was knocked out earlier during the entrance lobby commotion. She leans in closer, surprised to see the patient's eyes suddenly open up. She lets out a gentle gasp, letting him know that he has finally returned to consciousness. The patient, our resident spiky-haired bully Yang Ding, looks around in complete confusion. While he's struggling to process his surroundings, his eyes immediately drift to the incredibly pretty nurse standing over him. He quickly tries to play it cool, stammering about how his heart still belongs entirely to his crush, Shalmon. But the peaceful moment instantly shatters as the reality of his situation hits him like a truck. He sits up in a panic, screaming out Su Ming's name in pure rage. He storms back into the massive assembly hall, only to realize that the entire lobby is completely empty. He stands alone in the quiet corridor, realizing that every single qualified graduate has already logged into the system to climb the tower. He clutches his spiky hair in complete despair, screaming about how he has been left completely behind. He wonders how he ended up in this mess, realizing he can completely forget about getting his revenge at this rate. Yang Ding's veins bulge with anger as he stares at the terminal. He realizes that the level gap between him and Su Ming is only going to widen. He rants to himself, completely convinced that Su Ming somehow cheated by knowing the autonomous login rules in advance. He refuses to accept that he was simply outplayed. A dark, malicious grin spreads across his face as he comes up with a desperate backup plan. He decides that if he can't catch up to him in level, he will just have to deal with him outside the tower. He pulls out his high-end smartphone and begins typing a frantic text message. He hits send, reaching out to the powerful Zhang family to request an immediate corporate hit. He's determined to use every connection he has to wipe Su Ming off the face of the earth. He walks over to an empty seat terminal to finally start his own run, checking the public leaderboard to see where the top rankings stand. He scrolls past dozens of names, noting that the second-place spot has already reached the 16th floor. He recognizes the name as the Wuyang City prodigy, Li Chengwang. He grumbles, admitting that the genius blade user is indeed living up to his reputation. But as his eyes drift to the absolute top of the board, his jaw drops in complete shock. The monitor bluntly displays that the mysterious challenger known as the Godslayer has already successfully cleared the 18th floor. Deep inside the 19th floor, a massive purple crystal golem is violently cleaved in two by a brilliant streak of energy. Su Ming's blade slices clean through the monster's core, sending shattered crystal fragments flying in every direction. He lands gracefully on his feet, effortlessly deflecting a secondary strike from an encroaching minion. In a flurry of motion, he delivers a rapid-fire sweep that completely clears the immediate area. He sheathes his weapon with a crisp metallic click as the giant crystal beast crumbles into a pile of dust. He wipes the sweat from his brow, checking his status screen to analyze his progress. He notes that climbing all the way to this floor is starting to require some serious effort. A system alert registers his entry into the 19th floor cavern, populated by level 20 purple crystal cave beasts. A massive crystal formation begins to hum with intense energy directly in front of him. A helpful guide diagram pops up, explaining that these monsters bury their main bodies underground to spawn a continuous horde of smaller crystal-shielded minions. He notes that trying to break through their high-tier physical defense is going to be an absolute nightmare. A crystal minion lunges at him, its claws glowing with an intense purple light. He parries the strike with his sword, but the heavy vibrations from the impact echo up his arm. His silver blade clanks against the dense armor, leaving nothing but a tiny scratch. He realizes that with his current starting weapon, dealing consistent physical damage to these tanky golems is practically impossible. But luckily, he's got a little backup plan ready. He recalls how he used his unique All Things Ascend talent to upgrade the gold-grade chest he won for clearing the 10th floor first. The upgrade successfully yielded a platinum-grade weapon, the Black Stone Cracked Fusion Sword, requiring a level of 18 to equip. The massive dual-type weapon is currently configured in its longsword form, granting a massive boost to physical/attacks at the cost of some movement speed. He notes that while the raw power is great, the slower attack speed is a massive liability when dealing with a fast-moving horde. With a swift metallic click, he splits the hilt apart, dividing the massive blade into two sleek one-handed swords. The weapon's broken blade property activates, boosting his speed by 50%. He gets into a low-ready stance as his dual-wielding aura flares to life. His unique passive talent, Origin Sword Body, triggers to grant him a massive double attack bonus, allowing him to benefit from both maximum speed and damage simultaneously. In a blinding flash of white energy, he leaps forward, unleashing a devastating storm of dual slashes that completely vaporizes the crystal horde. Meanwhile, back on the 16th floor, Lee Chung-wang is struggling to maintain his footing against a massive towering threat. He barely manages to sidestep a heavy branch strike, his stamina rapidly depleting as the battle drags on. His level gauge flashes red, showing his health bar has dropped dangerously low against the level 18 giant tree demon. He realizes he's already hit his absolute limit on this floor. He gasps for air, cursing his terrible luck. He knows the monster's primary weakness is fire, but because he chose to tackle the tower solo, he doesn't have a single mage or support skill to exploit it. He parries another heavy strike, his arms shaking from the sheer impact force. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, realizing that while he's busy fighting for his life, the God Slayer is probably already miles ahead of him. He thinks back to his 10th floor reward, where he was forced to settle for a standard silver chest. The chest had opened with a brilliant light, but the drop was a complete disappointment. It had rewarded him with a magic-type necklace accessory that is absolutely useless for a warrior class like his. Talk about terrible RNG. With a desperate scream, he channels his remaining energy into his sword and lunges forward, hoping to end the fight before his guard completely buckles. Back on the 16th floor, Lee Chung-wang is bitterly regretting losing that 10th floor speedrun race to Su Ming. Because he missed out on the first-place gold chest, he had no choice but to settle for a standard silver reward. To make matters even worse, the silver chest dropped a magic-type necklace accessory that is completely useless for his warrior build. Talk about terrible RNG. He desperately swings his blade upwards, trying to fend off the relentless attacks of the level 18 giant tree demon. He gets pushed back hard against the branches, realizing his physical strength is completely drained. Covered in blood and gasping for air, he grits his teeth. He knows that if he stays in this fight any longer, he is going to die right here on the 16th floor. With no other choice left, Lee Chung-wang reaches out to crush his emergency escape token, officially forfeiting his climb. Saw trombone. Meanwhile, deep inside the 19th floor, the system registers another wave of challenger eliminations across the server. Su Ming notices the updates and smirks knowingly. Standing amidst the shattered crystals, he realizes that his biggest speedrun rival has officially dropped out of the race. He leaps high into the air above the crystal cavern, locking his sights onto the underground boss. He notes he has finally closed the gap. He channels his crimson energy into the bedrock below, initiating his signature area of effect technique. A massive glowing blade erupts from the earth as his sword tomb skill triggers with explosive force. The massive blast completely shatters the rocky ground, forcibly impaling the hidden real body of the level 20 purple crystal beast right out of its subterranean shell. Su Ming points his dual blades down at the exposed monster with a cold sneer, calling it a coward for hiding in its shell. As he finishes off the boss, the server broadcast displays a massive list of party eliminations from the 12th to the 14th floors. The tower's difficulty is rapidly weeding out the weak. Standing in front of the exit portal, Su Ming reflects on Lee Chung-wang's run. He notes that reaching the 17th floor on a first attempt is actually an impressive feat for an ordinary genius. He looks ahead toward the snowy expanse of the next zone. Based on his memories from his past life, he knows the 20th floor is a massive threshold where the difficulty spikes exponentially. He admits that with his base gear, clearing the 19th floor was pretty much the absolute limit of his raw stats. His level gauge fills up completely, confirming that he just hit level 20 right in the nick of time. Perfect timing. The golden crest of the sword god profession flares to life on his interface, unlocking his mid-tier potential. Clad in his crimson cloak, Su Ming smiles. Having a mythical grade talent means level 20 isn't just a number, it is a complete power shift. He steps through the blue warp channel, officially entering the arena of the 20th floor. He immediately dashes to the side, evading a sudden lightning-fast strike from the Zone Guardian. He moves with fluid grace, his high agility allowing him to weave past the heavy attacks. His eyes lock onto his opponent with razor-sharp focus, studying the enemy's attack patterns. Emerging from the mist is a formidable figure clad in pristine white steel armor, wielding a massive halberd. The armored warrior swings its heavy weapon in a wide horizontal sweep, cutting through the frosty air. Su Ming crosses his dual blades to block, creating a shower of sparks as the heavy halberd collides with his steel. He backflips away to create distance, shaking off the intense kinetic impact of the clash. He immediately activates his divine shadow step, boosting his movement speed to blur levels. He darts around the arena in a zigzag pattern, trying to find an opening in the knight's defense. He launches a rapid counterslash, but his blades clank harmlessly against the knight's heavy plate armor. Su Ming gets pushed back, realizing his opponent is effortlessly deflecting every single one of his dual slashes. The system displays the boss's official profile, the level 25 Seal Knight. The knight stands tall and unyielding, its heavy shield and armor making it look like an absolute fortress. He notes that it's no wonder the boss is parrying everything so easily since it's a level 25 floor guardian. The knight's single red eye flares from behind its visor as it locks onto Su Ming's position. It raises its halberd, channeling a massive concentration of purple lightning along the blade. Su Ming braces himself as he realizes the boss is about to unleash its signature high-damage skill. A gigantic vertical beam of purple energy erupts from the halberd, tearing clean through the arena floor. Su Ming barely manages to twist his body out of the direct blast zone, narrowly evading instant death. The shockwave alone destroys the surrounding stone pillars, proving a higher-level monster's skill hits way too hard. Sweat drips down his face as he analyzes the massive damage output. One direct hit from that ability would wipe him out. Before he can recover his balance, the Seal Knight lunges forward with a heavy shield bash, leaving him unable to block. The sheer force sends Su Ming skidding backward across the floor. He realizes his current gear and stats are not enough. His health bar drops into the danger zone. He knows he absolutely cannot withstand its skill attacks, since each grazing hit takes a third of his HP. The towering knight approaches for the finishing blow. He notes he can tank one more hit at most, admitting that even as a regressor he can't fight 5 levels above his rank with standard tactics. The Seal Knight raises its blade to end the fight, but a confident, fearless smirk spreads across Su Ming's bloodied face. This challenge was exactly what he expected from the start. His Shadow Blade 5-piece armor set suddenly flares with crimson light as he activates its hidden weapon property. The reason he pushed to the 20th floor was specifically to try this out. A massive storm of dark red aura erupts around his body as his level 20 skill unlocks. A vision of his past life's god of slaughter form materializes behind him, holding a massive crimson blade. In his previous life, this was the signature skill he was most proud of. Su Ming grips his glowing shadow blade, fully prepared to turn the tables on the level 25 guardian with his ultimate technique. This is the moment he's been waiting for. With a single earth-shattering motion, Su Ming unleashes his ultimate past life technique, the God-slaying slash. The crimson and blue energy completely tears the 20th floor to pieces. That level 25 Seal Knight never stood a chance against a literal God-slaying strike. Back in the lobby, Lee Chungwang stares up at the massive display board in utter disbelief. He was completely convinced he was the strongest rookie here, but the leaderboard proves otherwise. The surrounding students are crowded around the monitors, whispering in absolute awe about how this Godslayer is still effortlessly climbing the tower. Some of them are bragging about surviving extra floors, but everyone knows they're not in the same league. The gossip only intensifies as more and more challengers log out of the system to watch the show. Everyone is left wondering where on earth this legendary beast came from. Li Chengguang's jaw drops as the system notifications start flying. Everyone in the lobby is staring at the big screen, completely blown away by the god of slaughter tearing up the upper floors. The lobby is buzzing with rookies discussing their own limits. Some brag about making it to the 12th floor, but they all agree that the 20th floor monsters are a whole different level of crazy. The crowd can't stop gossiping about this mysterious newcomer. They find it hard to believe someone is already challenging the 20th floor on his very first climb. Meanwhile, our boy Su Ming is looking absolutely dripped out in his dark cloak, engulfed in a massive storm of red energy as he stands tall. Back in the lobby, one of the rookies runs up to Li Chengguang. He points out the cold, hard truth that even a 10-star genius like him just got totally eclipsed by this unknown player. Li Chengguang sighs, his smug expression completely gone. His teammates look on in worry, noting that this is the first time in his entire life that he has actually lost a race to someone else. He grits his teeth, clenching his fists in pure frustration. He's clearly not used to taking second place. The scene cuts back to the 20th floor, where the dust begins to settle. Su Ming's ultimate strike seems to have finally concluded, leaving a trail of dissipating red lightning. The level 25 Seal Knight stands covered in gashes, breathing heavily as it leans on its massive halberd. Even after taking that god-slaying strike, it's still standing. Su-ming lands on the ground, his body aching as his mana reserves hit absolute rock bottom. He realizes he can't execute another high-tier skill. A giant blue notification screen pops up, confirming that challenger number 1 has chosen to forfeit the challenge. Su-ming taps the screen, admitting that he took a fat L on this one. But as the portal opens to teleport him out, a deep voice echoes through the empty room. The system confirms his attributes are simply too low. Su-ming spins around, completely shocked as he looks back at the towering knight. The Seal Knight stands tall, glowing with digital blue data cubes. He tells Su-ming he looks forward to him returning to challenge him in the future. Before Su-ming can even ask how a dungeon boss is talking, a beam of blue light engulfs him, sending him straight back to the lobby. Fast whoosh. Su-ming materializes back in the transition hub. He notes that the scene looks exactly like the resting area after challenging the tower. Suddenly, the entire crowd starts shouting as the leaderboard updates. The onlookers are losing their minds over the god of slaughter finally failing on the 20th floor. They start scanning the crowd, trying to spot the mysterious player who just teleported back. They wonder if he's already gone. A student runs right up to Su-ming, asking if he is the legendary player. Su-ming sweats, quickly waving his hands to deny it while thanking his total concealment skill for saving him the hassle. He slips away from the crowd and checks his party screen. He's glad to see Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunying are safely farming on the 14th floor, improving their synergy. He realizes that since he's already hit level 20, his second-class change quest has officially unlocked, and he needs to prepare. He pulls up the local subjugation quests to find something near his target location, but he's disappointed to see only low-rank options available. He taps the screen, selecting a D-rank quest to hunt down a Python King in the Nanu District Wilderness Forest. The reward is a decent 10,000 coins and a random platinum skill scroll. A golden notification confirms his authorization to exit the tower area and enter the illusionary realm. He steps through the glowing gate, ready to see how the wilderness has changed in this timeline. He is transported to a gorgeous, vibrant forest filled with giant glowing mushrooms and floating fairies. Welcome to the illusionary realm. This mystical zone connects the Sky Tower to various wilderness areas, looking completely different from the real world. A dark lore screen details the history of their planet. Before the Day of Awakening, humanity lived in a normal world, but everything changed when the dungeons and monsters descended. Humanity was forced to adapt, merging with the system and awakening professions to fight back against the threat. In his previous life, Su-ming failed to conquer the peak of the Sky Tower, but this time around, he is determined to fix his regrets and achieve greatness. He reflects on how his path has opened up a second chance to rewrite his history and save his friends. He looks out over the landscape, feeling fortunate to have a fresh start to reach the goals he missed before. A system prompt asks if he wants to select his destination. Su-ming clicks NO, choosing to head back to the real world first. The system screen confirms his input, immediately opening the portal to the real world for him. He stands in front of the gate as his system balance updates, confirming he won 10,000 coins for his 20th floor performance. He smiles, realizing this is exactly enough money to complete the pre-order he placed 2 days ago. He steps through the blue portal, his body dissolving into digital particles as he leaves the illusionary realm. The warp channel spits him out right in front of the massive, ultra-futuristic skyscraper of the Xuanjing Weapon Trading Center. He walks up to the grand entrance, noting how familiar this place is. He reflects on the silver-grade Xuan steel sword he obtained here previously by gambling on raw stones. Although that sword served him incredibly well in the novice dungeon, its damage output is simply too low to handle the upcoming difficulty. However, the sword carries a highly valuable 10% lifesteal effect that he's not willing to lose. His system details confirm the active status of the Xuan Steel Bloodthirst Sword, which heals him and briefly boosts his attributes after a kill. We flash back to 2 days ago, where Ji Yao had called him to invite him for a shopping trip to prepare for the Sky Tower. Su-ming had declined her offer, telling her he had to make some private preparations of his own. Ji Yao had agreed to buy some basic supplies for him instead, but Su-ming told her the shop he was visiting was in a completely different direction. He hangs up the phone, a knowing smile playing on his lips. His preparations are well underway. He steps down the stairs of the underground shopping district, keeping a low profile. Back in the present, Su-ming steps into a dingy elevator and presses the button for the dark basement floors. He walks down the dusty corridor of basement 2B, heading toward a sketchy-looking warehouse labeled 9S. He pushes open the heavy sliding door, stepping into a dimly lit forge filled with tools and sparks. A voice calls out from the shadows, telling him that he is late. He steps into the dusty forge, ready to negotiate with the eccentric merchant inside. Standing by the furnace is a tough-looking woman with her hair tied up, wiping her forehead with a towel. She asks if he brought the remaining balance. Su Ming nods, transferring the 10,000 coins he just earned from his tower run. A golden notification flashes to confirm the transaction. He has successfully obtained the weapon replica level upgrade device. He inspects the glowing metallic device. With his sublimation of all things talent, he can easily upgrade this item's quality. He activates the device over his Zhuan steel bloodthirst sword, letting a brilliant white energy wrap around both items. The system confirms a successful upgrade, transforming his old blade into the far more powerful Xuan Edge Bloodthirst sword, retaining both the health absorption and attribute boosts. The blacksmith woman looks at him in shock, amazed that a mere student has the guts in the capital to pull off such a high-risk upgrade. We jump right back into the story with a title card as our legendary swordsman prepares to tackle his next massive challenge in the wilderness. Back in the underground forge, Nahora is completely stunned that Su Ming actually knows her name. She looks at him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, wondering how a random kid is so familiar with her. Su Ming plays it off with a casual smile. He jokes about them knowing each other in a past life, successfully breaking the tense atmosphere. He thinks back to his previous timeline, remembering how Nahura was a highly legendary 8-star weapon forger. Although she lacked a 10-star talent, her absolute dedication eventually made her one of the most famous crafters in the region. He knows that right now, Nahora is completely broke and struggling to fund her weapon research. This is the perfect opportunity for him to secure a lifetime partnership by helping her out when she needs it most. Su Ming gets straight to the point, offering her 10,000 advent coins as an upfront investment. He promises that once he completes his upcoming quest, he will follow up with even more funding. Nahura is absolutely thrilled, her eyes lighting up as she smiles widely. She asks him if he's seriously willing to sponsor her research with such a massive sum. She looks at him like he's a literal angel who just descended from heaven to save her career, completely overjoyed by his sudden generosity. But Su Ming raises a finger, reminding her that this isn't a charity donation. He does have one major condition. He tells her that in the future, whenever he needs high-grade weapons forged, she has to give him a massive 70% discount on all crafting fees. Nahura doesn't hesitate for a single second, eagerly agreeing to the deal while Su Ming smirks in satisfaction. With his weapon upgraded and his partnership secured, Su Ming officially enters the Illusionary Realm's wilderness area, stepping into a beautiful, winding forest river canyon. Inside the Sichuan forest, a small, cute green lizard sits peacefully among the wild flowers, completely unaware of the dangers lurking nearby. Suddenly, the little creature's eye widens in pure panic as a shadow looms directly over it. A massive carnivorous plant monster leaps out of the brush, snapping its giant fangs shut to swallow the poor lizard whole. Short scream. The giant plant drags its prey up into the thick canopy, proving that the wilderness is far more hostile than any standard beginner dungeon. Su Ming's boots land firmly on a thick tree branch, surrounded by blue portal particles as he completes his teleportation. He takes a deep breath, looking around the dark, misty woods. He notes that the overall atmosphere and energy in this place are on a completely different level. He leaps from branch to branch, observing that the trees in this wilderness are much larger and sturdier than those in the rookie zone. He stops to sniff the air, catching the faint scent of blood mixed in with the damp smell of vegetation. He pulls up his quest screen to check the details for the D-17 subjugation. His target is the level 25 Scaled Snake King, located deep within the southern sector. He looks toward the south, trying to map out a clear path through the dense, overgrown canopy. Unfortunately, the giant branches are completely blocking his field of view, making it almost impossible to scout the terrain from the ground. Su Ming draws his newly upgraded Xuan Edge Bloodthirst sword, resolving that he needs to find a way to get above the trees. He reflects on how, despite not being a true sword controller, he still possesses the core sword control skill. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he comes up with a wild idea. He figures if he can learn to fly on a sword like those genuine controllers, it would look incredibly cool. He throws his glowing blade into the air, letting his telekinetic energy wrap around the hilt as it hovers before him. He focuses his mana, stabilizing the floating weapon using his active sword control skill. With a leap, he tries to balance on the flat of the blade, but he immediately loses his footing and crashes face first back onto the forest floor. He sits up and rubs his head, sighing as he realizes sword riding is a passive skill strictly locked to the actual class. But before he can put his sword away, the blade begins to vibrate violently, catching him completely off guard. The sword suddenly launches forward like a guided rocket, dragging Su Ming along behind it through the branches. He holds tightly to the hilt, realizing that while he can't stand on top of the blade, he can still use its pole to navigate. He swings his body underneath the rushing weapon, using his sword control to steer the trajectory while holding on for dear life. He realizes that as long as he keeps a continuous lock on his target, this essentially works as a low-cost flight technique. He shoots straight out of the canopy, flying high above the endless green forest. He smiles, highly pleased with the breathtaking view. Gliding gracefully through the clear blue sky, he keeps his eyes peeled for any signs of the quest target. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a massive blue magical dome shimmering in a clearing to the south. He spots his destination. He slides through the air, heading straight toward the mysterious barrier to investigate the situation. Deep inside the southern woods, a massive ancient tree towers over a rushing river, glowing with intense elemental energy. Two high-level players stand near the riverbank, confirming that they have successfully located the D-17 subjugation area. He realizes that choosing to go solo was a massive mistake. Without a reliable party to carry him through the harder levels, he ended up with an incredibly disappointing score. He clenches his teeth, staring at his status screen and admitting he's definitely fallen behind in the tower ratings. He looks around the empty lobby, noting that most of the top rookies have already left to take on their next subjugation quests. He's been completely left in the dust. Curious, he checks the regional leaderboard, but he's completely baffled to see that Su Ming's name isn't listed anywhere on the public records. He wonders if the kid just quit the challenge entirely. He realizes that if he can't track down Su Ming's location, his master plan for revenge is completely stalled. Meanwhile, Ji Yao's team successfully exits their portal. Yan Zhe warmly thanks Ji Yao for her flawless leadership that easily carried them through the 15th floor. Ji Yao humbly sighs, admitting her skeletal summons are still a bit too squishy for comfort. Still, Ji and Yunying is thrilled they managed to secure such a high score even without Su Ming carrying them. Zhang Tong overhears their happy chatter, and his veins practically bulge out of his forehead. He can't stand the fact that these rookies managed to outscore him. He mutters to himself that he needs to hurry up and grab the next stage's quest before he falls any further behind. Ji Yao checks her messages, informing her teammates that Su Ming has already accepted a solo subjugation quest and set off. She explains that he's always had a lone wolf personality. The group resolves to keep teaming up and farming to make sure they don't get left too far behind his crazy pace. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Tong immediately pulls out his phone to check the public quest listings. He smugly assumes Su Ming just picked some low-level trash. He scrolls through the active database, searching for any vacant team-up slots to trace Su Ming's exact coordinates. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the D-17 subjugation quest area deep in the ruined south district of the wilderness. Su Ming slides down from his flying sword glide, landing gracefully on the muddy ground near a cluster of abandoned wooden shacks. He looks around the silent, overgrown ruins, taking in the heavy mist and the eerie stillness of the area. He notes that this place has definitely been through some serious destruction, and it looks like it happened a long time ago. He steps closer to inspect a pile of shattered wood, his expression turning serious as he spots a body lying in the debris. Under the fallen logs are the decaying remains of several humanoid wolf creatures. It's an abandoned beastman village. He kneels down to study the wounds, noting a thick green sludge covering the bones. He realizes the corrosive liquid and the awful stench are definitely snake venom. Su Ming stands up, touching his chin as he analyzes the clues. That means the target should be very close by. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he picks up another scent. There's fresh blood mixed in with the venom. He turns his gaze toward a massive, hollowed-out log resting against a ruined house, guessing the source is deep inside there. He walks toward the dark opening, keeping his hand close to his hilt as he prepares for a potential ambush. He finds a thick, glowing green puddle of slime dripping from the bark, confirming the terrible smell is definitely coming from this stuff. He covers his nose in pure disgust, noting that it smells absolutely horrendous. He follows the trail deeper into the brush, totally sure the target is getting closer and closer. He wonders just how massive this Python King actually is when something catches his eye. Sensing a sudden rustling in the bushes, he immediately draws his blade with sword control as a small, dark silhouette sprints out. A high-pitched, terrified scream echoes through the clearing as the figure runs around in frantic circles. A tiny cat girl clutching her ears falls to her knees, sobbing hysterically. She begs him not to come any closer, desperately claiming her claws are super sharp. Su Ming stares at her with a completely deadpan expression. He sweat drops and sighs in disappointment, assuming she's just a stray pet. She stands tall, hissing with an angry vein popping on her head. The system identifies her as a level 3 catfolk named Leah. Su Ming activates his Eye of Insight, scanning her to verify her stats and profile. The red scanning reticle locks onto her, confirming she's a harmless, low-level NPC with 0 threatening attributes. Leah continues to shiver and backs away in a panic, telling him to stay away. Su Ming simply reaches into his coat and tells her to catch. He tosses a small red glass bottle directly at her. She gasps in confusion as she catches it. Su Ming tells her to relax, explaining it's just a healing potion for her bleeding wounds. He gives her a reassuring look, promising he's not here to attack her village. Besides, he notes it looks like her home is already completely ruined anyway. He turns away, preparing to head deeper into the woods, stating his actual target is the giant python that destroyed the area. Leah looks at him in shock, her eyes widening as she holds the potion. She stammers that the giant python is incredibly dangerous and going alone is suicide. Su-ming keeps walking, waving his hand over his shoulder. He tells her not to worry, since hunting that beast is the sole reason he came here. Leah runs after him looking desperate. She reveals she knows exactly where the python's nest is and begs him to let her tag along. Su-ming stops, looking back in surprise as the cat girl practically pleads to help him. Tears begin to stream down her face, her hands trembling as she clenches her teeth. She weeps bitterly, admitting that the giant beast came out of nowhere and ate every single member of her family. A few minutes later, the two of them are walking through the dark, foggy swamp. Leah looks around nervously, pointing out that it's getting darker and she doesn't hear any movement. Su-ming just nods and tells her it's right ahead. He stops in front of a giant, ancient tree wrapped in thick vines, noting there is absolutely nothing on the ground. Suddenly, Leah points frantically toward the canopy, her face turning pale with terror as she yells for him to look up. Su-ming slowly tilts his head upward, narrowing his eyes as he peers through the dense foliage. Coiled tightly around the massive tree trunk is a colossal scaled python, its glowing white eyes staring down at them with a terrifying malice. Out of nowhere, the little cat girl Leah looks up in a panic and yells for Su-ming to look above. Something massive is lurking in the trees. Su-ming tilts his head up in confusion, wondering what could possibly be hiding in the thick canopy. Standing right there, coiled tightly around a massive ancient tree, is the colossal scaled snake king itself, staring down at them with glowing white eyes. Su-ming just stands there, taking in the sheer size of the giant python as the eerie silence of the swamp settles around them. Looking up at the massive creature, he notes that the Python King is way more colossal than he initially anticipated. This D-rank quest definitely shouldn't be underestimated. Realizing the scale of the fight, Su-ming tells Leah that he might need to rethink his strategy for taking down this giant beast. But before he can even formulate a plan, another threat makes its move. Suddenly, Leah's cat ears twitch as she catches a subtle rustling sound coming from the dense brush behind them. She screams for Su-ming to watch out as a glowing magical arrow suddenly shoots out of the shadows, targeting his blind spot. Fast, whoosh. Up in the branches, the team of hunters is completely stunned that Su-ming managed to react so quickly. They realize their element of surprise is gone, but decide to jump down and face him head-on anyway. Exposed and annoyed, the leader commands his team to drop the stealth and prepare to crush this rookie together. Su-ming grits his teeth, demanding to know who has the nerve to launch a cowardly ambush from the darkness. The three high-level players step out of the fog with smug grins, mocking Su-ming for being a mere level 20 rookie who got incredibly lucky to survive their opening shot. The blonde warrior points his massive broadsword at Su-ming, warning him that his luck has officially run out and that today will be his final lesson. Su-ming remains completely calm, holding his upgraded sword steady while keeping the terrified cat girl protected behind his back. The blue-haired archer draws back his glowing green bowstring, shouting for his teammates to strike simultaneously. The silver-haired mage raises her hand, channeling a raging torrent of fire magic to completely incinerate their target. The heavy warrior lunges forward, swinging his massive sword in a devastating downward arc to finish the job. The combined force of their attacks collides in a blinding, violent explosion of flame and energy that tears the swamp apart. Explosion. The blonde swordsman smiles maliciously, confident that they are about to easily claim the lucrative bounty on Su-ming's head. But Su-ming is already one step ahead, effortlessly sliding backward to the dirt to completely evade the fatal impact. The silver-haired mage refuses to give him breathing room, pointing her staff to launch a continuous barrage of explosive magical projectiles. Su-ming performs a flawless mid-air spin, weaving through the exploding fireballs like a seasoned professional. He lands gracefully, keeping his center of gravity low as he calculates the trajectory of their next attack. In a split second, he regains his footing on the muddy ground, completely unscathed by their relentless offensive. Seeing him dodge their attacks, the blue-haired archer quickly notches another glowing arrow, desperately trying to lock onto his position. At the same time, the heavy warrior leaps into the air and slams his giant sword down, aiming to crush Su-ming under a shockwave of stone. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts from the impact, completely engulfing the area. Believing they've won, the blonde warrior bursts into arrogant laughter. He scoffs at how easily they took down a player with such a big reputation. The silver-haired mage joins in on the mockery, laughing about how rich people's money is way too easy to earn. She dismisses Su Ming as just another clueless newbie who let his ego get the best of him. Hiding in the grass, Leah holds her breath in terror as the arrogant hunters continue to gloat over what they think is an easy victory. Emerging from the smoke, Su Ming pretends to be heavily injured, gasping for breath as he desperately begs them to tell him who hired them before he takes his final breath. The blonde warrior rests his massive sword on his shoulder, utterly amused by the rookie's pathetic final plea. Believing the target is completely helpless, he happily reveals that they were hired directly by the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Teng. The assassin sneers, telling him that Zhang Tang wants nothing less than his wretched head on a platter. With a vicious grin, he swings his massive blade down to deliver the finishing strike, only for his sword to cut through thin air. Leia watches the chaotic battle in sheer suspense, completely terrified for Su Ming's life. Behind them, Su Ming's eyes narrow with a cold, glowing intensity. He mutters that his guess was right on the money. The blonde warrior's jaw drops as he looks down at his sword embedded in the empty dirt. He frantically yells out in confusion, realizing their target has completely vanished from the spot. Standing calmly several yards away with his hands in his pockets, Su Ming looks at them like they're nothing but a joke. The leader is completely flabbergasted, stammering about how this could even be possible. Su Ming simply chuckles, explaining that the body they just attacked was actually nothing more than a shadow clone from his armor set skill. The three assassins freeze in pure shock as they realize they've been completely played. Su Ming's advanced interface scans their exact levels, noting that they've stepped into a highly dangerous game where hunting each other is a daily occurrence. Su Ming calculates the rules of the system, recalling that to avoid getting a global bounty, he cannot kill players whose levels differ from his by more than 10. Since the leader is level 27, his team members are well within the safe zone. A sharp, calculating look flashes in his eyes as he prepares his counterattack. He decides to take them out one by one, targeting the lowest level opponent, the level 23 archer, first. Before the leader can even raise his guard, a dark shadow zips past his shoulders in a blinding flash of speed. Su Ming moves with such incredible velocity that his body becomes a literal streak of light, bypassing their frontline defenses in an instant. Before anyone can react, Su Ming materializes directly behind the terrified blue-haired archer, his blade pressing tightly against the hunter's throat. He keeps his voice cold and steady, warning the archer not to make a single sudden move if he wants to keep his head attached. The silver-haired mage points her spear at him in pure rage, screaming at him for being a despicable coward who resorts to taking hostages. But Su Ming calmly points out that in a real fight, throat slashes bypass the health bar entirely. Su Ming smirks, mockingly asking them who is truly the despicable one here, considering they were the ones who hid in the dark to launch a cowardly ambush on him first. The blonde leader grits his teeth, trying to play it cool by calling Su Ming a greenhorn who is way too soft to actually go through with killing someone. He glares at the rookie with a cold sweat running down his face, mockingly asking him if he has ever even taken a life before. Su Ming simply gives him a chilling smile, whispering that taking a life for the first time indeed isn't a very pleasant feeling. His sword begins to hum with an intense, deadly energy as his expression grows colder. Without showing a single shred of hesitation, he unleashes a sudden, brutal slash right across the archer's throat. The remaining assassins gasp in absolute horror, their faces turning pale as they witness the cold-blooded execution. With blood splattered across his cheek, Su Ming looks at them with a relaxed, chilling smirk, admitting that honestly, he feels pretty good about it. The two assassins are left completely shell-shocked. They can't believe this rookie didn't even blink when their sneak attack missed. Su Ming just laughs it off, looking incredibly relaxed. He points out that since they were sent to kill him, their levels can't be higher than level 30 anyway. His expression shifts into something straight-up terrifying, his eyes glowing red in the dark. He coldly tells them that in this world, there are countless people who die from overestimating themselves. Anime. Hype dark. Down in the bushes, the little cat girl Leah watches the scene unfold, trembling in absolute fear of his overwhelming presence. Before they can react, a sudden beam of blue light cuts through the darkness. The silver-haired mage stands frozen in shock as the wind whips around them. In a flash of speed, Su Ming swings his sword, his eyes completely shadowed as he aims a lethal strike at his attackers. The silver-haired mage screams in agony as blood splatters across the screen. Su Ming notes that hitting non-fatal areas like hands only deducts basic health points instead of securing an instant kill. The blonde warrior tries to counter, lunging forward with a heavy strike, but Su Ming effortlessly slides past him, pointing out that even a higher-level mage can't match his raw agility. The blonde guy swings his massive blade down with a heavy strike. Su Ming keeps his cool, calculating that his opponent is a strength-focused swordsman who's 7 levels higher than him. Su Ming activates his divine shadow step, leaving trails of light as he moves. He notes that with this skill active, his speed and agility are virtually equal to the high-level warrior. The blonde warrior clenches his teeth in frustration, demanding to know if Su Ming is just trying to scratch an itch. He swings his sword in a massive horizontal arc, desperate to land a heavy blow. He tries to rely on his level advantage to overpower Su Ming's defense. Su Ming backs off slightly, realizing that the level gap is seriously reducing his physical damage output. He needs to find a more efficient way to deal with these guys. A dark screen reminds us of the brutal rules of this world. Life and death battles between the awakened don't use the same standard calculations as fights against monsters. An illustration shows that while standard attacks only deduct health points based on the target's constitution, striking a fatal area like the throat or heart yields a massive damage bonus. By targeting these vital points, there's a highly profitable chance of completely bypassing their health bars for an instant kill. But facing an opponent with a massive level gap makes landing these fatal strikes incredibly difficult. Su Ming keeps his focus, looking for a perfect opening. The blonde warrior clutches his bleeding arm, screaming in pain from Su Ming's previous strike. His partner yells at him to shut up, promising to find a high-level healer once they secure the bounty. The two assassins stand together in the foggy swamp, glaring at Su Ming. He notes that facing higher-level opponents is proving to be a pretty exhausting battle of attrition. He stands calmly in the dark water, his cloak blowing in the wind. He realizes he can't afford to waste his mana on a prolonged physical duel. Suddenly, his eyes widen slightly as a brilliant idea flashes through his mind. He realizes there is a much easier way to handle this situation. A clever smirk spreads across his face as he formulates a plan. Why fight them head-on when he can just use a borrowed knife to do the dirty work? The blonde warrior notices his shift in posture, shouting to his partner that the kid is trying to run away. Su Ming immediately pivots and bolts into the dense forest, leaving the assassins scrambling to give chase. The blonde guy yells in frustration, realizing his heavy armor makes him far too slow to catch up with Su Ming's incredible agility. He turns to his companion, desperately asking if she can lock onto him with her magic. The silver-haired mage sneers, confident she can track him down. She raises her glowing blue staff, declaring that even with an injured hand, her lock-on skills are completely flawless. With a manic grin, she prepares to unleash her ultimate attack to pin the runner down. She fires off her profound Destiny Ice Arrow, a massive projectile that shoots down through the trees straight at Su Ming. Hearing the incoming attack, Su Ming quickly looks back. He triggers his sword control to summon his floating blade. In a move that completely stuns the pursuing assassins, Su Ming leaps onto his sword and takes flight. They stare up in absolute disbelief. The silver-haired mage gasps, shouting that the kid is actually flying. The blonde warrior rolls his eyes, reminding her that he's a sword controller, so of course he can fly on his sword. The ice arrow flies harmlessly past as the assassins desperately try to aim their skills to bring him down. Down in the bushes, the cat girl looks up in sheer amazement. Leah watches him glide through the canopy, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She whispers about how incredibly cool and amazing he looks. Su Ming navigates through the thick vines with absolute grace, completely out of reach of their ground attacks. He leaves a trail of green leaves scattering in the wind as he maneuvers through the canopy. He glances back over his shoulder, checking to see if they're still hot on his heels. Leaping from his sword, he lands gracefully on a thick branch above, smiling as he confirms they followed him exactly where he wanted. The silver-haired mage points her staff, yelling that she still has him targeted, but she suddenly notices a massive, eerie red eye staring at them from the darkness below. Su Ming watches with a smug grin as the massive, scaly coils of the giant python begin to shift in the swamp. The massive beast opens its glowing red eyes, completely disturbed by the high-level magic that just flew through its territory. The surrounding forest begins to hum with an intense, threatening energy as the sleeping giant finally awakens. The silver-haired mage boasts that her lock-on skill never misses, but her celebration is cut short as a strange, deep rumble shakes the swamp. The ground continues to tremble violently, leaving the assassins sweating as they realize something massive is approaching. The blonde warrior's eyes widen in pure dread as he looks up, his arrogant composure vanishing in an instant. Emerging from the thick fog is the colossal, scaled Python King, baring its giant fangs and letting out a terrifying hiss. The assassins stand completely frozen, their faces pale as they realize they've walked straight into the nest of the D-rank subjugation target. The giant python slams its massive head down, shattering the surrounding rocks as it launches its attack. The system displays the boss's massive stats, showing it's a level 26 wilderness boss with over 400 strength points. This is bad news for the assassins. The python immediately locks its aggro onto the silver-haired mage, charging through the mud with terrifying speed. It unleashes its corrosive venom, spitting a torrent of green acid that melts the surrounding trees. The mage runs for her life, screaming about why the beast is only chasing her. Perched safely high up in the branches, Su Ming watches the chaotic chase with a satisfied smile. He chuckles to himself, pointing out that since her high-damage magic was the one that hit and woke up the boss first, it's only natural that it would target her. He adds that her ultimate skill was indeed pretty impressive, managing to shave off a good portion of the boss's health. The giant snake roars in anger, its health bar showing a solid 1/5 of its HP is already gone. Su Ming smiles, realizing the assassins have done a massive favor by softening up the target for him. Chapter 30 gets underway, and we are jumping right back into the deep woods. Our boy is set on showing these cocky assassins why you don't mess with a regressor. Su Ming is watching everything play out with a cold grin. His plan to let the enemy and the boss beat each other up is working out nicely. The blonde warrior leaps into the air with a massive roar, unleashing a heavy strike skill directly onto the giant python. He channels all his raw strength into a devastating, mighty sinking blade strike. The blow connects with an explosive crash, sending mud and energy ripples tearing through the swamp. The giant snake lets out a painful shriek as the heavy slash slices right through its thick hide. The blonde warrior doesn't let up for a single second, pressing his offensive advantage with rapid, heavy attacks. With a crazed expression, he shouts that this will be a guaranteed sure kill. The warrior grits his teeth in pure aggression, screaming for the massive beast to finally die. He delivers a crushing suppression-heavy strike directly onto the boss's snout, unleashing a blinding burst of power. Up in the branches, Su Ming calmly analyzes the sheer power of the blow. He notes that the heavy weapon warrior class definitely scales incredibly well with strength. He recognizes that a full-force strike from someone a level higher than the boss is nothing to sneeze at, but his focus remains entirely on waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Su Ming lands quietly on the ground, highly pleased that his strategy to let the party wear down the boss was a complete success. A smug smile spreads across his face as he prepares to finish the job himself. He is ready to clean up this mess. Meanwhile, the giant snake roars in fury as the silver-haired mage breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's finally safe. But her relief turns into pure terror as she senses a sudden cold presence materializing right behind her. Su Ming appears in a flash of speed, landing a heavy strike on the distracted mage. The blonde warrior looks back in absolute shock, furiously shouting that the kid is now launching a coward sneak attack of his own. The enraged giant snake opens its massive maw, preparing to swallow whatever is left in its path. The beast strikes with terrifying speed, while the blonde warrior can only look on in absolute panic. Just as the warrior tries to dodge, Su Ming suddenly slides right up next to him with a cool smirk. He mockingly asks if his target needs some help. The blonde warrior's sweat drops in pure dread, realizing they are completely outmaneuvered. Su Ming calmly points out that they should finally realize how miserable a sneak attack actually feels. He holds out his hand as his blade begins to glow with an intense, deadly energy. He coldly thanks the warrior for doing all the hard work of weakening the boss's scales and reducing its HP to a critical third. He notes that with the snake's physical resistance greatly weakened, his task has become infinitely easier. The blonde warrior clenches his teeth, staring at him in pure, helpless hatred. Before he can say another word, Su Ming delivers a clean, decisive slash across his chest. The warrior falls back with a painful cry as Su Ming effortlessly takes out the last of the initial assassin team. With the assassins dealt with, Su Ming turns his gaze back to the weakened boss, letting his sword hover telekinetically by his side. A heavy wind sweeps through the quiet clearing as the final struggle of the giant snake concludes. Hiding behind the trunk, the little cat girl Leah squeezes her eyes shut as the dust and debris settle around the swamp. She slowly blinks her eyes open, gasping as the massive, lifeless tail of the Python King crashes heavily into the dirt. She stares in absolute disbelief, realizing that the terrifying monster that destroyed her home has actually been defeated. Su Ming stands victoriously in a shower of blue data particles, highly pleased with the massive chunk of experience and rewards. Crying tears of pure relief, Leah looks at him like he's a legendary hero who came to her rescue. She whispers that he has truly avenged her family. She wipes her face, muttering that a D-rank wilderness quest should yield some incredible rewards. The massive blue serpent lies motionless in the swamp, cementing Su Ming's successful solo subjugation. But just as Su Ming begins to relax, a sudden branch snap behind him catches his attention. He immediately spins around with a sharp glare, demanding to know who is hiding in the mist. A mysterious hooded figure perched high on a thick tree branch chuckles softly. He tells Su Ming he shouldn't be concerned about who he is, but rather about his own survival. Su Ming's eyes narrow as he senses a massive spike in energy around him. The yellow-haired stranger pulls down his mask with a wicked, mocking grin. He smugly declares that Su Ming has already walked straight into his trap. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of electric energy crackles along Su Ming's arm, catching him completely off guard. Su Ming tries to raise his blade, but his limbs completely lock up, leaving him unable to move a single muscle. He tries to force his body to respond, wondering how on earth he got hit without noticing a single projectile. He quickly goes through his memory, trying to calculate when the attack could have possibly connected. He realizes it couldn't have been the snake's venom since he avoided it entirely, and the other assassins were already dealt with. He wonders how this new guy managed to paralyze him from such a distance. The hooded thief steps down with a smug smirk, quoting the old proverb about the mantis stalking the cicada, completely unaware of the oriole waiting behind. He chuckles, admitting he never expected to run into such a lucrative opportunity when he set off for this quiet D-rank zone today. He recognizes Su Ming's movement skills. Identifying him as an assassin-type player, he mocks the team, glad he stumbled upon them having an infight. Su Ming struggles to keep his head up, asking if he's another one of the hitmen sent by the Zhang family. The thief bursts into mocking laughter, asking if a simple student is really worth a heavy bounty. He wades his daggers smugly, scoffing at the idea that a simple academy student could possibly be worth a premium corporate bounty. Su Ming's eyes glow with a sharp red light as he quietly activates his Eye of Insight to analyze his new opponent. He realizes the stupid Zhang family indeed couldn't have planned a double ambush. The scanning reticle locks onto the hooded thief, revealing all of his hidden stats and gear. The thief steps closer, promising to end things with a single painless slash. Despite his paralyzed state, Su Ming remains completely calm. He analyzes the active debuff, identifying it as the Traceless Paralysis Transmission skill. He realizes the green mist from earlier was the medium used to transmit the poison. The hooded thief freezes in absolute shock, a cold sweat running down his face. He stammers, unable to comprehend how a paralyzed rookie managed to figure out his signature technique in a matter of seconds. Sad trombone. Chapter 31 kicks off right where we left off. Su Ming looks at the shocked assassin with a smug grin, happily telling him that his guess was 100% correct. He casually adds that he also knows the time remaining on the paralysis effect is rapidly running out. The assassin's eyes widen as he panics, wondering if he somehow made a critical mistake. The thief sweats profusely, pointing his glowing hand at Su Ming. He screams that it should be impossible since the paralysis duration still has exactly 1 minute and 2 seconds left. The guy completely falls for Su Ming's bait, proudly explaining that his traceless paralysis transmission is a slow-acting poison that can last for up to 2 full minutes. Talk about a massive tactical blunder. Su Ming internally chuckles, highly pleased with himself for tricking the idiot into revealing his own skill's limit. Still, a 2-minute paralysis is a pretty long time to just stand around. The thief's face contorts with sudden suspicion as he catches on to the vibe. He glares at Su Ming, asking if he's actually just tricking him. He points his sharp daggers at the rookie, screaming that there's no way a low-level student could possibly calculate the exact duration of a professional assassin's skill. Su Ming maintains his relaxed posture, admitting that his bluff was indeed called, but pointing out that there is still a perfect chance for survival. A confident, chilling smile spreads across his lips as he continues to play mind games with his captor. He mockingly laughs at the level 27 expert, pointing out that despite his high level, he doesn't seem to possess a single active high-damage attack skill. The thief screams in rage, demanding to know how Su Ming could possibly know his build. Su Ming calmly states that the assassin is clearly sweating because he knows that once the paralysis wears off, he'll be absolutely no match for a sword god. The thief yells that his base stats are more than enough to crush a rookie. He charges forward with his daggers raised, screaming that he has absolutely no reason to listen to a word of Su Ming's psychological warfare. He lunges downward, determined to end the fight and silence his target before the remaining minute is up. The assassin unleashes his illusionary color claw strike, his hand leaving behind a brilliant rainbow-colored trail of energy slashes. He dives straight in for the kill, confident his physical attack will easily rip through Su Ming's light defenses. But before the blow can connect, the little cat girl Leah suddenly leaps out from the bushes, bravely positioning herself to shield her savior. She unleashes her own rapid claw strike, deflecting the assassin's blades with a shower of white sparks. The assassin gets pushed back, gasping in complete shock. He can't comprehend how there could possibly be a helper in this area when his poison mist was supposed to paralyze everyone. Leah collapses to her knees, panting heavily as the residue of the paralysis poison begins to take a toll on her small body. The thief quickly recovers, realizing his new opponent is just a low-level beast man from the wilderness. He screams in rage, furious that a mere level 3 beast dared to get in his way. With a sadistic grin, he raises his daggers once again, declaring that she is officially courting death. Leah closes her eyes, bracing herself for the lethal strike as the assassin leaps down at her. But a sudden, brilliant flash of pink energy cuts through the clearing, perfectly intercepting the daggers. The assassin's eyes widen in pure horror as a cold, sharp blade stops inches from his face, completely halting his attack. Su Ming stands tall, his powerful crimson and black aura flaring to life as he gives him a chilling smile. He promises that the only one dying today is him. With a clean, lightning-fast swipe, Su Ming effortlessly slices through his defenses, putting a permanent end to the assassin's career. Leah blinks in surprise, letting out a soft meow as she watches the formidable assassin collapse to the ground. Su Ming assures her she doesn't need to be afraid since the hunter has already fainted. He walks over to the silver-haired mage's body, looking down with a serious expression as he notes that he never kills women. He quickly finishes looting all of their inventory bags, deciding it's finally time to set off and complete his own level 20 profession change quest. Leah runs up to him with starry eyes, clutching her ears as she desperately begs him to take her along with him. She weeps, explaining that she is completely homeless and wants nothing more than to follow him and become his loyal disciple. Su Ming looks back and flatly refuses her offer, leaving the poor cat girl completely dejected. She whimpers, arguing that he saved her life and she wants to repay his kindness. Su Ming stops in his tracks, turning around to toss her a glowing platinum scroll from his inventory. The system confirms he has gifted her the premium platinum grade rotating star thrust scroll, a highly valuable assassination skill that significantly boosts critical hit rate. He tells her that she is far too weak right now and would only hold him back. He advises her to train hard in these woods using the scroll, hoping they will meet again once she becomes a formidable beastman assassin. Leah clutches the scroll close to her chest, her tears turning into pure determination as she promises she won't disappoint her new master. Su Ming walks away into the golden light of the clearing, fully prepared to face his next massive milestone. His status bar flashes as he consumes the 1,000-year purple vein Lingji, dropped by the Python King, granting him a massive permanent upgrade to all 5 major attributes. A golden notification confirms his successful extraction of the field bounty item belonging to the disguised assassin, Dingpan. He decodes the assassin's diary log, reading through the handwritten entries regarding their client's desperate orders to eliminate him. A short time later, he arrives outside the bustling dome of the Southwest Point Quest Hall, where groups of rookies are gathered. Inside the hall, a noisy argument breaks out as a party splits up. A warrior student yells at his companion, furious that her weak healing almost got them wiped out in a basic subjugation. Su Ming walks past the bickering players, internally noting that grinding low-rank quests is a massive waste of time. He is surprised to see how many people have already returned from their trials. The surrounding crowd is busy praising the school belle Momme, gossiping about how her team easily cleared a K-rank subjugation thanks to her premium 10-star exorcist companion. Momme smiles, happily checking her smartphone as she basks in the praise of her classmates. But her smile instantly freezes as a sudden massive commotion breaks out near the main display board. A group of students gasps in absolute shock, pointing at the screen as they notice a D-rank wilderness quest has officially been logged as complete. The screen flashes with a massive golden victory banner, confirming the completion of a high-difficulty subjugation that should be impossible for newly awakened rookies. A gray-haired student stares at the monitor, sweating as he rubs his eyes to make sure he isn't seeing things. The interface updates to display a majestic golden rating on top of a sparkling diamond, confirming the run secured a premium diamond-grade reward. Momme's jaw drops in absolute disbelief as she reads the results, unable to comprehend how anyone could secure a diamond-tier rating on a D-rank quest solo. While the lobby is completely losing its mind, Su Ming simply tucks his hands into his pockets and walks past them, keeping his true power a complete secret. The crowd in the lobby is still staring at the leaderboard in absolute sweating disbelief. No one can fathom how a simple student managed to pull off such an impossible score. The display updates with a giant glowing diamond emblem and a massive golden chest. It confirms that the system has awarded them a higher-tier diamond-grade reward. The school belle Momme looks completely stunned as Su Ming casually walks past her. She can't help but wonder what kind of monster she is looking at. The surrounding students begin to whisper in a complete panic. They desperately try to figure out exactly what this student did to secure such a rating. We get a cool reminder of our protagonist's hidden power, clad in his powerful red aura. He's way beyond what any of these standard rookies could possibly comprehend. Su Ming inspects the details of the traceless paralysis transmission skill scroll he just looted from the assassin. He notes that the environmental conduction medium makes it a highly tactical tool. The skill description notes that while it requires an extremely long preparation time, the resulting 2-minute paralysis effect is highly dangerous. He notes that this unique effect is strictly limited to human targets, making it the ultimate tool for hunting down other players. He reads through the assassin's diary logs, confirming that this ruthless hunter used this exact technique to successfully eliminate dozens of top challengers in the past. Su-ming realizes that the guy he just killed was actually a highly rated diamond-tier bounty hunter. His system screen flashes with a massive diamond rating emblem, officially confirming his successful completion of the C-rank bounty quest. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, the gossip is reaching a complete boiling point. Everyone is wondering how on earth a rookie student managed to solo a diamond-tier target. Su-ming sweat drops, looking incredibly annoyed by all the unwanted attention. He hates drawing a crowd more than anything else in this world. The onlookers accuse him of cheating, arguing that not even level 30 or level 40 elites can easily secure a diamond-tier rating. They demand to have him reported immediately. Mo-mei runs up to block his path, demanding that he stop and listen to her. Su-ming simply plays it cool, flatly stating that he has no reason to cheat. The crowd scoffs, mockingly asking him to explain his secret method so they can all learn a thing or two. Su-ming internally groans, sweating as he realizes that if he tells them he just casually bumped into and killed a C-rank bounty hunter, no one would believe him anyway. He holds up his hands to calm them down, telling them to let him finish. He admits that a solo D-rank subjugation is indeed extremely difficult. He explains that the trick is to accept a high-level subjugation and blend in with a massive high-level group to leech their score. He notes that while the reward settlement is proportionally lower, the overall rating can still be boosted. The students blink in surprise, asking him how many people's quest he actually managed to leech off of. They ask if it was just one team. Su-ming raises a finger, looking extremely calm as he replies that it wasn't just a simple 10-person group. With a straight face, he announces that he actually managed to leech off a team of 100 people. The crowd is left completely speechless, staring at him in dead silence. Suddenly, the entire lobby bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking him for being a complete coward who ran off with practically zero rewards. They joke that his diamond rating is completely worthless. The onlookers continue to double over with laughter, dismissing him as a stats-obsessed nerd who doesn't understand the value of actual loot. Su-ming simply chuckles, completely fine with their mockery, as long as it lets him slip away without causing a massive commotion. But as he walks away, Mo-mei calls after him, asking if the expert team he leeched off of was led by a player named Shen Baiyi. Su-ming stops in his tracks, turning back to see her looking at him with a highly calculating glare. She steps forward, confidently pointing at him and declaring that he is completely lying. Su-ming turns around with a deadpan expression, asking her what she could possibly want since he already fully explained his so-called method. Mo-mei scoffs, stating that she already knows his explanation was nothing but a complete bluff. She gets straight to the point, accusing him of actually soloing the D-rank quest to claim the diamond reward for himself. She pulls out her smartphone, offering him a staggering 100,000 Advent coins in exchange for the secret information. She waves her red phone in front of his face, desperately trying to tempt him with a massive payout. Su-ming simply looks at her with a blank expression before flatly saying goodbye. He turns his back on her and walks away, completely unbothered by her massive financial offer. He notes that since they are complete strangers, there is absolutely no reason for him to accept her money. Mo-mei looks on in absolute disbelief as he ignores her, shouting that rich people shouldn't spend their money recklessly anyway. She yells out her name, demanding to know his in return. She watches him disappear down the forest trail, a comical sweat drop on her head as she realizes he has already gone far away. She smiles with amusement, noting that it's highly refreshing to see an expert who is so willing to hide his strength. She thinks to herself that his aloof personality is actually somewhat similar to Shen Baiyi's. Later that evening, Su-ming returns to his dark dorm room, turning off the light switch as he prepares for bed. He reflects on his safety, knowing that eliminating Zhangtan's hitmen has likely drawn some serious attention. He looks around the empty room, noting that most of his classmates have already moved out of the campus dorms. He figures that the most dangerous place is actually the safest place, since the Zhang family would never expect him to stay here. Suddenly, a blue notification light flares from his phone, catching his attention. He lies on his back and checks his inbox, seeing that his classmate Ji Yao has sent him a message. He reads through their group chat, seeing that she, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunying successfully teamed up to clear a G-rank subjugation. He sighs, reflecting on how his aloof, lone wolf personality hasn't changed a bit from his past life. He feels a bit guilty for constantly failing to live up to Ji Yao's bright enthusiasm toward him. But his thoughts are interrupted as a new direct message pops up on his screen. He blinks in surprise, wondering what Zhang Yunying could possibly want at this hour. He rolls onto his side and taps the notification, eager to see what his teammate has sent him. He is greeted by a glowing blue confirmation screen, prompting him to accept a special transfer. The system confirms he has successfully acquired a premium golden sword, noting that while it is highly valuable, its actual combat utility is pretty average. Su Ming is completely stunned, watching as piles of shiny gold coins materialize on his screen. He is amazed by her sudden, massive generosity. He immediately begins calculating his finances, combining his quest rewards with the bounty payout. He resolves to use the money from selling the golden sword to fund Nahara's weapon research. He smiles, realizing that after sponsoring the blacksmith, he will still have about 200,000 coins left over. He shuts his tablet with a relaxed smile, comically sighing about how rich families always gift flashy things like this golden sword. Still, he's more than happy to put the funds to good use. The chapter kicks off with a message loading on Su Ming's screen. It's classmate Jiang Yunying explaining that her father wanted to thank him for saving her life, which is why she sent over a special gift. Su Ming watches as the interface loads up the item. It turns out to be a premium golden sword. Sitting on his dorm bed, he inspects the shiny weapon. He realizes that if he tallies up all the coins he earned from the latest quests, he's actually in a pretty solid spot. He figures he can just sell this golden sword and send the profits straight to Nahora as sponsorship. That way, he'll still have about 200,000 coins left over, which is more than enough. He sighs, noting that rich families always gift flashy but impractical things. But his casual thoughts are suddenly cut short as he reads the message sender's name. Wait a second, Zhang Yongli. He stares at his phone screen in absolute silence. He remembers that name all too well from his previous timeline. In his past life, the sudden death of the Jiang'an conglomerate's president, Jiang Yongli, sparked massive discussions across the region. He realizes that if the timeline matches, his death is scheduled to happen in just a few months. He thinks about his teammate Yun Qing. She must have been absolutely devastated when she lost her father back then. But as an orphan who has been alone since childhood, Su Ming quietly admits to himself that these types of family feelings are pretty hard for him to truly empathize with. The scene transitions to a grand, imposing structure towering over the city skyline. This is the Dragon Country Ability Security Bureau. Inside the dimly lit office, a sharp knock echoes against the heavy double doors before a deep voice commands them to enter. A high-ranking city official stands by the window, keeping his back turned as his secretary steps into the room. He speaks in a cold, steady tone, waiting for the full report on the latest academy metrics. The vice mayor of Xuanjing City, An Ranling, stands holding a blue file folder. She reports that the nationwide novice dungeon assessment results have officially been released. The bureau director turns around, asking her to confirm if she was the one who personally oversaw Xuanjing City's assessment. She quickly nods, looking slightly tense. He steps closer, sternly stating that there is an urgent matter regarding two specific students that they need to properly confirm immediately. An Ranling breaks into a cold sweat, nervously asking if the students did something wrong. The director coldly reveals that the first target of interest is Li Chengwang. He keeps his gaze steady, slowly revealing that the second student is named Su Ming. An image of Su Ming clad in his powerful red aura flashes on the screen, representing the immense power he displayed during his trial. Director Wen Tianlei raises two fingers, explaining that between these two rookies, one will have their rewards completely revoked. And Ranling looks on in distress, wondering if Su Ming committed some massive rule violation during his solo run. But the director continues, revealing that while one will be punished, the other representing Xuanjing City will have next year's educational resource allocation completely tripled. And Ranling is completely dumbfounded. She recalls that at the start, Su Ming's profession was just a weak sword controller, so she didn't think highly of him at first either. She tries to defend her decisions, explaining that she never expected the kid to solo the hidden boss and secure the speedrun record, which is why she made an exception and gave him more assembly tokens. But director Wen Tianlei suddenly slams his desk, pointing a furious finger straight at her. He yells that she guessed completely wrong. He glares at her, completely exposing his authority as the head of the security bureau. His eyes flare with pure rage as he stares down the trembling vice mayor. He loudly reveals that the student whose reward qualifications are being revoked is actually the blade maniac, Li Chengwang. And Ranling is completely stunned, stuttering to ask why the province's top-rated genius is being punished. Wen Tianlei coldly replies that this is where she completely failed her duty. He explains that she was so blind, she didn't even notice their novice dungeon was infiltrated by an outside city region. He reveals that Li Chengguang went on a ruthless killing spree, murdering dozens of their local rookies. He slams the table, declaring that such behavior from an elite is truly despicable. And Ranling agrees in a panic, sweating as she asks how the director found out about the infiltration. Director Wen Tianlei simply scoffs, revealing that the principal of Xuanjing Academy is actually one of his closest personal friends. He admits that Principal Wang has been singing Su Ming's praises to him non-stop. He explains that because of their friendship, he always wanted to help Xuanjing City escape its dead last ranking, but his official duties prevented him from showing favoritism. But now that they have proof of the rival city's sabotage, he has the perfect justification to triple their resource allocation. He tells her to thank Su Ming for producing such an outstanding performance. Before they can finalize the paperwork, the office door suddenly flies open as an assistant runs in, shouting that they have a massive emergency. The assistant holds up a glowing tablet, looking completely pale. Director Wen's expression shifts instantly as he takes the device to investigate. He reads the display screen, which reports that a large number of high-realm hostile profession holders have secretly infiltrated their national borders. The threat radar lines begin to update rapidly across the screen. But right below the red alert, the provincial performance rankings for the novice dungeon finally lock into place. The screen proudly displays the first-place victory banner belonging to Xuanjing Academy. Meanwhile, back at the peaceful school dorms, the morning sun begins to rise as a barrage of loud, non-stop alerts rings out from Su Ming's desk. Su Ming falls straight off his bed with a painful yelp, rubbing his lower back in confusion as the phone continues to buzz. He lies flat on his back on the floor, groaning as he tries to figure out why his device is suddenly blowing up with endless notifications. He rubs his sleepy eyes and picks up the device to check his inbox. His expression shifts into one of pure deadpan shock as he reads the alerts. The screen bluntly displays a staggering count of over 100 unread messages. He sits up on his bed, completely baffled. He realizes that even with his diamond subjugation rating, it shouldn't be to the extent of literally every major guild trying to recruit him. He reflects on how the guild system in this world allows newly awakened players to band together for mutual safety and rapid progression. He notes that being able to secure a spot in a top-tier guild early on is indeed a fantastic choice for average rookies. Membership in a powerful guild guarantees veteran guidance, premium equipment distribution, and free skill scrolls to help newbies survive. He sighs, realizing that this ideal atmosphere of mutual support and safety only existed in the early days when order was first established. But as the number of awakened grew, fierce cutthroat competition quickly emerged as guilds fought to secure their territory and authority. Modern high-level guilds are no longer interested in recruiting average players. This pressure has turned the recruitment process into a massive battlefield of spam invitations. Su Ming looks at his buzzing phone with a tired sigh, wondering how on earth he is supposed to get any sleep if these guilds keep messaging him 24/7. With a quick tap of his screen, the system officially registers him as a member of the Black Silence Guild. Meanwhile, the news of his sudden registration spreads across the lobby, leaving the other students completely dumbfounded. The onlookers scramble to check their databases, unable to comprehend why such an elite talent would choose to throw his potential away on a bottom-tier guild. The crowd is completely shell-shocked as the reality of his decision sinks in. They gossip frantically, trying to figure out why on earth the province's top rookie would choose a trash guild. Some figure he must have some close personal acquaintances inside, while others assume he simply clicked the wrong button. Su Ming looks at the guild's minimal emblem, completely satisfied with his choice. He notes that a group with absolutely zero rules or mandatory activities is the perfect cover for a lone wolf like him. He opens up the guild's exclusive quest interface, checking the active bounties. He notes that because the group's activity level is so low, most of the available quests are capped at a basic E rank. He sighs, figuring that a quiet, low-level grind is exactly what he needs to keep a low profile. He taps the screen to load the next page of active listings. But his casual expression instantly freezes as his eyes lock onto a massive, high-tier listing floating at the very bottom of the page. His jaw drops in complete shock as he reads the details of the active task. It's a legendary, high-difficulty S-rank quest. Suddenly, a massive column of blue lightning erupts right behind him, shattering the pavement. Su Ming barely manages to twist his body away as a mysterious voice asks if he is surprised. He skids back across the stone floor, his eyes narrowing as he realizes someone has initiated a surprise attack. Down on the street, nearby pedestrians panic, pointing up at the office building as they hear the loud sounds of active combat echoing from above. A shadowy figure clad in dark armor lunges down from the rooftop, swinging a heavy chain blade straight at Su Ming's position. Su Ming leaps backward to create distance. His reflexes push to the limit as the heavy chains shatter the concrete where he was standing just a millisecond ago. He quickly gets into a defensive stance, his eyes locked on his attacker as he prepares to counterattack. With a swift motion, he parries the heavy metal links, noting that his opponent's raw physical strength is actually quite impressive. He easily deflects a secondary swipe, safely landing back on his feet while his opponent praises him for his quick reaction speed. The dark armored warrior retracts his chains, holding out a glowing golden card with a cold smile and stating that his delivery has been safely completed. Before Su Ming can ask any questions, the mysterious assassin waves goodbye, telling the newly awakened rookie that they'll meet again soon. In a brilliant flash of blue lightning, the attacker vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of dust. Su Ming stands in the quiet clearing, looking down at the heavy golden card left behind in his hand. Up on a nearby power line, the green-haired assassin girl watches the scene from the shadows, asking her companion how the rookie's performance was. She smiles with amusement, noting that Su Ming's quick reflexes and combat awareness are indeed quite impressive for someone of his level. She is fully confident they didn't waste their time. Her companion, a stern-faced veteran, nods in approval. He admits that using their system privilege to force Su Ming into joining their guild was definitely the right move. They watch Su Ming from above, noting that his presence is highly crucial for their upcoming preparation plans. The veteran narrows his eyes, stating that the kid needs to raise his level as quickly as possible since everything has already been formally arranged. Down below, Su Ming studies the golden card, his expression turning serious as he begins to decrypt the metadata. A giant glowing emblem materializes before his eyes as the card syncs with his profile. It's the official registration crest of the Black Silence Guild. Su Ming looks at the glowing seal, realizing with a sweat drop that this supposedly quiet, inactive group is actually anything but simple. His system interface begins to alert him, detecting a highly advanced tracking signature. He opens his status screen, shocked to find his profile is suddenly linked to a massive database of elite hidden players. A series of golden system notifications pops up, officially welcoming him as the core champion of the Black Silence Guild. A sudden electronic chime echoes through the room as his scanner finishes a deep diagnostic check of his system. A stark red warning flashes across his screen, reporting that an unidentified high-level skill trace has successfully been recognized on his profile. Su Ming's eyes narrow as he realizes the truth. This entire situation was a carefully planned scheme, designed to force him into joining their ranks. He realizes that someone with immense authority used a special awakening skill to guide his choices and pull him into this guild. He opens his menu, immediately bringing up the option to leave the Black Silence Guild. But as he hovers his finger over the button, a sudden vision of the guild's massive database and the high-difficulty S-rank quests flashes through his mind. A confident, fearless smirk slowly plays on his lips as he reconsiders his choice. He slides his finger away, choosing to cancel the departure process instead. He tucks his phone back into his pocket, letting out a soft laugh. Outside the building, the local police arrive, noting that a massive fight took place, but the perpetrators have already fled the scene. Su Ming walks past the flashing sirens, keeping his gaze steady as he embraces the chaos. He smiles warmly, highly amused by the turn of events. He figures he'll stay in this guild for now just to see exactly what they are plotting. He pulls out the glowing golden card once again, watching as the system officially recognizes his new status. The interface updates, displaying a series of high-difficulty guild-exclusive quests now open for him to challenge. The path to his next massive power spike has officially begun. Back on the streets, the police have already secured the scene. They shout that random fighting in the real world is strictly prohibited and demand to know who is responsible. But they quickly realize that the perpetrator has already managed to slip away into the shadows. Su Ming leaps gracefully over the nearby rooftops, looking highly amused by the situation. He figures that staying in this mysterious Black Silence Guild might actually turn out to be pretty interesting. A confident smile plays on his lips as he dashes through the city. He is more than ready to see what kind of high-level secrets these guys are trying to hide. He opens his menu once again, which immediately recognizes his new Black Silence Guild Quest card. The interface updates, displaying a series of high-difficulty guild-exclusive quests now open for him to challenge. His screen flashes as he prepares to make his selection from the premium options. Without hesitating, Su Ming selects the D-rank dungeon, Corpse C Ice Nest. He taps the glowing yes button to confirm his entry into the high-risk zone. The system details pop up, explaining that the Corpse C Ice Nest is a terrifying frozen valley populated by relentless undead monsters that will continually reassemble after death. He is enveloped in a brilliant column of magical blue particles as the gate activates, verifying his entry qualifications. He materializes high above the snowy expanse, slowly descending into the frosty air. He lands firmly in the middle of a massive canyon filled with towering ice pillars. Tucking his hands into his pockets, Su Ming stands quietly in the snow, taking in the desolate atmosphere. But a sudden freezing gust of wind whips past, causing him to shiver. He clenches his teeth, complaining that this place is way too cold for comfort. As he shivers, a sudden wave of memory washes over him. He remembers that during his previous life's second profession change quest, he managed to secure a special heat-producing pocket warmer drop from a fire monster. He immediately reaches into his inventory and pulls out the glowing red flask. He smiles, thanking the heavens for letting him hold on to such a literal lifesaver. Suddenly, a low, ominous crackling sound echoes from the ice right behind him. He spins around in surprise as a frozen skeleton lunges out of the snow, aiming a sharp, icy claw directly at his blind spot. He barely manages to tilt his head to dodge the sudden lightning-fast strike. His system interface immediately updates, scanning the target as a level 22 ice field undead. He slides back to reposition himself, noting that he was almost caught off guard by the silent ambush. He scans the monster's detailed profile, noting its basic attributes and its highly annoying talent. The system details reveal the talent is Undying Body, which allows the skeleton's shattered bones to gradually reassemble and return to life. Su Ming simply smirks. He's seen this exact trick in his previous life and knows exactly how to handle it. The giant skeleton leaps forward with a furious hiss, its bones rattling in the cold. With a single effortless slash, Su Ming completely shatters the creature's ribcage, sending bones flying in every direction. He coolly watches the debris, knowing that standard attacks won't be enough to put this thing down permanently. Right on cue, the shattered bones begin to hum with blue elemental energy, slowly starting to reassemble. But Su Ming is already one step ahead, raising his glowing sword to strike before the process can complete. He delivers a massive explosive blow that completely pulverizes the reassembling bones into a fine powder. He smiles confidently, noting that if you completely vaporize the core structure, the undying talent won't have anything left to reassemble. He triggers his Sword Tomb skill, summoning a giant mystical blade to seal the remnants deep within the frozen bedrock. With the first threat successfully neutralized, he continues his march deeper into the frozen valley. Suddenly, a new notification chimes on his interface, catching his attention. He opens his mail, surprised to find a new anonymous message sent directly through the guild system. The message warns him to mind his own business and watch his back during the challenge. The anonymous tip explains that the opposing guild players wandering this zone are far more terrifying than any standard monsters. Su Ming simply scoffs, wondering if these guys honestly think he's a rookie. He reflects on the rules of Guild Quest dungeons, knowing that these zones act as public areas where multiple factions can cross paths. This shared territory naturally results in constant open strife and violent struggles as guilds compete to secure the best clear rewards. A vision of past guild wars flashes in his mind, where countless casualties were left scattered across the bloody battlefield. He notes that to avoid these dangerous encounters, major guilds will always coordinate their schedules in advance. But for a solo challenger like him, walking in unannounced is highly risky. He realizes his guildmates sent the warning out of genuine concern for his safety, smiling as he notes that the members of Black Silence actually seem to possess a bit of a human touch. His thoughts are cut short as a deep, ominous rumbling shakes the frozen valley once again. He sighs, looking up as the annoying spawning sounds begin to echo from the surrounding ice cliffs. Dozens of skeletal silhouettes slowly emerge from the snow, completely blocking his path. Su Ming effortlessly draws his upgraded glowing blade, completely unfazed by the massive horde. A confident cold grin spreads across his face as he readies his stance, noting these guys are going to make for some fantastic experience grinding. He charges straight into the center of the horde, ready to unleash absolute havoc in the frozen sea. Alright, Chapter 36 kicks off inside the cold, snowy dungeon. A high-level squad is currently escorting a rookie, reassuring him that their level 30-plus stats will make this D-rank run a breeze. The rookie is completely thrilled, thanking them profusely for being willing to carry a newcomer along. But their conversation is cut short as the captain spots something highly unusual up ahead. He notes that the path is unusually clear, suggesting another guild has already swept through the area. They look around the clearing, shocked by the sheer number of shattered skeleton bones scattered across the ice. The captain notes that whatever team did this must have been massive. They have absolutely no idea that all of this destruction was actually the work of just one guy. Our boy Su Ming is currently running solo, looking incredibly cool. We get a quick explanation of the guild D-rank dungeon, the frozen sea of Corpse's Nest. As the name suggests, the entire zone is a brutal ice field overrun by relentless hordes of undead creatures. Like the standard beginner dungeons, this area follows the exact same basic format. Challengers have two primary paths to choose from once they enter. The first option is to hunt down and defeat the final boss, or the hidden boss of the zone. However, for most ordinary challengers, the second option of farming lesser mobs is far more common. Rookies focus on contributing as much as possible to the run, since the final experience rewards are proportional to their contribution. And Su Ming is firmly in that second camp. He lands gracefully on the snow, prepared to farm. His primary objective is to maximize his level-up speed by running these guild-exclusive dungeon quests. He notes that because guild dungeons are open zones by nature, anyone who selects the same quest will share the exact same space. This means that at any given time, challengers of all levels can be found running around the same map. This open setup creates a highly unique and dangerous dynamic that you won't find anywhere else. Furthermore, the dungeon features a flexible level system to maintain balance. Monsters that spawn around a soloist will always scale to match their level within 3 ranks. However, for parties, the monster spawn levels are calculated based on the average rating of their highest level members. Because Su Ming is running solo at level 24, the skeleton monsters he's currently farming are locked in a manageable level 20 to 22 range. This clever mechanic ensures a relatively fair playing field for soloists competing in the same space. Su Ming slides his sword into its scabbard with a crisp click, preparing for his next move. He has successfully cleared his sector, finishing off his latest target with ease. Meanwhile, in a different sector, the purple-haired squad captain is catching his breath. He notes that since they killed each monster twice, their undying body talent won't kick in anymore. He sighs, admitting that farming these self-assembling skeletons is a real workout. He urges his team to move quickly, warning them that if another guild shows up looking for the same target, it'll turn into a fight to the death. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Su Ming watches them slip away. He realizes these guys have also managed to decode a skeleton treasure map. He pulls out a matching golden scroll, smiling as he notes that the drop rate for these maps is apparently pretty decent. He activates his Eye of Insight, checking the squad's stats. He notes that since they are all level 30 and above, taking them on head-to-head is a terrible idea. He decides to play it smart, choosing to quietly follow them and wait for the perfect opportunity to hijack their progress. The squad arrives at the coordinates, successfully unearthing a massive stone-geared chest buried in the snow. The captain kneels by the mechanism, thrilled to have located the chest but unsure of how to open it. He taps the interface, causing the gears to spin as a holographic prompt displays a choice between light and place of secrets. The chest glows with a bright blue light, waiting for their selection. The team is completely confused, debating which option they should choose. The captain stands in deep thought, sweating as he tries to decipher the riddle. Watching from the bushes, Su Ming pulls up his own scroll, reading the riddle regarding calling forth the light to find where the fallen rest. He smirks, realizing the puzzle was actually incredibly simple and that they obviously need to choose the light option. But before he can intervene, the squad selects Place of Secrets. The chest immediately erupts in a violent, chaotic column of blue magical energy. The sky above them instantly begins to darken, turning a pitch-black color. A massive black vortex forms in the clouds, crackling with intense energy. The squad members look up in absolute terror, realizing they'd made a catastrophic mistake as the snow itself begins to turn black. Dozens of giant dark energy skeleton hands begin crawling out from the frozen ground. A colossal skeletal skull with glowing pink eyes emerges from the black snow, letting out an eerie shriek. The captain frantically tries to cancel the selection, realizing too late that choosing the Place of Secrets actually summons the ultimate guardian of the fallen. The team begins to panic, screaming and blaming each other for rushing the decision. Suddenly, a deep, ominous rumbling echoes from the valley behind them. The captain spins around in a sweat, reminding them that they already cleared out all the monsters in that direction. His jaw drops in complete shock as a massive shadow looms over the horizon. A colossal, terrifying, skeletal bone dragon of pure ice emerges from the blizzard, roaring furiously. The beast unleashes a devastating wave of icy breath, freezing the surrounding forest in an instant. The captain screams for his team to fall back, warning them that melee weapons are completely useless against the massive threat. One of the squad members takes a direct hit from the freezing breath, screaming as his body is instantly turned into a solid block of ice. The captain yells in a panic, unable to comprehend where such a high-level boss could have possibly come from. He turns back, only to freeze in horror as a giant skeletal claw comes crashing down directly behind his shoulders. Alright, Chapter 37 kicks off with a massive showdown in the frozen valley. The high-level squad is currently in a complete panic as the boss's difficulty ramps up. The giant skeleton attacks with terrifying speed, leaving the defenders completely unable to dodge. The captain screams in a panic, desperately commanding his mage teammate Zhuo Hong to quickly cast her magic and draw the boss's aggro. Zhuo Hong looks back in absolute disbelief, shocked by her captain's reckless plan. She furiously shouts that asking a squishy mage to pull aggro from such a heavy boss is a complete suicide mission. But before they can adjust their plan, the giant skeleton unleashes a massive ice blast, freezing one of the squad members solid as they scream in pure agony. The captain yells for everyone to pull themselves together as the ice columns around them begin to shatter. Suddenly, a brilliant flare of red sword energy illuminates the dark blizzard. Wielding his glowing blade with absolute authority, Su Ming leaps down from the cliff above to intercept. He uses his sword control skill, guiding his weapon through the air to effortlessly parry the incoming barrage of ice spikes. He lands firmly on his feet, immediately activating his Eye of Insight to analyze the massive threat. The red scanning reticle locks onto the boss's core, instantly revealing its true form and primary weak point. Su Ming calmly explains that this boss is actually a giant amalgamation formed from the pile of skeletons they opened earlier. He notes that their mistake was triggering the chest's hidden trap mechanism. Zhuohong looks on in absolute awe as he details how the trap granted the dead skeletons a powerful elemental buff from the environment. With his blade ready, Su Ming instructs the remaining defenders to pick up their weapons and prepare for a coordinated strike. He commands Zhuohong to quickly cast her strongest fire magic, while she eagerly nods and triggers her fire tornado. The combined force of their fire and sword attacks collides in a blinding, violent explosion that tears the icy armor apart. Explosion. The squad cheers as they see the intense flames successfully melting the giant's defenses. Su Ming smiles, noting that his analysis was indeed correct, and that fire is the ultimate counter for this ice-field skeleton. But their celebration is cut short as a deep, ominous rumbling shakes the ground once again. Zhuohong gasps in pure panic, pointing toward the horizon as another massive shadow looms through the blizzard. Su Ming's expression freezes as he looks back, realizing that's the exact direction he came from. A sudden, terrifying realization flashes through his mind as he remembers the massive pile of skeletons he farmed earlier. He sweat drops comically, realizing that leaving hundreds of shattered bones lying around was probably a terrible idea. In the distance, an absolutely colossal skeletal giant of massive proportions begins to rise into the sky. Su Ming stands completely speechless, sweating as he realizes this gigantic boss was actually formed from the pile of skeletons he farmed himself. Meanwhile, the system flashes back to 10 minutes ago, showing a different sector of the frozen valley. The members of the rival Hongxing Guild walk proudly through the snow, looking for their target. At the exact same time, the local rival Dongxing Guild arrives at the scene. The two opposing factions meet in the narrow canyon, their leaders immediately glaring at each other. The Dongxing leader smiles smugly, mocking the presence of his rivals. The Hongxing captain retorts, complaining that running into them has completely ruined his mood for challenging the dungeon. They exchange bitter insults, warning each other not to get in the way of their guild's conquering progress. The Dongxing leader laughs arrogantly, declaring that today he will use this opportunity to show everyone who the true local overlord is. But before they can draw their daggers, a sudden deafening roar shakes the entire canyon. The ice beneath their feet begins to crack violently, sending the thugs into a panic. One of the scouts frantically reports that some highly abnormal movement is approaching their position. The leader scoffs, arrogantly complaining about the interruption. But his face turns completely pale as a colossal shadow looms directly over his head. A giant skeleton hand sweeps down from the blizzard, bearing its massive icy claws. The boss unleashes a devastating downward slam that instantly pulverizes the path, sending the arrogant thugs flying in every direction. Back in the main sector, Zhuohong gasps as she looks up at the massive giant, wondering how they are supposed to deal with something so huge. Su Ming comically sweat drops, realizing his simple farming run has escalated into a massive boss fight. Zhuohong looks at him in shock, amazed that a level 24 rookie managed to solo farm such a massive pile of monsters. Nearby, the surviving guild members are sent flying into the sky, screaming as they decide to give up the quest entirely to save their lives. The survivors scramble to escape, yelling for everyone to run before they get crushed. Zhuohong desperately grabs Su Ming's jacket, pleading with him to run away with them. But Su Ming remains completely calm. He notes that her fire magic is actually quite strong and has enough damage to pierce the boss's defenses, suggesting they team up to finish the fight. He looks up at the towering giant with a relaxed smile. He states that this challenge isn't a matter of rewards, but rather a personal quest. He clenches his fist, declaring that he is determined to face all the challenges in this world to find the ultimate truth. A confident, cold grin spreads across his face as he asks her if she is truly afraid of death. The giant bone dragon launches a sudden, lightning-fast swipe, forcing the remaining survivors to scatter. Su Ming leaps into action, his movement speed boosting to blur levels as he yells to draw the boss's attention. He performs a flawless mid-air spin, guiding his glowing sword to parry the giant's skeletal claws with absolute precision. The blade slashes collide, creating a massive explosion of sparks that illuminate the dark canyon. The heavy impact forces the giant skeleton back, its thick icy bones cracking under the pressure. Su Ming lands gracefully, noting that physical melee weapons are indeed quite useless against this thick armor. He looks back at Zhuo Hong, shouting that it's finally time to execute their plan. The fight isn't over yet, as a massive frozen sword stands locked in ice. No matter how much heat they throw at it, the chill in the air keeps freezing everything back up. Su Ming calculates his next move, realizing his standard physical sword attacks are completely useless against this giant. He needs a different strategy, and fast. The giant ice beast roars in fury, preparing to slam them into the dirt. Su Ming yells out to his teammate that it's finally time to make their move. Su Ming lets his intense crimson aura flare to life, looking like an absolute beast. He's ready to put his plan into motion. Power up. Zhuo Hong doesn't hesitate and channels her remaining mana, unleashing her ultimate sure-kill fire tornado. A massive vortex of flames sweeps across the battlefield. The firestorm engulfs the giant ice monster, but Su Ming notices something incredibly frustrating. Even after taking a massive direct hit from the flames, the boss's health bar doesn't even light up. He realizes that relying solely on a mage's direct counter magic isn't going to deal enough damage to melt this thing, but he's not planning on giving up just yet. A clever smirk plays on his lips as he figures out the real way to use this spell. Direct hits aren't the answer. They need to think bigger. Instead of just hitting the monster, he plans to ignite the entire surrounding forest. They're going to trap this giant in a massive wildfire and burn it alive. Su Ming moves in a green blur, navigating through the burning trees with incredible speed. He knows that giant dungeon bosses follow completely different mechanics than normal mobs. A handy guide page explains that while ordinary monster health is always visible, giant bosses keep their health bars hidden until they take a certain threshold of heavy damage. Only after their health bar is finally forced to light up can players identify and target their specific weak points to claim victory. It's a high-stakes guessing game. The boss goes into an absolute frenzy even before its health bar is visible, swinging its icy fists wildly. Su Ming struggles to maintain his footing against the sudden spike in aggression. The giant ice monster unleashes a massive shockwave, sending Zhuo Hong flying backward into the snow as she screams in pain. Su Ming looks back in shock, realizing his teammate has taken a heavy hit and is completely defenseless. To make matters worse, the massive beast is already using its freezing breath to quickly put out the forest fire they worked so hard to build. Su Ming grits his teeth, realizing the boss actually saw through their strategy and is actively countering their wildfire. Zhuo Hong gasps for breath, completely out of mana and unable to support him any longer. She yells for him to take over, leaving the rest of the battle entirely in his hands. He knows he needs to act fast before the fire is completely extinguished, but he desperately needs a way to make the giant stiffen for just a single moment. The ice giant continues to roar, its freezing wind rapidly neutralizing their flames. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the massive burning trees surrounding them. He uses his sword control to slice through the trunks, sending the massive burning logs crashing directly onto the ice monster to feed the flames. The strategy works perfectly, and the fire instantly intensifies, trapping the screaming giant under a mountain of burning wood. The overwhelming heat finally breaks through the monster's icy defenses, and the giant begins to melt under the raging bonfire. Su Ming watches the melting beast with a cold, victorious gaze, muttering for it to melt away slowly. The boss's hidden health bar finally lights up, rapidly draining into the red zone as the heat destroys its core. He prepares his hand, channeling a massive concentration of dark energy into his blade for the finishing blow. With a leap, he charges forward, his glowing sword ready to deliver the final strike. He unleashes his ultimate sword technique, a massive torrent of fire and steel that completely obliterates the giant. Anime Hype Dark. The massive explosion shatters the ice giant into a million pieces. After the chaotic battle, the massive skeleton remains finally dissolved into digital particles. The raging flames slowly die down as the cold, quiet blizzard of the valley returns. Su Ming walks away from the battlefield, the quiet crunch of the snow beneath his boots the only sound left. He heads deeper into the canyon, ready to see what kind of rewards await him after such a brutal fight. He sits down in the snow to check his status screen. Although he is slightly disappointed that this evolved monster didn't drop any rare loot, he is thrilled to see his level has jumped straight from 24 to 27. Reaching level 27 is an incredibly pleasant harvest that puts him way ahead of his initial plans, but his thoughts are interrupted as a strange interface detail catches his attention. He realizes that the sudden attack from afar earlier was what actually triggered the monster's weak point, allowing him to force the health bar to light up. He analyzes the situation, realizing that the giant skeleton monster was actually a hidden mechanic of this D-rank guild dungeon, triggered by the treasure chest's trap. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes there might still be some highly valuable secrets hidden within this trap system. He decides to investigate the coordinates of the initial chest once again. He makes his way back to the clearing, keeping his guard up as he approaches the snowy pit. He finds the chest still sitting in the snow, but a system notification warns that the trap has already been triggered and the treasure cannot be opened again. Su-ming sighs, looking at the locked stone gears. He notes that it's a massive shame they can't salvage anything from the container itself. Suddenly, a familiar golden notification light flashes on his interface, indicating an incoming guild mail. He opens his inbox to check the message sent through their secure channel. The message is from the anonymous guild member, praising him for reaching level 27 so quickly. Su-ming narrows his eyes, realizing this mysterious sender has been closely observing him all along. The mail explains that the treasure contained a highly valuable holy attribute skill, and that he can find a secret exchange NPC to claim it. However, since the chess puzzle already failed, Su-ming is left wondering how he is supposed to complete the task. Just as Su-ming is planning his next move, another message from the guild pops up on his interface. It looks like the anonymous guide is keeping a very close eye on his progress. He scrolls through the logs, realizing this mysterious sender has been tracking his exact performance in the dungeon. The details explain that the failed treasure chest puzzle actually contains a powerful holy skill if he can find the hidden NPC. Su-ming frowns, realizing the main problem is that they already failed the initial puzzle. He needs to find a bypass to salvage the quest before the zone resets. Suddenly, a wave of realization hits him as he connects the dots. The distant holy attacks that hit the giant skeleton earlier had to come from that exact hidden NPC. He makes his way back through the snow, analyzing the mechanics of the battle. While fire is great for dealing raw damage to melt the ice, it doesn't solve the core issue. He notes that holy-type damage is the ultimate counter to fundamentally purge the negative energy animating the skeleton horde inside the giant. The system details confirm that holy elemental attacks can bypass the physical damage resistance of these undead targets entirely. He looks back over his shoulder, locking his gaze on the dark path ahead. He mutters to himself that that's exactly why a single strike with that element could easily deplete the giant's health bar. Suddenly, a loud threatening shout echoes from the snowy clearing behind him. The blue-haired thug points a furious finger at him, backed by a hostile group of high-level players. He screams that Su-ming is the culprit responsible for dragging their teammates into the boss fight. Su-ming looks back with a deadpan expression, completely annoyed by the sudden interruption. He has no idea how these guys traced the giant's spawn back to his routine mob grinding. He scans their profiles, noting that they are all veteran challengers well above level 30. Fighting a large group of high-level players head-on is a massive waste of his time and resources. The blue-haired thug steps forward menacingly, dragging the terrified mage Zhuohong by her collar. He smears, yelling for Su-ming to give up since she already spilled all of his secrets. Zhuohong weeps on her knees, desperately begging for forgiveness. She stammers that she had absolutely no choice but to sell him out to survive their interrogation. With a cruel laugh, the thugs order their vanguard to surround the area and hack him to death before he can escape. He dashes through the thick snow, easily navigating the icy terrain using his high agility. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of yellow and green light pierces through the canopy, catching him completely by surprise. The holy projectile explodes near the path, narrowly missing him as he skids to a halt. The mysterious sniper continues to fire, the rapid-fire holy arrows easily vaporizing the wandering ice monsters around them. The chasing thugs shout in confusion, wondering why holy magic is suddenly raining down all over the sector. They follow Su-ming's footprints through the deep snow, determined to corner him before he can shake their tail. A blinding flash of light erupts from the end of the valley, illuminating the frozen cliffs. Su-ming slides down a steep slope, his eyes widening as he realizes the path ahead is completely blocked. He stops right at the edge of a massive, bottomless canyon. He looks down the steep drop, realizing he's completely run out of ground to retreat. But as he looks across the gap, his eyes narrow with intense focus as he spots his target. Standing proudly on the opposite side of the canyon is the mysterious high-level NPC, a glowing white elf, Yu Mian, brandishing a majestic golden bow. The thugs finally catch up, laughing arrogantly as they surround the cliff's edge. They mock him, asking if he honestly believes he can fly across such a massive gap. Su-ming simply smirks back at them, completely unbothered by their threats, and tells them that, actually, yes he can. He telekinetically summons his upgraded blade to float before him, activating his core sword control. With a confident gesture, he points his hand toward the opposite cliff, declaring, "It's time to fly." The elf Yu Mian notches another holy arrow, aiming straight across the canyon. Su Ming leaps onto his sword and glides gracefully through the air, easily bypassing the bottomless pit. He lands firmly right in front of the startled elf, who lowers his bow in surprise. The system interface immediately updates, scanning the target as the level 37 elite NPC, Yu Mian. The profile confirms he is the official exchange contact for the treasure's follow-up quest. A massive golden quest-completed banner flares to life on his screen, registering that his earlier skeleton grind successfully met the hidden kill requirement. The elf nods in approval, highly impressed by the young challenger's combat capabilities. Yu Mian holds out his hands, gifting Su Ming a beautifully detailed golden scroll wrapped in blue magical energy. Su Ming unrolls the scroll, noting that while the skill carries an incredibly outstanding effect against the undead, it is a strength-type skill. He notes that a physical strength focus doesn't quite suit the high-speed agility attributes of his unique Sword God build. However, he is thrilled to see that the Platinum-grade scroll carries absolutely zero level usage restrictions. With a clever grin, he decides to trigger his unique talent to customize the drop. The golden energy of his talent wraps around the scroll, successfully upgrading the ability into a premium diamond-tier skill. Suddenly, a massive violent shockwave of holy energy erupts from his body, sending a howling gale across the canyon. The shockwave hits the opposite side with immense force, throwing the pursuing thugs off balance as they scream in terror. The rival guild leaders frantically shout to their members, trying to reorganize their lines as the terrain begins to collapse around them. The thugs panic, screaming about a massive sneak attack while their formation is completely pulverized by the shockwave. The canyon is filled with a blinding storm of snow and magic as the two factions struggle to hold the line. The pink-haired thug points across the gap, his eyes widening in pure rage as he spots a familiar figure heading back, yelling that he actually dares to return. Su Ming casually glides back across the canyon on his sword, looking completely relaxed, telling them the only ones dying today are the thugs. He gathers a massive concentration of yellow and green energy around his hands, his eyes glowing with intense power. Anima charge, up! He floats above them like a god of war, coldly stating that he has absolutely no intention of dirtying his own hands to deal with them. A massive glowing golden halo materializes behind his shoulders, revealing a terrifying flaming holy skull. With a deafening roar, he triggers his newly sublimated diamond-grade skill, Holy Spirit Regeneration, summoning a colossal celestial guardian to wipe out the entire field. The thugs look up in absolute sweating horror as the massive golden deity prepares to launch a devastating downward strike to crush them into the snow. Back at the battle site, the remaining guild members can only watch in absolute awe as a massive pillar of golden holy light shoots straight into the sky. The survivors look at the empty clearing, shivering in the cold. They realize their teammate was completely vaporized by an attack from who knows where, leaving them completely terrified of this unpredictable dungeon. But before they can make a run for it, a sudden violent rumbling shakes the ground beneath their feet. The survivors panic, wondering if a massive earthquake is about to bury them alive. The loud crashing sound echoes from the dense woods nearby, vibrating through the trees. It sounds less like a simple tremor, and more like an army of thousands marching straight toward them. The captain breaks into a cold sweat, desperately praying that the shattered skeletons they farmed earlier haven't somehow coalesced into another giant boss. He slowly turns his head, his eyes widening in pure shock as the trees part to reveal the marching army. A massive, terrifying golden wave of energy breaks through the forest canopy, completely freezing them in place. A literal army of golden glowing skeletons marches out of the blizzard in perfect synchronization, their bones rattling in the cold. The terrified survivors quickly dive behind a nearby rock, desperately trying to mask their presence. The rookie whispers in a panic, wondering if this massive horde is actually being commanded by another player. The captain gasps, pointing frantically at the rear of the skeleton formation. Carried high above the army on a massive throne of gold and bone is a single relaxed figure. The survivors stand completely frozen in disbelief as they recognize the passenger sitting comfortably on the throne. It's none other than Su Ming, looking incredibly relaxed as his skeleton army carries him forward like royalty. We get a quick flashback showing how he pulled off this insane move. He had channeled his golden energy into the platinum-grade skill scroll he won earlier. The system interface had flashed to confirm a successful sublimation, upgrading the basic drop into a premium legendary tier spell. He was highly pleased to see his sublimation talent successfully worked, even on a dungeon-exclusive skill scroll, unlocking the Holy Spirit Regeneration. The skill details confirm that Holy Spirit Regeneration consumes holy power to resurrect and permanently control any nearby undead creatures he has defeated. Su Ming smiles warmly, realizing the other challenger's puzzle failure, was actually a massive blessing in disguise for his build. By combining the spell with the massive pile of bones left behind by the giant skeleton, he unlocked a highly unique summon opportunity. He channeled his mana, summoning a colossal golden skeleton warrior to lead his vanguard. With his newly raised Holy Light skeleton army at his command, Su Ming looks ready to conquer the entire valley. He notes that with this massive army protecting him, he no longer has to fear running into any high-level hostile guilds inside the dungeon. Down in the bushes, the surviving thugs watch him pass with comical, tearful expressions of pure dread, thanking the heavens that he didn't notice them. Su Ming smirks, realizing his initial plan to just casually leech some experience from this D-rank run has completely shifted. A sharp, determined spark glints in his eyes as he sets his sights on a far more lucrative target. His massive army marches straight toward the highest, snowiest peaks of the icy valley. At the absolute peak of the mountain stands a massive throne made of dark iron, where the ultimate ruler of the zone awaits. The system identifies the final boss, the level 37 withered undead general, carrying massive physical resistance and heavy armor. The towering general slowly rises from his throne, dragging his massive glowing blue battle axe along the stone floor. The boss commands his own skeleton guards to step forward, ready to crush the intruder with sheer numbers. The general's red visor glints coldly in the dark, completely unfazed by the arrival of Su Ming's army. The two massive undead forces collide in a violent icy canyon clash that shakes the entire mountain. The undead general swings his massive axe, roaring for the challenger to bring everything he has. Su Ming launches himself from his throne, drawing his glowing sword as he leaps directly into the center of the fray. He delivers a devastating downward plunge, ready to claim the ultimate dungeon reward. The scene transitions back to the bustling city streets of the real world, outside a popular noodle shop. Inside the cozy restaurant, Su Ming lets out a satisfied sigh as he digs into a massive bowl of beef brisket noodles. He thinks to himself that the taste of these noodles hasn't changed a bit since his past life. He reflects on his childhood as a poor orphan, remembering how he couldn't afford expensive meals and always relied on this cheap but delicious shop to get by. As he finishes his meal, his phone suddenly chimes with a new message notification. It's an update from his partner, the blacksmith Nahura, confirming that his request has finally been completed. He recalls his rewards from clearing the D-rank guild dungeon, particularly a rare glowing gemstone. The gemstone was the molten cold alloy, a highly valuable high-grade platinum forging material. He had immediately delivered it to Nahura to help forge a new weapon. He remembers how Nahura had confidently smiled, promising to deliver a true masterpiece. Su Ming is amazed as she managed to finish the process in just under 24 hours. He asks for the bill, but the waitress politely informs him that someone has already covered his expenses. He looks back in surprise, wondering who could possibly have paid for his meal. He turns around to see a familiar smiling face standing behind his table. It's Ji Yao, teasing him for always eating at the exact same shop. Su Ming smiles warmly, noting that her preference for this place hasn't changed since they were kids. She gives him a playful look, happy to have run into her teammate so unexpectedly. She hands over a beautifully crafted, glowing light blue sword. The forging process is a complete success. Su Ming holds the pristine weapon, admiring its perfect balance and weight, and notes that his third sword is officially complete. Walking down the street, Su Ming inspects the weapon's detailed stats. Nahura successfully managed to unlock its hidden dual elemental affix, allowing his strikes to carry both ice and fire damage. The sword looks incredibly sleek and futuristic under the city lights. Curious, Su Ming asks Ji Yao about her current level progress. Ji Yao's interface shows she has successfully reached level 18. She sighs, complaining that since graduating from the novice dungeon, the leveling speed has slowed down significantly. She notes that her partner Yun Qing is currently level 16. She adds that Yanze has been grinding the hardest of all, successfully reaching level 20. She looks at Su Ming, eagerly asking what his current level is. Su Ming casually replies that after his solo guild dungeon run, he managed to reach level 29. Ji Yao completely loses her mind, screaming in absolute shock as he calmly tells her not to make such a big scene.